Hello and welcome back, everyone. Very happy Thursday, the happiest of Thursdays, as it were. Today we have the patch 1.5 open beta starting. Now, my game client is having a little bit of trouble getting up and going, but we were meaning to go through the changelog anyways, and so why don't we go through the changelog right now, and then maybe troubleshoot what we are doing in terms of the game client. Oh, there we get the noises, the happy noises of Victoria 3 opening. So, the day is finally here, happiest of Thursdays. Why don't they wish us a happy Thursday? Terrible. Worst dev diary ever. Okay, no. Pretty exciting one. Hot on the heels of 1.4, we have now reached a very early look at 1.5 open beta, so expect a bunch of art assets like wrecked here, but we don't care about those, we care about mechanics. It's of course opt-in. You can switch to it by right-clicking on, so you go into Steam, you right-click on the game, you go to properties, you click betas, and then you click opt-in. You can access it, and then, or you can find this dev diary and click on this link, I'm assuming leads you to how to do it. If you haven't already, I already have. I would urge you to read Dev Diaries 92 and 93, blah, 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 etc., mostly, etc. There are a number of known issues with the initial release. You're telling me you might heavily impact your game. Yep, probably. I will echo here for your convenience, but always remember the living document since this is consult the living document since that will reflect the most major issues of the open beta build as we find more of them. Okay, dear Victorians, that's me, that's us, that's we. Hello, everyone. Finishing 1.4 while watching the stream? Yeah, it's a good shout. Already testing live patch? Quick note, don't build auto queue, it's broken and only builds wine vineyards. Don't you mean it's fixed? The people want one thing and it's more booze. Okay, so, but that's good to know. Don't put auto queue. It's broken and only builds wine vineyards. Is it truly broken though? We might verify this ourselves. It might just be you really need a lot of wine, or they're just wildly profitable. Some hurdles and exploits you might encounter during warfare. Commander orders are undergoing a bit of rework since they will now represent the behavior of individual commanders, what they're doing, where they're doing it, determined by their formation. This is time, this is a place. Now is a time, this is a place. There we go. A few implications. Standby order does nothing and will be removed in future beta builds. There was never any reason to assign this currently. What? No, there's definitely reasons to click standby. I don't know what they mean by currently. There's in 1.4 there's reason to click standby. Formations will not advance unless at least one general has the advance order. If you notice a formation you've sent to the front of battle, generals will leading the attack, etc., etc. Okay. Naval orders are currently useless. The first thing I wanted to check was if you could invade the UK as France, so I guess we're not gonna, or we'll see. Naval invasions currently, okay, there we go. Currently have very unintuitive UX flow and are very easy to exploit. You're telling me this is not the case in 1.4? Both will be improved in future beta builds. In 1.5, follow these steps to engage in a naval invasion. From the military lens, click Navy tab, click Plan Naval Invasion. Select the state you want to invade. In the pop-up, select a fleet and a demobilized army. Okay, so they have to be demobilized. Ignore the static pink text, as these are placeholders for information that will be added in future beta builds. Ignore the pink text. Confirm naval invasion. The fleet will now travel to the sea node off the coast of the target state. Meanwhile, the army will start mobilizing. Once the fleet has arrived and the army is mobilized, a landing battle will ensue. It is likely in the current build that there is no resistance battle and will immediately be won with the state conquered and a front created. Okay, well I'm guessing that we're okay. Fair enough. Improvements are coming. The invasion is now won, and the army will be assigned to the front. Remember. So there we go. That would be a good time to insert ads. Not right now. Silly YouTube pop-up. YouTube's like, generate more revenue so I can generate revenue. Okay, additional issues to be aware of include morale loss does not work correctly in battles, making them excessively long to conclude. This sounds like live, man. Visible issues to military tabs. There are 2 artillery sections. Someone said that there was no artillery, so yeah. Tunis, you were playing Tunis, you only built twice, well wine is at minus 75% cost. Okay, interesting. I guess, we might test it anyways, just so we can show everyone what it is. Also, what I'm saying is you're really supposed to build wide, like 2 workshops in every province instead of 20 thanks to, with the iron. Interesting. Father, that's me. Time to boost my achievement runs. This sounds like a good patch for that. Yeah, just exploit, just invade. Hey, not, long time no see. Okay, it is possible to change the names of formations that do not belong to the player. So we can change the names to, like, McPoopy Face? Alright. Hovering the garrison formation in the Windows, displays concept for, mobilized army. In some cases, flags and load game menu will be swapped, causing inaccuracy. Oh, please swap Great Britain and France. Creating army in HQ does not close the interaction for army creation, which may give the impression that no army was created. Outdated important action for admirals with no flotillas, etc. We are untranslated main menu text. I don't care about that. Wait, is it in Swedish? I care if it's in Swedish. I guess it's not that big deal. I know my way around the main menu, I think. Naval invasion planner, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Splitting fleet. The split fleet continues on the same path. Alright, fair enough. There's some clipping in the formations panel in the right... this is just stuff that they don't want people telling them that this is messed up because they already know. Okay, so, but we're gonna... This seems like not the... Multiplayer sessions are very unstable. You don't say. So we shouldn't have the finals this Sunday at 9:30. We shouldn't host it on 1.5. No way. No naval invasions. Only naval invasions. That would have been amazing in multiplayer. It's truly Soviet massed infantry patch. Human wave tactics only. Yeah, Generalist stream. That's right. Where? Let's put link in description. Okay, changelog. Military formations can now be created, which can contain up to 4 commanders of military units. Military formations will determine the location. Yes! Now they're not just in the aether, like, arriving in 50 days. Where, blah, 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 orders to determine their behavior in that location. Companies. Each country now has a number of company slots, which increases from technology and laws. A number of company, blah, 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 etc. Mostly, etc. This is stuff we've talked about. But if a company's buildings have high productivity compared to the global average, the company will gain prosperity over time and unlock a special bonus modifier. There are a number of basic companies that are available to all countries, which this might mean you want to, the local goods prices might make you want to build wide, but the company's thing, in order to get high productivity, might want you to build tall. So this is quite an interesting one. Hey, Paul, who says good evening. Man, I'm so used to you saying good morning in times where it's not morning for me. Companies, unique countries, particular circumstances such as culture, geographical boundaries, and blah, 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 will be added in future updates. Okay, fair. The degree to which market can influence price on state goods is now capped by the market access price impact modifier. That is, we're gonna need a freaking acronym for that. What is that? MAPIM? It's MAPIM, boys. Yeah, the market access price impact modifier. That is a mouthful to say. Companies, aka possible content for future DLC and any flavor packs. Yeah, this means that local production and consumption will always matter when determining the price of good and state, creating opportunity for local. It will always matter. So I'm guessing local price will now pull the buy and sell orders towards an equilibrium. Is this what this is saying, rather than capping or one or the other? Oh, you can reverse sway now. I think I saw someone say that they reverse swayed the UK to transfer the EIC in order to help with the Qing War, which is big funny. The start of the diplomatic play interaction has been changed to make diplomatic demand. This allows one country to demand one single war goal from the other. If rejected, this will start a diplomatic play for the war goal. Wow, so it's actually going to feel like a diplo play. It's possible to bypass the demand phase and start a diplomatic play right away. Very useful if you have multiple demands for it. Very nice. Mobilization options lets you configure how much goods. This has been discussed in other things, but you consume more goods, you get more bonuses. Occupation is now gained or removed in a state instead of provinces as a result of successful battles. I think this is good. The way this is going to work, the front line will not move until the entire state has been occupied, which will help to prevent psychotic front splittings, but not loud cars outside. So yeah, you choose my greetings at random. Dude, that'd be so psychotic if like you refused to, if you were just like, yeah, I don't want to dox myself, I don't want to say where I'm from, and then you just randomly like, good afternoon, good evening. The streamers just trying to figure out what's up. Call ally sway, which will be used to call ally alliance if initiator, defensive, blah blah blah. But this is great. So now they don't automatically pull in the ally. That was always, I thought, just insane how that worked. EU4's diplomacy is so much better. Combat units can now be multiple version types, which belong to a single group. This is so cool. So you can build like all cavalry, all like infantry. Someone was saying that the infantry spam is better. So this is, yeah. Nefarious, you're late. Got to catch up with the patch notes. Okay. Well, I mean, we're not very deep in, so you can kind of just stay. This is just explaining bugs, and this is the features we've gotten through so far. So, yeah, you can snipe Manchuria from China as Russia against Great Britain, and they capitulate. No infamies or radicals in Lamau. You can snipe Manchuria from China as Russia against Great Britain, and they just capitulate. As Russia against Great Britain. I'm not sure exactly what that sentence means. So you're playing as Russia, and then you you reverse sway yourself. Do you want them to give you Manchuria, and they just give it to you, and you get no infamy or no nothing? Did you see a single German formable in 1.4? I played 4 games in 75 years in France. I saw the Giga. I played like one run where like we got like a giga formation. Oh, in 1.4, I didn't play enough. 1.4. If you capitulate, China gives Manchuria to join them. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's now possible to decline a sway offer that is calling in an obligation, though doing so will repudiate the obligation with the associated modifier. Added the become subject sway, which allows you to become a subject of country, and which seems, added transfer subject, added transfer state sway, which is going to be nice. That these do not give you, apparently don't give you any infamy, means that you can actually expand quite a lot easier. Added diplomatic pact sway, which allows you to offer certain diplo pacts, which is cool. Customs union, bankrolling, etc. Forced duration of 5 years. And no, this will not result in obligation. This is so exciting. There's so many ways to try and expand now. Like, if you can force people into your customs union way easier just by waving a big stick, this is fantastic. You skipped an important point. What's the point that okay, we'll come back up. The transfer subject allows you to transfer one of your subjects, and consequently a country to transfer their subject to you. Transfer state allows you to transfer one state, and consequently the country to transfer their state to you, blah blah blah. Become subject. I'm not sure what I missed, Paul, so you'll have to let me know. Services, electricity, and transportation are now local goods whose prices are fully set on local production and consumption, and whose market price. We haven't gotten to that yet, but that is a huge one. Services, electricity, and transportation are now local goods whose prices are now fully set on local production and consumption, and whose market price plays no role at all. This is fantastic. So now I won't be able to ship electricity from New York to Australia. That's great. Which actually just makes New York is probably, New York, Dalmatia, and Ontario are probably just the best industrial hubs, just like with a period at the end of that sentence, because they have the output modifiers for electricity. Has anyone ever seen the country flag Union of the Egoists? I recently got a 1.4 and wanted to know anyone knows what actual country that is. Ask Ayn Rand. Oh no, I probably shouldn't start Ayn Rand discussions in the chat. Terrible. Battles are now detached from fronts. They don't necessarily happen in the front line anymore, nor will they be destroyed, blah, 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 etc., blah. This is great because I think that they're removing, like, the absolute psychotic front splitting, hopefully. Unique approval, activated traits for interest groups in several countries. Unique approval activated traits for that is neat. So now some interest groups will have unique bonuses. So like instead of increased Like the increased logging and farming from rural folk, we get something else. That is rad. This will play. The player can now force a subject country to start enactment of a different law from the current one to subjects panel. Blah blah blah. Armies can force a subject to start. Oh, so now you can influence your subjects' laws? That's rad. I wonder exactly what level of subject they have to be. Certainly not just a customs union member. Armies can be demobilized in wars, and this, from what I understand, includes the conscripts, which you, in live, cannot demobilize. Player can rename each individual formation. Okay, so we're through a lot of the military. It's crazy for railroads, too, if transportation is fully local. That is interesting, because that means you will have to put transportation to use labor-saving PMs in a lot of places. Won't that take the profits of railroads? They probably, did a different update. Let's see. Man, I really want to skip Les's message, right? The best thing you can do is not notice someone who's asking you to notice them. Okay. Improvements. Having a front created, defined by an adjacent pair of enemy theaters. Fronts have their own set of theaters on each side. I think we'll get a really nice visual representation of this in game, but I think it's basically saying that fronts don't exist anymore, which is music to my ears. Instead, it's this different idea of theaters. Can you start playing now? I could, but I want to get through all this because we could create a poll. I just assumed that people would want play immediate or... last time with 1.4, people overwhelmingly preferred that I read through the changelog. I have not read through the changelog yet, actually, also. So, unless this is an overwhelming win for play immediately, then we're going to kind of go into the changelog, because we don't even know what we're looking for. Experimental trains PM and railways to rebalance existing PMs, so this is probably going to help fix local prices, right? And in a positive way. Interventionism because government-owned railroads and big customs union is nerfed. But they're changing the PMs of everything, so we don't really know. Railroads are not supposed to be massively profitable industry. I don't know. Added vineyards buildings. Split up shipyards into 2 different buildings. Adding war goal against a neutral enemy subject to a play now forces targeted subject to become part of the side in the play. So this is great, so that the war goal can be properly contested. So you can't just declare war on Australia for whatever, and then transfer the EIC from Great Britain, and then not have to fight the EIC. Station at HQ has been added. Explosive factory has been separated from fertilizers, thank God. Removed explosives from chemical plants. Livestock ranches now produce meat and fertilizer, the base PM. Fabric is now a secondary production method. It's now possible to liberate country in diplomatic plays, with the country to be liberated being picked from a selection list in the confirmation pop-up. Wasn't that already possible? Okay, radical pops drawn to interest groups. Radical pops are now drawn to opposition interest groups, and loyalist pops are drawn to government interest groups. That is an interesting change. That is a very interesting change. I mean, it makes sense, but that's going to make it so you're going to have like lagging negative approval. It looks like people slightly prefer the changelog, so we're going to keep with it. I don't know if I can actually catch up with this chat and read this. This is so much reading. I think that they broke the armies big time. Yeah, but they're breaking it so they can fix it. If you've ever, like, it's like muscle tissue. You damage the muscle tissue so it regrows stronger. Okay. It's also an open beta. Like, you don't have to play the broken thing. You don't have to play with the broken toy if you don't want. Radical pops, okay, this is potentially huge. I don't want to like gloss over this, but this is potentially like really big in terms of changing how you play and what you do and this sort of thing. Petitions can now only, because the radicalism and the loyalism is a huge driver of if you're getting bonuses. Petitions now only made for laws that are potentially to be supported by a political movement. Interesting. Streetlights now produce a small amount of infrastructure when enabled. It's almost like, hey, this is perfect though, because this like seems like it kind of offsets to some degree the infrastructure nerf. So like a big picture, well, we'll see what the numbers look like, right? Meat packing, Formerly vacuum canning, now consumes meat and fish instead of just fish. Perfect. Traditionalism gives, which is also increases the upper limit, because before you would just run out of fish. What's happening to railways? Everything's local. They've changed a bunch of stuff. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. Can you imagine skipping reading this changelog? I can, but then we would just be like going through a just like catastrophic or chaotic thing. Can I buff Intelligentsia by putting the rest in gov or boosting radicals, i.e. I'm pausing? Yeah, basically. Inver boost, let's go. Yeah. Traditionalism, okay, but this is going to be super important with local prices. Okay, traditionalism now gives minus 15% state market access price impact. Stock exchange gives 10% state market price impact. So traditionalism is going to make local prices a heavier weight, and stock exchange is going to give them a lighter weight. And so what it's going to do is it's going to have an equilibrium trending between local price and market price. Which is going to actually encourage you to build super wide, which is like going to slow down the player considerably, actually. But it's going to make it so you want to export really aggressively, I think, because in general, you are going to want to pull market prices up and keep local prices low. Maybe. I have to think through this some more. The brain is like hurting already. German and Italian unification, we probably won't be doing that. Now inherit the incorporation status of any countries they annex as part of the unification event. Cool. Increase the number of states required to form Germany from 23 to 23, which means that Prussia needs to either take from France or Austria in addition to the various minor countries. Interesting. Illegitimate governments may now only enact law. This is gonna affect 3v3v3, which we are hosting the finals this Sunday, the first half of the finals for patch 1.3.6. If anyone's interested, it's gonna be a bit of a banger. There's some very heavy prize support. The winner will get the opportunity to buy themselves a candy bar, but they will not receive a candy bar, merely the opportunity, which is a substantive prize. Okay, illegitimate governments may now only enact laws that have support from political movements rather than being blocked from enactment altogether. This is super nice because there were times where people could be you could get forced into an illegitimate government because so many people were mad at you, and that illegitimate government, you could not try and pass a law that would make everyone happier with you because it was illegitimate, and everyone but the trade unionists is now out of gov because they're all mad at you, and they're all supporting the same political movement, but you can't pass the law because you're illegitimate. This gets rid of that. Remove diplomatic actions to become demand subject and ask for independence. Those are done through diplomatic demands instead. Okay. Ranching is now fully separate, which maybe means you can, like, get out from underneath someone without having to fight them. Ranching is now fully separate from agriculture, just like plantations. Ranching is now fully separate building group from agriculture, just like wait, what? What does this mean? Is agriculture going to be grain only? Stop making unification harder. Unification makes me harder. Radical oil change is probably going to be my favorite change update. Adds more reason to actually make your population happy. Yeah, these are massive changes to the game. I agree. The patch 1.4 was just like a little ETT. You got the observatory, which opens up. That's what you got. For the most part, this is the meat and the swinging. You know, you just hang down and swing. So, number of maximum commanders removed in favor of formation. Removed vineyards production from wheat and maize farms. That's fantastic, because we didn't want to make maize anyways. Added wine potential for certain states. The maximum potential imports and exports of trade routes is now multiplied by the buy-sell diff at max factor. Declined so that exported imported goods with no local consumption production aren't always stuck around at base price. So that imported exported goods with no local consumption production aren't always stuck around at base price. My brain, like, auto-completed, like, dick into there. Okay. Deploy front map selection for armies. Combat units can now be disbanded. We'll kind of see what that looks like. Deploy to C node. Colonial exploitation now. now lowers manufacturing throughput in unincorporated states by 10%, but boosts the throughput of... Yes, this is so good. This is like kind of how it should have always worked. So it's going to lower manufacturing throughput and increase, boost mining plantations and rubber by 20%, which is perfect. Dongola and Blue Nile now have the Nile River trade. Okay, that's cool. Slight buff for Egypt. Egypt has no chop, so they suffer quite a bit from that. Grain and fruit sugar. Ranches are way better for fabric too. This is the expansion. Can someone send me the link where you could read that? Yeah, I can. I think I can. I don't think YouTube will bop me, right? Surely they will not bop the person. Remove Sahara penalties from Dongola. I guess I probably should click up there. It'll show where I've been. Recontextualize several agitator events to now fit with their populist figures. Numerous state traits that add infrastructure penalties for difficult terrain have been changed to be either present in states which have a majority of terrain or are clearly divided by that terrain. Okay, so this is great. So they're removing a lot of infrastructure penalties, apparently. Some traits that had infrastructure penalties and were not deemed suitable for any state have been changed to another state or removed. Perfect. Readjusted POPs so that POPs are less likely to buy basic goods when better available. Rice farms now have double employment and production. Double employment and production. This is fantastic because rice farms are insane if they just doubled it because it was already adjusted up a little bit. But this is to offset the subsistence rice farms. Added values of second, and it sounds like plantations don't use arable land anymore. So, yeah, a lot of buffs to the Dong state. That's correct. Adjusted the value of secondary PMs on textile mills, furniture manufacturing, glassworks, and chem plants so that they are usually profitable. Okay. Incorporated states now have minus 10% state access to price impact. This makes a lot of sense. This is also, oh man, there's so many new like effects and stuff to like work through and like think about. Lowered the cost to build shipyards. Interesting. So what, now they're going to cost 16 weeks versus 24 weeks? Standardized trains, formerly steam engine trains, PM is now unlocked by steel railway. Cars, interesting. Electric trains now give higher infrastructure but have higher input costs. Diesel trains also now give more infrastructure but have higher input costs. Infrastructure has been lowered for steam trains, electric trains, and diesel trains. So infrastructure nerf on the back of this as well. China buff. Wait, plantations don't use arable land? Busted. Yeah, you mean in your pants? Because that's... I need to tell. So, it's going to take a time to adjust to this patch, not to mention it will change with time. Yeah, this is... just market prices alone, or local prices alone, create such a, like, substantive thing. That is just... yeah, it's wild. Rebalance Prussia's, France, Great Britain's, and USA starting buildings, production methods, and trade routes, blah, 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 so that they aren't immediately unprofitable, if that makes sense. Lowered the amount of alcohol in subsistence buildings, terrible. Anchorages now produce 20 convoys, down from 50. RIP. Reduced... this is really RIP if UK turns off them. Reduce the overall level of service production on urban centers. Okay. Reduced urbanization from heavy industries to cut down on excessive service production in industrialized states. For those of you who don't know, you on the heavy industry, you would generate 4 urbanization instead of 3 or whatever it was, like something like this. Arts academies were changed to have 5K workforce so as to not differ so much from other urban buildings. Awesome. Increase the amount of fabric livestock ranches can produce. And here's where we get the bad news for me. Now I have to go back and change the spreadsheet. Craftsman Sewings changes number of outputs in inputs and etc. And like they're just rebalancing all of these PMs. And if they're rebalancing all these PMs, suddenly our spreadsheet is nothing. So we have to go back in and redo all of this spreadsheet stuff. So our spreadsheet will not be useful. You have no power here, Generalist spreadsheet. Ha 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 ha. Added recoil mechanics production to arms industries. Cool. Hardwood production for logging camps increased output from 10 to 20. But hardwood production for wood. Oh my god, it's gonna be an inefficient PM now. Why you do this? They nerfed logging. No! No, I won't even know how to play anymore. Added focused hardwood production for method for logging camps. Balanced glasswork and chem plants so that the later production method now profitable. Lowered input goods for coal engines for railroads. Lowered transportation output costs for railway production methods. So this is someone mentioned earlier. Passenger carriages, PMs no longer reduce infrastructure when activated. No longer reduces infrastructure. This is actually nice from a QLL perspective because it was always really annoying to activate if you didn't already have it activated. So you would just want to activate it initially. So, okay. Logging's still good? Yeah, I was only joking. I assumed that logging was still insane. Alright, we're going to stop this madness in the name of the king. We're going to stop that. Increased logging potentials. Oh, baby! Give me that. Increased logging potential in Amazons, Congo, and Siberia. Fantastic. Manufacturing, government buildings, etc., blah, blah, blah. Gave very intensive agriculture. Gave Greece an starting interest in Italy. And now AI. AI is more likely to support if they're already leading. AI is, I think we don't need to read through this. I'll read through this later. The AI is already like super random and psychotic, so who cares? Performance. Improve the evaluation speed of Belle Epoque. Okay. Improve performance. Okay. Interface. Added. I mean, the interface is all going to be pink, right? This is my understanding. Art. Graphics are blah, blah, blah. You can look at formations. Blah, blah. Modding. This is beyond my purview, and any modder will be reading this themselves. Bug fixes. Hey, not that many bug fixes. Buildings that were doing poorly could get stuck in a loop of firing employees only to raise wages and then fire again. Yeah, okay. Trade competitiveness was not correctly calculated. That's good to know. Also, that entire system is really opaque, so I wish that they would make it more clear what exactly trade competitiveness and volume is doing. Like, if they could tell you what it would be otherwise and this sort of thing. Nurses will no longer fire in events with wars with less than 1K of whatevers. Shipyards appearing twice in the building lens. Okay. Future plans. Visuals of armies moving on the map, improved front lines, return of conscripts and naval warfare mechanics, which they've disabled, improved orders, historical, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're actually going to run a poll for which country we play. And we are just going to want to play just a really play as a relatively large country or a country with tech. So, Sweden, let's say Austria, France, or I guess people only want one thing, and it's Japan. I think I want to see someone with tech though. Belgium? No, we're just actually gonna just do these options only. Gonna play as relatively people with relatively good stuff. Yo, let's go, and then we'll get into game here. So, open beta 1.5. Oh, I'm not going to close this because we might need to refer back to this. I'm talking about the. All right. I love this load screen. It doesn't always play it, but I do love me some load screen. Let's see what people have. Play Korea? Don't you mean UK into Korea? Have you decided which nation we'll play as? No, we have not. But people are voting for Sweden right now. We will actually probably switch a lot. I initially wanted to check if naval landings work the same way, and then they said that you just auto-land everyone. And so it looks like Sweden's winning the poll right now by a decent margin, and so I think we're gonna play Sweden, but we're probably gonna swap around a lot what we're playing, because we're gonna be looking around a lot at, like, everything. Okay, so... companies. Potential companies. Alright, so this is the first thing that we care about here. Okay, so, Agricultural Development Society, at 100% prosperity, we'll get rural group approval. This is not too big a deal. Actually, let's see about this arable land nonsense. Can we build plantations? We might actually swap countries a lot. Let's swap to a country that can build plantations. Let's swap to Kebab. Everyone who voted is just instantly upset. We'll swap back, don't worry. Okay, so... is the plantation using the arable land? See, this is capped at... yeah, it looks like the stuff still uses the arable land. Okay. But, there's no plus outside of the thing. Now, there's more buildings, right? Explosive factory. So just one more building. So let's swap back to Sweden. And, continue to take a look at these, some of these, and we'll try and decide what we're going to play to. We're almost certainly going to play to, something... colony growth speed actually seems like a decent modifier here. Standard, colonial products. And so this is interesting. Silken dyes incorporated, wine and fruit incorporated, combine of fishes, gives 10% convoys. This is not inconsequential. We're probably going to do the United Forestry, +1 infrastructure per 100k population. Hey, let's go, baby. +20 maximum infra from pop. This is going to be so fucking meta. I assume. Ooh, 10%. What the hell? 10% minting from gold? You're just like, holy shit. Like, when they did the dev diary for this, they just showed a bunch of +1 IG approval type bonuses, which are like, no big deal, but 10% minting's fat. So is steel mill building throughput. Birth rate's pretty fat, too. What did the fisheries one? The fisheries gave us convoys, which is, like, also nice. Intelligentsia approval. Minus radicals from standard of living decreases. Man, this done changes the game. We, of course, don't know which PMs are best anymore, because they rebalanced all of them. So, like, we don't know that textiles are best or this type of thing. And we didn't want to change the thing on stream, but this is a lot to take in. Migration attraction from oil? Oh, that is so fat. I mean, yeah, look at me saying, this one's gonna be meta, and then there's a ton of fat ones. Production, power plants building throughput? Okay. I think we just still do this one initially. United Forestry Conglomerate. I think we can only establish one out of one companies. And we are going to look to get our wood up. We're going to look to get our wood up. Okay, so now what are we going to do next? Well... Sorry, excuse me. Man, there's like so much going on here. But I think we're gonna want more construction. Let's look where we have infrastructure. We don't have infrastructure there. We have a little bit of infrastructure there. We have a little bit there, a little bit. Man, we're just like literally just out of infrastructure at game start. So we can't even like, we have a little bit here. We have a little bit in Norland. Okay. So I guess we're gonna put down 2 construction centers here, and they're on this already, so okay. In terms of our building, and then I think we are going to want to, well, actually, let's look at local prices. This is, oh man, there's so much going on here now. so here we have the market price, Svealand price, and Swedish market price. And what are they selling at? I wish I knew what they were selling at exactly. But actually, let's only build one construction center here because it's going to use iron, right? And so this, the price of this should be really depressed locally, right? No, Pops are using it. Damn. I mean, this should be high. Svealand price is plus 20%, and we see it is... So it is eating at the plus 20% Svealand price. Here it looks like, at the local price. Man, there's so much going on now. This changes so much. We might want to delete some unis. Because don't we have a level 4 uni somewhere? You really care about the economies of scale with the universities. Oh, I guess we just have the 2. This is probably fine. Oh, we could turn on lighting to give us more infrastructure, right? Alright, I assume this is still meta. But we're gonna be building this. And now we have authority, and I'm assuming... So we're going to add another construction sector here, and we are going to use the construction... We're going to use manufacturing, edict, and road maintenance here. And then, what do we have up here? I think we use resources on the upper one. And maybe... We're gonna try this normal kind of strategy where we split the things. I think we don't have railroads, so I think, considering we're like almost out of infrastructure, I think we do want to go railroads relatively early. We're gonna go like this, something like this. Okay, so that's kind of normal starting stuff. Then we'll increase this. We'll add a tax on... Wow. Is fish normally that high? I guess this is part of the 1.4 changes where it's much heavier weighting towards fish. And they also changed services output and severely nerfed services, right? So now, maybe the metagame's done changed in terms of what's even best to tax. I don't think we want to tax the basic food, but it is notable that fish is actually the most profitable here. We might tax fish. I think we'd rather do the syntaxes, but there is that. Okay, so we're gonna do this kind of normal starting stuff, and then now ostensibly we have this. So first, Swedish army. So we have 30 units, and we have military unit types in here, and we just have 30 line infantry. And we have cannon artillery and mobile artillery that can be built. Hussars and dragoons. That sounds like non-artillery, so I'm guessing this is supposed to say cavalry, but it doesn't say cavalry. And I'm thinking, what happens if we click this? Okay, so we can choose where we're getting it from. Sure. We could switch between irregular and line. So I'm guessing dragoons are the higher tier and mobile. Okay, so this is cannons versus the other one. I'm thinking we want artillery, right? Well, can we convert? What happens if we do this and then this? Okay. So we have to build up the thing. But where did the delete come from? Okay. We'll build 2 cannons, I guess. I don't know what's going on exactly here. I think we're going to tentatively unpause and still try and figure out what's going on. We do have the ledgers down here now as well. See journal entries. Urbanized Sweden. Let's take a look here. We actually probably want to fix up some PMs some. Almost certainly. Especially we got a ton of fish. Let's make those all privately owned. We got the chop chops, baby. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Chat's been chatting. I've been stuck and scrolled up. I was like, why is it so stuck? Okay, so I'm not gonna read into infinite vills with stuff. Someone spammed Norway, that's true. Someone really went in Norway. We're already taking a look at Sweden, but maybe we should have made Norway. Oh my god, there's so many of you chatting. Give me a sec. I'm not gonna catch all the way up, I'm just gonna do from this thing. I was like stuck on this scroll thing. What's the best country to reach 1 billion GDP? Undoubtedly China. Careful with war, I already fucked up multiple times. It does seem better, but it takes some clicking around to know what's going on. Well, luckily we're going to declare war on someone who's relatively small. So, we will make demand that they become a puppet. This will give us 4.2 infamy. Our side has this stuff, their side has this side, undecided, and this will force the diplomatic play. So let's do this. We assume they don't accept. I think USSR chain, corporatism tax, hello. Tax the serms strong. The fish. Local price has one value in one state. Every building uses this price. Price is based on 100% infra, determined as market price, and 25% local. Local price has one value in one state. Every building uses this price. Yeah. So this is the... It wasn't the, you get the profitable version and the unprofitable version. It was, I think we'll just also put in war reparations, but we don't need to make this primary. And then ban slavery and open market. Well, I guess we could try and sway. And reverse sway and do all this, like, weird stuff. You did not delete barracks, you unassigned the unit to that group. So like this, oh man, there's like so much going on right here. Hey Generalist, is the new military something like CK3? I don't have an opinion on it yet. We're just getting into it. We can't plan the naval invasion yet. How's 1.5? Overwhelming. There's so much new stuff going on. Czech state trades, infrastructure and agriculture got changed. That's fair. So let's take a look. So we have, these are probably even better. Okay, so this looks normal. But they said with the... They said they were going to change a lot of this stuff. That already got buffed, but we knew that was getting buffed. Amazons look the same. It looks relatively similar to what it's been before. But I think that we're actually just going to need to spread out the construction centers just as like a kind of concession to... We're going to put this one on auto expand. This one should be relatively profitable. But now we see, okay, we have really cheap hardwood. So let's go into the market tab. We're going to just take a look at prices. But even if we import stuff, we're not going to decrease the local price that much if we export it. Because of the local prices. So we're going to do this and this. But I'm thinking that now as hardwood kind of sucked. Okay, what does this do? Minus 60 wood and plus 40 hardwood. That is not efficient anymore unless they've chased the best base prices. So we're going to just focus on softwood production here. And tools are expensive here now. right? Because we have no tool production here. So if we take a look here, the Swedish market price is plus 31, and here they're plus 37. So you have to eat more expensive tools. The pause isn't hell anymore. They broke naval orders. Mountains in Russia now lose the debuff. Let's take a look. That's a huge buff. Oh, baby. Dude. Perm might be like the best state. Or it's like, the Perm just looks absolutely insane on the back of that. Okay, so apparently we have to plan a naval invasion. Click here, select a fleet, click this army, confirm. You have few flotillas. This will give minus invasion efficiency. Yeah, but we were told we just automatically get in on every invasion, so we'll just do that. I guess we also just want to try and pass a law. We would prefer parliamentary republic. That will probably rev us. Landed voting might not. Landed voting is probably a step in the right direction. We don't want to get stuck on this, like, low... whatever. We could exile. So the proper play would be to exile this guy to get a particular leader in place. We probably could actually force a market liberal here, huh? So let's actually... Okay, so now we can only create army, right? Station. So we have this general. And he's our only general, right? He has a command limit of 60. He's authoritarian armed forces. So let's try and recruit another general and see if we have a market lib guy available. This guy's a jingoist. Jingoist is probably okay. So now if we exile the moderate, we're very likely to get him. Did it say that the naval invasion time was 999 days? I think that's just a... I assume that's a display bug. USA East Coast. Love the changes. Are these just now coal throughput? Oh yeah, this is insane. Yeah. The changes make a lot of sense though. I think that we are going to want to build tooling workshops. So now already we're like, I feel like the need to spread out a bit. We see the auto queue is picking up some food industries here, which it produces fish is produced here, as is grain, as is meat. So all the inputs are kind of locally here. We're gonna swap on to sweeteners here and pot stills. We obviously want way more construction, but okay. So we're gonna still try and kind of do normal, like how we're playing. Play a little bit normal here. We see where these guys are. Military formation, custom tooltip. We see where they are. No? Traveling the coast, 57 days left. Okay. Make sure you have your commander on push front. Well, there's only one state, but yeah, let's... I can't do anything yet. General's busy with naval invasion. And the naval invasion grabs an entire state, so I'm guessing we just are going to grab this entire state here for free. I think... But I think that we also... Following this, I think we're going to want to build a secondary army. Or split our army into two pieces. I wish we could... Or, I'm guessing there's a way... I want to assign some of this line infantry to instead be mobile artillery. And I mean, really got to look at some of the numbers with these things, because I don't know how much... If I hover dragoons, I get this to do, right? So I don't know how good dragoons are or this sort of thing, but I have a sneaking suspicion you will want to use like a sort of cavalry mobile artillery force or just cavalry for your colonialization efforts because they'll conquer faster, but this is just a guess. They remade intergroup opinion buffs and debuffs for some country. This is true. Let's take a look at ours. Because if one country is going to be customized, it's going to be Sweden, right? So we get contribution, efficiency, and influence. That's normal. Authority, birth rate. That's normal. Education access, normal. We get tax minus. That's normal. Military goods cost, I think, is normal. Research speed is normal. Offense, defense, normal. Migration, detraction, normal. Normal. Society, normal. This is, I think is that new? Tax avoidance? I can't remember. I never get there, Malice. Too good at the game. Research speed, normal. Normal. Infrastructure is normal. Ooh, this is now gives plantations. It used to just be agriculture and ranches. Now it's giving plantations. So this is interesting. How's 1.5 going? It's tremendously interesting. Tech spread is minus 10%. But like, also just like, have I fully embraced the grocery store maxing line after 1.4? I mean, I kind of would have, except they readjusted all the PMs. So now. I mean, I have to look at what PMs are best. And also, there's this consideration. You're going to want to get company bonuses. And the question is, do we like the birth rate bonus over something else? States with both coal and iron are even better, but the pops will be used up fast. Yeah, go military tech. It'll read that around. It should help you. Go military tech? Oh, you're right. You're right. If I go mil tech, let's find us some Dragoon PM, right? Where's the Dragoon PM? Nope, no assistance here, I think. I don't think we're gonna get, so maybe we just don't use any of the cavalry. Look at the army it's moving on the map. Where? It exists. This is a time, here's a place. Now is the time, here's the place. And we just full occupy them instantly. The foods will get you pregnant. I mean, have you ever given a girl garlic bread? You know what happens next. You just described vertical integration. Yeah, the truth hurts. The truth of economies. But this is good. So, like, I mean, we're building tools here because they're insanely expensive. So we know this tooling workshop is going to be profitable because the local price is high. And stuff like, what is it? There's a law, right? Which one is the... Oh, I can't remember which one gave the thing. We actually might not even want to do landed voting right now if we can get a... Why don't we do this? I understand. Exile. Reform government. Something like this. And then, oh, we're on 25% already? Alright, we'll continue with it. But the idea is, we wanted to go colonial affairs. That's why we're doing this. Why are you doing this to us? Hey, we're producing our cannon, and suddenly we're losing a ton of money. Now, what is this? It's probably just construction goods. Yeah, it's just construction goods. But we can try and... So now you actually do really want to... The construction goods are going to end up being pretty expensive, like, locally. Like, here they're quite expensive, right? So... And then... It looks like the auto queue is not just building wine only. But someone told me not to use it, so we might have to restart. He was a market liberal, you should re-invite him. He got exiled to be market liberal. Hey. We're gonna invite him, but we're gonna do our jingoist stuff first. Back on our bullshit. Do you see our moving like on the map? We saw that. I'm not sure if we saw it like fully moving. But now our Swedish army. So let's reorganize a little bit, right? Select formation. The second Swedish army has no general. We gotta change this guy to advance. Okay, how do we move one of these guys over? Do we just need to recruit a new general? Alright, we'll just recruit a new general. He had me at hello. So this guy is a Republican, authoritarian, jingoist. So now we're gonna Dominion Transvaal. Country must be part of a diplomatic play. So now they're going to refuse, and now we can mobilize. And now we can deploy to front, and we can deploy them here. I said we can deploy them here. Do we have to click like this? Okay, I guess we can't click the map. This is fine. The company does not work right now. The PH button does nothing. It does something for me. We have a company. We're getting... plus infrastructure per 100k population and maximum infrastructure from population right now. It is keeping us afloat because we basically started with 0 infrastructure, and now we have a decent amount of infrastructure. Also, we're getting a throughput bonus on logging. I forget exactly what the bonus on logging is, but our logging is very nice. Also, they massacred our poor boy. You're now going to want to split between hardwood and not hardwood, I think. In fact, let's check our hardwood price in the market. Our hardwood price is still super depressed. We just don't have demand for hardwood in many places. I think we have... we're going to turn down the hardwood here as well. Just overall going to make us more productive. This place is employing up. We have several government constructions kind of coming through, but this is going to make my head hurt, though, because this... We're going to have to be, more aware of local prices. Look at this. So, we can't stack up, the wood's not even very expensive. Let's see if we can try and... So we're actually running a shortage here. So let's import some from... Let's see what's the most productive. Well, Transvaal is going to be giving us some of the things. We're going to import from Russia. Why not Prussia as well? Oh, because it's going to use convoys? Britain's is not. So, popular outreach. Cool. Cool. Take a look at Society Tech, most in the left chain. There's a new modifier I don't understand. Take a look at Society Tech. You've tried the UK, not opening the menu. Weird. Yeah, I mean, you gotta expect it to be buggy. So we're gonna take a look at Society Tech, the leftmost thing. The new modifier. Take a look at Society Tech. Wait, I gotta reread this. Take a look in Society Tech, most left chain. There was a new modifier. I don't understand what it do. Leftmost chain. The fertilizers? Oh, this one. Unlocks the explosives building. Well, now explosives and fertilizers are bifurcated. There's 2 different buildings now. Which is great, because before, fertilizer price used to get really depressed, so you couldn't get enough explosives, and it's you just, hate... You just hate yourself. Oop, we did want to put in war reps if we are going to fight them, and ban slavery, and open their market. Actually, can we... Sway with become subject, or sway with transfer subject? Oh, this is so cool. We're going to be able to reverse sway, too. So this means you're actually going to be able to get a decent amount of wars in. Does regime change still cost infamy? Oh, it does. Okay. Be nice if we could take stuff down, but yeah, it does cost infamy. That's unfortunate because we're just planning on annexing them later anyways. Okay, not too big a deal. Currently making quite a bit of money. Society, not production. Society, oh my god, you guys are right. I apologize. Society to, oh, corporatism. Hey, let's take a look. So this gives us more companies, but you said leftmost. So there's a modifier you were uncertain of. Max weekly construction progress. Land trade capacity. Max weekly construction progress. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, it's all... the only thing I care about is the production tax, really. So max number of companies. So your companies will be capped at 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of... Can we delete a company? We can disband companies. Okay. When I see my max construction sector limit. So does that mean that that might mean that when we get the next one, we could put in 25 construction a tick instead of 20. Yeah, so that's kind of what I think. Local prices is in. And like, there's so much going on here. It looks like they backed down. And so we'll dominion these guys. Actually, why don't we try and... I think we should go after Brunei, because we want to trade with China, I think. But I think we also want to create demand for some of... We are producing hardwood here specifically. So the furniture is probably going to be pretty good. And we don't have... Yeah, this is our first furniture manufactory. It's going to be really profitable with this cheap hardwood. This can only build livestock ranches, and this will produce some fabric, which will... I mean, we have expensive fabric here. But let's see, let's take a look why the fabric's expensive here. Now, we know that the... Okay, so why is the local price? We have the local price and the market price. So the market price is really high, and this is informing the local price. It's like a dual track weighting, which is probably actually a better way of doing it than what we did. Build things faster, yeah. Which is a change that people were asking for, so... It seems like stuff is costing less infamy, too. No, this is actually probably a normal amount of infamy. We haven't seen a Diplo play from any of the AI, so I've been kind of keeping an eye on that for, you know, trying to... Generalist is making IKEA, basically. I've been trying to keep an eye for reverse sway, but I guess maybe we could take a look. I don't see... I'm just looking for new icons, right? Stuff we haven't seen before. That doesn't have art assets. But I think some of these actually give us... Okay, atmospheric engine. We didn't prep this. We're not on our A game here. Don't we have coal problems anyways, generally? Yeah, we don't have too much coal. Rip the dream. So we're gonna make coal here, but the problem is this is gonna decrease the market price. Hey, look, our guys are coming back. They do move on the map. We're just absolutely high-rolling our pass chance. 2 types of shipyards, civil and military. Local goods prices means you have to concentrate in all the area and industries with raw resources. Not sure I like that. Yeah, maybe to some extent. I think that there's kind of a lot to think through in terms of effects. Because trade is now affecting the market price, which is going to pull the equilibrium between market and whatever price. But yeah, it does seem like you would want to build local. However, yeah, it does seem that way. Because these guys do not get to sell at the higher price when it is demanded elsewhere in the market. So the coal mines, the coal mines are going to produce coal, and they're going to sell at this depressed local price that's lower, and then these guys are going to have to buy at the higher price. So overall, I think the overall effect is going to have a depressing effect on the economy. Had to stop the Prussia game. Military is so half-baked, I don't understand any of it. Well, I mean, there's a couple ways to figure out. I suppose you could just watch people to try and figure it out. So we're going to select this fleet, we're going to select this army, we're going to confirm, and we're going to naval invade North Borneo. Allegedly. And this is going to give us a strategic interest in the region, so we can get rid of this interest, and we are going to... Maybe we do the Mara Shuffle? I'm not sure exactly what we'll do with that interest yet. Alright, we're losing quite a bit of money here. These guys are running a shortage, which is a bit of a problem. The logging is really going to keep it... The logging is super keeping us alive, though. But, like, we literally start the game with, like, 0 infrastructure. I don't know how I feel about that. Isn't landed voting more biased towards, the... landowners than oligarchy? I don't think so. Or it's like, it's more biased towards landowners than industrialists, but it is going to be easier to, with voting, it is going to be easier to do other stuff later. And then also, it is going to be easier to get, like, the Intelligentsia up under landed voting. But the landowners might be a little bit stronger under it. The ones who will suffer are the industrialists. But overall, oligarchy is fine to stay on to. But we're just, we're just gonna try and get this law through. I'm so not focused on landed voting right now relative to, like, other stuff that's going on. I'm just trying to... This is, like, so much to try and think through in terms of trying to affect local prices. Like, it's gonna make it so that chasing throughput in one place just sucks, right? Maximize interest to maximize reverse sways. I like that idea. I think we're gonna go for an Arabia. I think we're gonna go for Bahrain here. We just instant occupy, I think, the whole thing. So naval invasions are easier than ever. Let's see if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere. No, but Gotland... We are closest to having insufficient, so we're just going to put one down there. Mobilize all armies button there. Interesting. Looks like we're overall losing money here. And soon we're going to be out of infrastructure, I think. We're almost out there. Got a little bit there. And we're doing 2 edicts. We have a bit in Gotland, though. And so, what can we build in Gotland? Well, we don't currently have demand for this wood, really. That is local. But we have a lot of demand for, locally, for tooling workshops. So yeah, the spreading out the tools. So building tools tall seems not as good. Let's look at our trade routes. But also, like, oh man, I think trade might also just generally be less efficient. They just kind of like nutted any sort of efficiency. And maybe stuff picks up as the game goes on, but we're going to want to encourage imports and just import from the Danish market, I guess. And then we're going to want to encourage imports of this, maybe. Or we're going to want to produce it ourselves, not 100% sure. Good evening, are there plantations for wine yet? No, but I don't think we have potential for it. It will take some testing, but if you can keep price low in one province for inputs and then sell the outputs on the market high, yeah, this will be insane if you could do this. We're also probably gonna get, oh man, we get the Lantama party. Damn it. I was hoping that this guy and this guy would party, or wait. Oh no, wait, we have... We can't step this guy down, actually, because we just recently stepped a guy down. Oh, no, wait. Okay, we wanted to do colonial affairs anyways, so we're going to do colonial exploitation here, and then after that, we'll promote the market liberal. I think this will be the plan. Now, we have Brunei. So, we still haven't seen a single Diplo play, so the AI might just be super passive in this build. Thought we declared an interest over here. Nope, I guess not. So we'll go after Bahrain. But not seeing any wars. Maybe the AI is just super passive. Does trade centers influence local prices? This is a good question. So where do we have our trade center that's importing fabric, right? So this one's importing fabric and exporting hardwood. So they should have cheaper fabric prices locally. Looks like they do. But I don't see production. It's not part of production, so it will not positively affect local prices, but it will affect market prices. If they're using iron construction to build all your construction in a province with coal, wire, iron fabric, also make tools there, and then your construction will be like 15% cheaper than market rates. That's what I found just pressure. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to think is like, you are going to want to mainly build construction where you actually have iron, and then build up tools there, and then like this sort of thing. Like this tooling workshop's like pretty profitable. It's like, we are just creating like mini loops of this thing, kind of at the start here at least. How much available infra? We have a decent amount of available infra, but we are also doing road maintenance here, so just kind of road maintenancing from the start, running out of infra pretty fast here. Internal migration should be faster so people can come. Is it faster with the change or not? It makes buffs when you build production chains in one state, but I certainly don't... Yeah, another thing is like, you can also inflate market price relative to local by exporting stuff. Right, so if we export tools, we will inflate the market price, but the local price can still be depressed by local tool production. But I'm not sure... Like, in my head... So, like, the inputs, if you export the inputs... So, if we exported softwood, right? We're already on export prioritization. But if we export softwood, we can make all of our chops more profitable. Nope, because everything has to eat the price at the same one. Yeah, it's not getting bifurcated prices. It's getting an equilibrium price between local and market. And so I thought it was going to use bifurcated price, and it's not. Even if you import goods into your market, the local area doesn't make any of that goods, so those industries will suffer from the negative local prices. So, I mean, I really have to think through how trade is going to work, and I think goods should have buildings on its own, company be like unique hybrids. They buffed colonial exploitation to make it more exploitative. Yeah, they also nerfed the manufacturing on it, which is good, I think, because it's going to make it... Yeah, we haven't had a single diplomatic play made by someone else. This instantly starts a diplomatic play, I think. relative to the other thing. But this will also give us an interest in this region. Super not sure how, like, the military seems, yeah. This was way harder to get rid of them. It's boggles me as where mostly just the war changes. So we get our first sign of aggression here. France has sided against us. Okay. So we can become subject or transfer subject to sway them. We could transfer subject to sway Russia. So it looks like people are pretty willing to give away subjects. But can we sway France? Oh, I see. They become subject. We're just gonna load, I think, here. They became subject to France, though. So now they're suzerain, so now we can't sway France. Nor can we just back down without giving up war reparations. And I don't want to give up war reparations. And I don't think we can beat France in this. Especially because France can properly defend Bahrain. However, the AI does suck. The AI does suck. I mean, the AI sucks. Maybe we can defend against France landing? No, they auto-land us, right? Yeah, they automatically get in on the landing. There's no way we defend. Yeah. Was there a new theme? Or is this the same theme and new as general? No, there's no new themes. Okay. We're just gonna load. A little anticlimactic there. But, I don't wanna... Considering they auto-land us, I love when Vicky 3 YouTubers say that nerfing things they exploited is good. Did I say... I don't know exactly to what you're referring, but... I mean, I think it's kind of... The level of some things you can do in this game is just kind of stupid. It doesn't make for good realism, so... Also, dominioning a bunch of small powers is going to be a lot better. But that was the first time we saw the AI as, like a big power, you know, do something against us. When what is it, what? Sintang's not a J? Oh, they're Dominion. Whoops. Jesus, rip the dream. But that's the first time we've seen a GP AI side against us versus an unrecognized power, which is something they said was going to happen less often, but they swayed with become suzerain, which is like do full send. I'm not going to full send it into France. I mean, maybe we should be playing as France or like the UK or something. I thought we had, yeah, Brunei's not a full thing. I think if UK sides against us, Cape Colony doesn't get pulled in, so we're gonna dominion these guys, so... I assume they say no. Then we go for war reparations. These guys are recognized, though. Mobilize and transfer to... Nope, that's not what we wanted. We wanted assign to front. Can we assign like this? No, we can't click the map, but we can click this. And then we will see them leave... Oh wait, where are they? They're not here if the 15 stacks here. Something like this. Nerfs Kappa, feedback gaming. Why does feedback gaming look different? With the check mark? Interesting. Teach them that France failed for a reason. I don't think I could teach France a lesson on this patch. As it stands currently. Because they auto-land us, right? The landings automatically get in. And so the AI, France will just land me and wreck me with the, like, way bigger army. There's, like, 1.4, I would maybe take that rumble. Not now. Not now. But I think that this leads to overall inefficiency and reason to, like, spread out these market changes. we're like trying to make hardwood, like because so army's moving on the map now. Yeah. Thought we moved our 17 stack here. Also, some of this action. We see 2 camps and some lines drawn and this type of thing. Do you think that they should also split clothes and luxury clothes? No. Feedback is a pretty... Oh, Feedback's a pretty big YouTuber? Is that why he's got the check mark? I apologize for my lack of knowledge. He has 280k subs. He played the beta patch earlier today and the front lines were bugged a few times, so you bailed. Welcome Feedback Gaming. Almighty 50 times my size YouTuber. They probably want to make it harder for players to get 12k construction. Yeah, but rip the dream of getting to 69k construction again. I want to do it though. We get like throughput from this stuff, right? But this means we have to specialize because we can only pick like 4 of these. So maybe let's look through these again and try and think which is the best for this late game. Not colony growth speed, probably not. Minting is, well, minting will fall off as minting gets capped. Once you're like 200 million GDP or whatever. Steel mill's throughput might be insane. Birth rate, probably not, because eventual equilibrium employment problems. I mean, it could just be you want the good you want throughput on most is clothing or tools. This giving army offense is interesting. Minus supply consumption is actually an interesting one because I don't know if this is referring to all the unexploited goods or the goods that you use for the things, but if it is, then that minus consumption, or is it minus consumption? Is it minus consumption, not minus price? Minus price would allow for free stimulus of the economy. This is not the other one. They probably want to make it, yeah, welcome to Feedback Gaming. A little awkward moment when I don't know who the big YouTubers are. I'm but a humble YouTuber making videos. I actually don't watch too much videos myself on Victoria 3. Like, if I'm going to, like, how should I put this? You know, if I'm gonna make videos, like, and spend a lot of time working on videos, I'm probably gonna spend a lot less time watching them. This is so difficult. We don't have a single province that has both iron and coal. This is really gonna be the metagame, isn't it? You just find a province with iron and coal, it's gonna be make such a big difference. I'd stop, can't stand not being able to produce glass. You can't produce glass? What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I missing something? Was playing as Canada, had the USA join a native uprising against me in 1842. Rip the dream. Yeah, we might start a new run and play as someone who is significantly larger. You have to make a bunch of small fleets to take all of France's coast in one go. Oh my god, that is probably the strat. That's so disgusting though. Just make 15 fleets, land in 15 different spots, auto get in on all of them. We might be doing some of that later. Prussia's unique companies are very good. One in mid-game, other in wars. You might take a closer look at them then. Yeah, this just seems to primarily create inefficiency, right? Because the sell orders will almost always get cheaper. Like, because wherever we're producing iron, it's going to be cheaper than the rest of the market. So this means that our sell orders are depressed, right? And then the buy orders are almost always going to be more expensive because, like, this just makes it so you want to spread out all your economies. Oh, God. Right? Because the buy orders are... We should probably be on craftsman sewing and dyes. But, like, so we'll never be able to get the... Since there's a market price and a local price for silk, and the local price for silk, while we're importing it, is always going to wreck our guts. You know, like, rearrange them a bit. Right? Because we'll take a look in a second, but, like, right, we're not going to hit shortages, but if we take a look at the textile mills, right? Okay, first of all, they're employing down, but, like, second of all, let's actually look at local prices here on the, because we're only importing, so in theory the local price should be way higher. Now, why is the local price the same as the market price here? I don't understand that. Why is that? Because I was thinking, in theory, since there's no production of silk here, the local price should be... Oh, is it capped at, like, plus 50% or something? Maybe we should have taken the enactment stuff, but whatever. Oh, if we automatically get in on Bolivia, then, like, this should be an easy war, right? Easy clap. I mean, to be fair, what if one country just had a megacity with 50% of their population? Players can't be trusted with the landing power, I assume you're referring to? Yeah. Because there's no local goods production, so the local price is just the market price. But, I feel like earlier, before we had tools here, the price of tools was inflated. So maybe it's because there's no price whatsoever. So the local prices for tools here is now smaller than market. But I remember it being inflated. So if there's any production in the market, so if we produce one silk factory, maybe it just increases them. Time Dog, they added local markets with this update. They did. This is the public beta. It's not necessarily very stable. Welcome back. Long time no see. I was concerned you had died. Not actually died, but just, you know, burnt out. Probably been asked this before, but what do you think of the warfare changes? I'm going to give the same answer I gave before, which is my sample size is too small to, like... I also haven't done a big war. We might swap to someone like France or Prussia or someone who can actually rumble. Open concrete good. Look at the pop-up window. My bad that make you understand local prices before. What? Okay, so let's just look at the ones with positive balance. So, like, the local prices are way higher, like, on... Or, sorry, way lower. Well, it's actually not way, way lower when we, even though we have a huge overproduction here. But here, the local price is higher because we're using it on construction, but we're thinking about the silk, right? Okay, so silk, now here we have the local price more expensive than the market price when we are importing silk. So this is going to mean if you are using something as an import, it's always going to lead to some inefficiency. How come Brazil didn't win the Civil War? I don't know, man. Reverse stonks. It's probably a cap though, because I think it's just a cap. Like it gets capped at like plus 50%, minus 50%. It must be it. The local prices can't pull the equilibrium across the 50% line, something like this. Because now it's operating how we thought, and that is going to, like, we're probably having the same phenomenon with dyes, yeah, because the market price is this, and this is the local price. That is going to actually just make... It's going to be so much harder to crank up GDP to 1 billion with this. Well, now I basically did. Yeah. Oh, we're not big enough to puppet these guys. Rip the dream, dude. What size power are we? We're minor, so we can only do insignificance. Although now we can kind of go after Puritani if we wanted. This is a reasonable state. Okay, so there's some very serious forced inefficiency from the things, from this like local and good prices, and it seems like it's actually relative to the baseline of like what's current. It's like it never helps you, or never is not necessarily the right word, because if we overproduce wood here, right, we can make really cheap furniture, and then we can export a whole lot of the furniture, and so we could get our margins really big. So you can get really huge margins on production stuff. Looks like we should probably export this. And now we have the trade routes, easy trade routes with Qing, so why don't we import some of this? I can't import that anymore. Tea, maybe? Nope, can't import tea from Qing. That's kind of crazy. We're going to try and import it anyways and see what happens. Oh, we cannot run that many trade routes. Rip. Okay. Oh, we're importing? Yeah, let's not import some of this stuff. Let's do that. Something like that. So you can click on wood in this window. Okay, this window has to have been applying to something when we were looking at local prices, right? So we click on wood here. We can click local prices and see the local prices in all these different places, and they're all different. There's no one that's like capped at. Well, this one might be capped, right? But Scania, why is Scania cheaper? Do local prices actually work if an entire production chain is in the same state? Well, if the local price will be the market price if the entire chain is in one state. Keep it going. You're making great stuff. The only thing I'd change is encourage you to edit the timeline of some of your full play games. Edit the timeline? I don't know what you mean by edit the timeline. Other than, like, are you talking about put in less material per gameplay year or something like this, or more material per gameplay year? Just tried USA. They suggested France to become Dominion for health. That shouldn't happen, and I lost my only war goal. Oh, yeah, it breaks the war goal. That makes sense. Kind of appreciate the local good stuff. It means you can't make every industry and have focus on your comparative advantage. Yeah. I mean, just because I think something's kneecapping the player doesn't mean I think it's a bad change. I kind of, like, 1.0 was absurd. Like, I could just conquer the world as Tunisia. It was kind of, crazy. Remember, you can reduce the effects of market price variance with certain society techs. Yes. And so I think that, in general, local prices are going to be something that kneecaps the player in are going to be preferred not to happen as you overcome local prices and have better trade infrastructure and become more globalized. You will get more efficient, and so this will be a good thing. At least they made rice farms now have 10k employed. Yeah, that is nice. The problem is the rest of the stuff is still going to be 5k employment, but at least the rice paddies. But this is going to make it so in places with rice farms, boy, do you really want the thing that they built to be rice farms, right? So let's find a place with rice farms. So level 6, it's employing 60k. This is level 15. It's employing, 5k per level here. And so, man, oh man, are you really gonna want your places to really, that it has the double production and double, I assume they still have the booty PMs for labor saving too, so maybe this is not necessarily the case, but rice farms were already more efficient. In the exit pop-up window on 85%. I'm not sure. We might just be talking past each other here. On the exit pop-up window by plus 85%. Okay, so 85% from market price. Yes, calculated from market access 100 multiplied by market access price of modifier of 85%. So we're going to try and change this modifier. We're the number 6 producer worldwide of this. So this is what you guys are talking about here. Game again, stuck in deploying how it works to the player. Yeah, but we can figure stuff out. So only 22% is from local price, and so let's see this for this. So 85% is from market price. Okay, so this is going to mean have they adjusted market access? Well, now market access is like it's going to be a moving, local price is going to be like a moving modifier that effectively reduces market access. Yeah, it effectively reduces market access. I hope local pricing is not just another early game nerf. It seems to be a nerf. I don't think I can interpret it in a way that other than it's a nerf. Because it's effectively reducing market access, right? I suppose it's okay for nations to suggest becoming Dominion for support, while the war goal is to make them a Dominion. This should happen over the war. Whoever wins gets the Dominion. I agree. Rice farm change is huge. You can really ramp up employment and taxes as Asian nations. I'm not sure how much you want to really produce a ton of rice, though. But yeah. It'll be nice for avoiding starvation and stuff. Because if grain becomes expensive in Qing, there's like nothing you can do about it, really. But I suppose we should go on another rampage of some sort somewhere. We're just trying to figure out where. We could go after Piratini. I think I like going after Costa Rica. Get an adjacency and get an interest in Central America. But maybe we couldn't go after Bahrain because we got our thumb pied, or our pie thumbed. Maybe we try that again. Do trade centers reduce the price of the imported goods? No, they don't. They don't change the local price of where the trade center is. So it just affects market prices, and so you are importing it, to affect the market price. But then the market price doesn't fully inform the local price, which is what the firms have to buy at. And so, this textile mill is buying. And creating buy orders at a higher price. And so since it's creating buy orders at a higher price, this is creating inefficiency. And so, overall, the local goods prices seem to just be creating inefficiency, and to the extent that, stuff is possibly... This is the first person we've tried to straight up annex, and then they're getting, a sway to become a dominion, so maybe we just have to dominion them. Instead, we're going to try and annex them, and then see if people join against us again. But... it just seems a source of destroying value, effectively, because the silk is coming in at an equilibrium that is going to move the price, the silk is coming in quantities that is going to move the price to this market equilibrium, but then we don't get to pay this market equilibrium, we have to pay more. And so And same thing with, like, the same idea with exporting, right? Where it is going to be a lot harder for us to export to other markets because they are not going to get full use of the good affecting their price. Alright, we get colonial exploitation. It's time to promote the boyo. Yeah, this protectionist guy doesn't like it. Can we exile him? Nope. 22 months. Interesting. I didn't like the previous implementation of market access where anything less than perfect would spiral into destruction. Well, now you get a small spiral into destruction no matter what. If you build your industries that consume resources where the resources are produced, you get a favorable local market prices. Yes, but it is at the expense specifically of the rest of... So if you have exactly one state, right, under this, how it looks here, if you have exactly one state, right, your local price will be your market price. If you have two states and you build, one of these produces iron and the others do not, what will happen is if all of your buy orders for iron are in the iron price, then the local and market price will be the same. It is only when somewhere else is starting to consume iron that you are going to experience the local price being lower than the market price, which means, yes, you are getting a cheaper price, but it is at the expense of the efficiency somewhere else, if that makes sense. And so, but in particular, like, we are making coal here, right? So coal is cheap here. We have no buy orders for coal here. All of the buy orders for coal are elsewhere. And so this is just strict inefficiency. And when we experience efficiency, it's only at the expense of places that are going to be it's only at the expense of other places that are eating inefficiency. But you can do stuff to try and achieve specific advantages so that you can export higher tier goods. I feel like market access should normalize at 50%, with 0% having the same issues before and anything above 50% providing positive benefits. Well, in a sense, it's providing positive benefits, but it's positive benefits relative to a different sort of baseline. Like, they're trying to slow down the player, I think, to improve performance. The 85% doesn't seem a multiplier on market access, but a weight for determining local price. I agree. If I said otherwise, I misspoke. This is, it's going to do the market price plus times 0.85 plus the local price times 0.15. Yeah. But I'd say even more infrastructure extensive than before, probably. But I don't know how much of that is the construction center nerf. I think there might be ways to work with the local price system, as Daniel said, but not always feasible anyway, so it's a nerf, but not always. Yeah, if you have exactly one state, it's not a nerf. Or if all your buy and sell orders are in the same state, it's not a nerf. But if you're, it's important to remember everywhere else is receiving these same nerfs, and it's a game played relativistically. So in an absolute sense, you might be slowed down. It might be harder to get 2 billion GDP, but if everyone else is slowed down in a commensurate rate, then it's like a wash, right? And it's not a big deal. What happened? Okay, so it looks like we can't do that. We got bopped. Oh, here goes my Switzerland buy from Germany sell to... Yeah. By the way, you're awesome, fan of yours, and the cars outside. Everyone loves the cars outside. Release the cars stream. Bam. You get that? Did you hear that horn honk? Like, right on cue? But bam. Appreciate to have you here. Let's see. So, I guess, what happens if we dominion these guys instead? Will now anyone who's getting annexed just be like, hey, I'll become a subject... I'll give up my, which might create a new metagame where you just kind of have to go for subjects. Aha, I get you now. You picking up what I'm putting down? Ba-boom. Building only where resources are helps you with the input, but depresses the output price. Yes. building only where the resources are helps you with the input but depresses the output price. But if this is the only place that you have the good, like if this is our only place with iron, it operates in an efficient way. I kind of love having industries where the resources are. I agree. I 100% agree. I'm a huge fan of this. Like that you are in the way that you are being incentivized to play is much more in line with how you would expect real world economies to do. You're just expecting it. Wow, did our fucking market liberal die? Really? Is this real life? Oh, we didn't promote him yet. Oh yeah. Okay. So grant leadership. That was in a separate timeline. That was a different timeline. I was like, how did we get this so fast? I'm just like focused on other stuff. What effects do you think local electricity services and transportation? I think overall it's going to be less efficient, but this isn't necessarily a problem. But also, you can. Oh my god! So it looks like France is just on the Bahrain trade. Let's see what they got swayed with. I'm guessing. So yeah, they got swayed with become subject. That's kind of, well, actually. We can give them an obligation, the UK. We can try and fight a little bit of a bigger war. Why don't we try fighting this war? It's still probably going to end up loading in the end, but let's also station, deploy to sea node. Frigates. Can we split this up? There's not a thing to split. Can we only have one navy? Is this real life? Because we have create an army. Okay, create a fleet. Got it. If we select this army, we can do this. So if we select this fleet, station, and deploy. So we cannot reorganize the fleet. Is that what this is saying? That's kind of stupid. No? Alright, we're gonna create a fleet, I guess, in the Baltic. Do we have to click? Okay, so now this fleet, can we give it ships? Can we transfer the ships from this fleet? Oh, this is stupid. It's stupid. Alright, we're gonna... I forget where we have the... I guess you're really going to want to, wherever you're producing military ships is where you're going to want to build the things. So we have the military shipyards down here, so we're going to want to build light ships, frigates. Still not sure what everything does. This is going to be fine. We're just going to build them down here. Something like this. We are having infrastructure problems, it looks like. Great Britain size of Sweden. Hell yeah, brother. So we're going to put a port at the front to help with the infrastructure. Oh, it's +5 instead of +6? Okay. Alright, I got to catch up with the chat. France, supposed to be heavily populated, industrial states. Yeah, so you really need heavily and densely populated places to really push throughput, which is still, like, really important. But a lot of stuff is changing. Just make sure to build where the arms industry, where the barracks are. Oh man, that's true too. When the overall efficiency stay unchained, the efficiency in one state at the expense of the other? No, I don't think so. Because in the context, so I think that like the best illustration of that is we have this context of the coal mine that's here, and it's producing goods, but there's no buy orders here specifically. There's only buy orders elsewhere, and these buy orders elsewhere are having to buy at a higher price. So I think that if you have like 100% of your production of iron in one state and 50% of your consumption there and 50% of your consumption elsewhere, the elsewhere will have to pay an equilibrium price higher than they otherwise would before, in order to buy the good, as a result of not having, as a result of having the decreased access. And this will be informed, the degree to this inefficiency will be informed by this ratio here. The market access one, which is, this one place has worse market access. But, oh, is this making it so loss of market access isn't as hard on the player? Maybe it's not. It's like, kind of like not having market access. And so, yeah. Great Britain colonizes Kenya so quickly these days. Yep. Rip the dream. All we wanted was a colonial empire. I think we might still be able to get in there. I think did we just pass colonial? I think we just passed it, but yeah. Rip the dream arena. Wow, so many people watching? Yeah, what's up, 1122? There are a lot of people watching. There was a big YouTuber in here earlier, and I didn't know who he was, and I looked stupid. I looked stupid in front of the other YouTuber's mom. If you make tools in your cheap import area, then you can force farms to use tools at a higher price than normal, which discourages investment. Yep. But this discouraging of the... I don't know if I would call that efficiency. Hey, we got into Kenya, boys. Love to see it. And then you can build a vineyard here. Do-do-do. Elon Musk of Victoria 3 spreadsheets. Alright. Oh my god, there's so much of you guys chatting. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to respond to every message anymore. Harder to avoid the US Civil War, probably. Dominion is the way to go, arguably 100%, under 100% infamy limit. But it looks like we got the joint anyways against us. We probably should have tried to sway the other guys. But we're going to try and... Can we land with a fleet with no... No, we can't land with a fleet with no guys. So we're going to send our worst army. And then the other one will defend. Of course, they will auto-succeed at any landing that they try, because that's what the thing said. For some goods like military goods or ships, you care more about the good price than the profit of the industry. Well, to be fair, the profit of those industries generally sucks. In a roundabout way, I always managed to avoid it by building a bunch of industry in the south, so the industrialists would be more powerful. Navy is bugged currently, yep. Does ruin the chop chops. We hate it when the chop chops get ruined. Add 2 admirals, then you have the ability to... Oh, okay. Gotta add admirals to split. This makes some sense. So let's recruit this guy. No, I don't see a new button to split. So, yeah. They have to pay more for tools and states. Someone just tagged me, said at Generalist Gaming. I agree. Local good prices can always see it is cap market access on 85% in 1.4. It can't be efficient. Yeah, it's just always inefficient. Or no, it's not always inefficient. It's sometimes you're indifferent. Yeah. Feedback Gaming, some unknown, not 50 times my size YouTuber says, you didn't look stupid. Should we pull? How stupid did Generalists look? Big brain or small brain? This is the Generalists look dumb or not for not recognizing the other YouTuber. I also don't know YouTube's interface. Like SMRT. Look at me spell. Look at me spell. But I also don't know the interface. I'm assuming the check mark and the gray thing means like it's an indicator of this. So it looks like we're like enforcing on them, but oh, but we're not gonna get anything. We're just gonna get their Bahraini war reps. Okay, so this is what someone was talking about earlier. They gave up They gave up their dignity. Alright, we're gonna nuke some trade routes here. We're just gonna take a look at the unprofitable ones. We're also going to nuke that one. SMRT. Kenyan Swedish wine. Yeah, you love it. I think you're doing it EIC to see if market access is bad. I don't think there's interstate access, just access to the capital. Feedback here to steal video ideas. Here's the truth. Paradox wants us to have small economies. They're trying to keep our lines shaped flat instead of vertical. It's a conspiracy. I think, can we annex these guys yet? No, we can't. Terrible. Character interactions. Character interactions to formulate a new navy? Is that what you mean? That's wild. Because we could create a fleet. Oh, split. Nice interface, bro. Hey, okay. This interface is awful. How does artillery and so work? It's difficult to say because they just say nothing. So, like, let's take a look here. We have some... Ooh, did it auto-upgrade to skirmish? We didn't even upgrade it to skirmish. Okay, but we have some with skirmish in line and this sort of thing, and then our 17 stack has some artillery. They have some mobile artillery. We have 2 stacks. If we hover over this, we don't get to see anything. We don't get to see anything, and we don't get to see anything if we hover anything. So, like, the numbers and stuff and how things work is not... It might all just be the same and just be placeholders. Like, it might all just be treated as the same terms of infantry or something like this. I tried the beta, but I can't see how it works. I can't see how it works either. I guess if we watch battles more closely, we can, but we'll have to swap to a different country in order to do this, because we are currently not doing big stuff. You can't get your iron tools off the ground as Japan. That's no good. Commodore parry, not Admiral parry. Yeah, 3-head or 5-head. These are the 2 options. Generalist cannot have a 4-head, only 3 or 5. This is the way. And like our government admins, for example, we're gonna overbuild them in Svetland, because this is where we produce our papers, so that we won't have like this ungodly like. Yeah, so this is just enforced mega inefficiency. Actually, is how local goods prices are gonna work, which don't necessarily have a problem with. But it is going to slow everything down. I've apparently missed the part of the stream where you're deep diving into military and navy. Can you please generally give a short point in time? I wouldn't call anything I've done a deep dive as much as just taking a look. Most of the systems now are like completely opaque. You're just going to have like new interactions and guys are going to actually appear on the map and this sort of thing. But like in terms of like dissecting like in detail what things actually do, then you can't see it. I'm the ignorant one here. The ignorant one here. Yeah. Feedback Gaming says smirt. We can end this poll. Feedback's giving us the feedback. We are smirt. The sons of simp. Yeah. Let's keep this on pause. Generalist #1 YouTuber gold play button. So yeah. Me with like the editing skills of a toddler. Generalist has the sauce, very smart, flatten the curve, flat earth conspiracy. I do think that, I think that they are trying to improve late game performance and just making it so you can't have 30k construction centers before, you know, why don't we play someone who's big? Why don't we play a chonker? Alright, which chonker do we want to play? Because I think that we want to try stuff out that's going to require us to either play a much deeper run here as Sweden or be playing as someone else. So we're going to start a poll. Which chonker we be? So we could pick, let's... USA can be an option. Prussia. USA, Prussia, France, or UK, I guess. And we'll let the poll run for a little bit, but we'll see which chonker we're playing. I'm noticing a lack of production in the thousands. Sad, yeah. This is rookie numbers here. So we're just gonna we're really just getting slowly pipelined into only playing GPs, as Paradox intended. The time of being able to play one of these late Victorian countries and conquer all of Africa is gone. I wonder if 1 billion GDP... Oh, it's super... It has to be possible. There's no way it's not possible. 1 billion GDP. There's no way. There's no way it's not possible. Considering right now you can get like 10 or 15 or like on live without too difficult. To be fair, open beta, yeah, the UI is does seem pretty bad for war, but we want to try more warfare stuff that involves us like having direct fronts and this sort of stuff, and we're not fighting that with our Swedish 32 stack military. We're just invading people. What the hell is this poll? What's it all about? The stupid poll, the smart and stupid poll? That's for me not recognizing feedback gaming. Is Generalist smart or stupid? Or ignorant, sorry. You be smart sometimes. The next PewDiePie. Pewds. Does that mean I'm gonna hire someone to put offensive stuff on a sign? Really, this is the dream? Or what's his other controversial thing? I don't even know what the controversial thing is on Pewds. I don't have a problem with Pewds though. France could be interesting. Prussia, almost clicked Russia and then saw it was Prussia. Yeah. Prussia has 2 unique companies. Does France has to have a unique company. There's no way. They only have unique companies. Wait, Prussia's the only one with unique companies? Great Shing, go make China in the poll. Do people really want China that bad? China's gonna be slow to do stuff because we're gonna be behind in tech. I don't think we want to do China. It's a good thing you're giving shout out to small YouTubers like Feedback Gaming. Yeah, everyone check out Feedback Gaming. Feedback, if you want to plug your channel, you have permission from me. All right, we're gonna swap. Or let's actually just no. Let's start from scratch. Let's exit and the bridge. France doesn't have unique. France does not have unique companies. Okay, then we're gonna play Prussia. China will be very slow. Yeah, there's normally I defer to the chat in most things, but I think that we want to do stuff that requires like having tech, and so obviously we can't do that if okay, so let's take a look at the companies, potential companies. Krupp. So I'm guessing, and Reimer. I'm guessing these are the 2 unique ones at the top here. Army offense and defense is insane, and railway building throughput is probably not what we're going to use. But steel mills building throughput sounds pretty hot. And well, we want to do something different. I mean, I think the wood one might still be better. But we're going to do this one. It also gives us, having the company just gives us, like, throughput on this, right? Actually, let's take a look what we have, maybe. Because we didn't even take a close look at, like... So this is increasing company throughput bonus. So, yeah. Now let's see. Let's break back all of our authority and then look to spend it intelligently. It's gonna be wild if fish is up there again, but I wouldn't necessarily be shocked. Now it's grain all the way up there. We're gonna go services and liquor, and then we're going to kind of do what might not be like the efficient strategy anymore, because this road maintenance, just for the purpose of getting state construction efficiency, if you have to spread wide just because of market access considerations, then it's not going to be as good. But it seems that as you get into the later game, you get more and more of a thing that's like positive, so... This guy's a moderate. We could exile him and maybe get super lucky. really not into having maybe a royalist. Is there just no commander? Okay, this just has all the commanders. So we have a jingoist here. We have a reformer, royalist. Which one's the most popular? Not that guy. No one's popular in this army. So let's see if we can get a jingoist that's popular. I didn't see any royalists, so it's not the end of the world if we get something like that. This guy's disliked as hell. Alright, let's see what we can roll, baby. See it, smell you later. You coward, feckless, moderate. Alright, now you're a radical. And we get a jingoist, perfect. So freaking good at this game. Not luck at all. Just pure skill. Thank you, chat, you're the best. Confucius says the supreme gentleman does not rush. Birth rate, nice. 5% birth rate does seem pretty good. That was on the food industries. I mean, we also don't know the efficiency of all these industries post-nerfs. Gotta redo the spreadsheet. Redo the spreadsheet, which this is a bit of a thing. So we're gonna have increased output on. So we're just gonna want to. We want our steel mills here. So like this resources into steel, like versus steel, and like if we want all of our industrial manufacturing here, this is gonna be uncomfortable. But yeah, this is. Look, we're already unprofitable. Jesus. Oh, we haven't increased taxes yet, so that's fine. And we could probably squeeze in another one of these. Yeah, that's fine. We can establish 2 companies. So we'll have to look at another one. Companies, what the hell? Yeah, basically. Railways are 800, rails are 800 construction now? Wait, weren't they always the same as these? Oh, what the hell? Explosives are 800. Tooling workshops are 600. I have to... I process everything in terms of weeks, so I don't know how much 800 weeks is, but they all have different... They all are 6 or 8, so now they're all proportional to the amount of urbanization they give, I think. Which 800 means they're taking 32 weeks? Is that right? Give me more unique ones. Mobilize conscripts. There's no conscripts right now. Conscripts are broken. Which I guess is a good reason not to play USA. When evaluating company, take a look at which building it affects. Crop buff 3 building. Krupp. Yeah, it does. So we're gonna do Krupp as well. Especially, do they stack? Do they stack? They stack. They stack. They stack. Oh, this is gonna be so good early on. We're just gonna eat 50% throughput, baby. Also, you need less railroads throughout the game. Yeah, Krupp, it is. But these costing more to produce is a little bit annoying. We'll put this at the back here to get things going. But yeah. Imagine licensing all Paradox is going to give up adding McDonald's to the game. Bro, give me that. You can construct less railroads, more food and textile. The meta will definitely be making iron and tool companies. Well, to some extent, eventually, if you are having to import these things, it'll fall off. But like maybe you just don't fall off super late because like reasons. Oh, we gotta actually do diplomacy here, bro. This is all so wild. We're just gonna improve relations with a lot of these guys, try and get things up. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the metagame's gonna be, but it's okay. We have railroads. Wait a second. If these stack, right? then researching these texts is going to be such a big deal. Is there one that helps us out with our... I'm trying to think if there's something that well, we could do pharmaceuticals into Quinine. If there's... No, I think we want mechanized work. Is mechanized workshops even good now? No, well, we definitely want water tube boiler. We're probably going to want nitroglycerin and Bessemer process, because this is what we're focusing on. And if we have like all these stacked throughput modifiers, we could try and export steel and like this type of thing. One of the best steel places would be Shaanxi next to Beijing. Yeah, they are probably the best, if I am not mistaken. But Perm is also probably going to be pretty good, because Perm does get 20% throughput bonus based on the iron mines. But throughput, like the more throughput bonuses you have, the more they're diluted. So like, you know, this is going to make the companies are going to make building throughput worse. But now we have 49%. Come on, man, 49% throughput. Get out of here. Get out of here. Forget about it. 1122 redacted. I agree. Krupp steals meals. Krupp buff steals meals. More than 10%. 18% at the start of the game. Stacking companies is going to be OP. Yeah. When is the full version? And like you can't get all the companies, so you got to figure out when is the full version coming out. It's like 3 months, I think. Wasn't 1.4 3 days ago? It was. Imagine falling off. Couldn't be me. Yeah. Falling off late game? No way. 1.4 is the stable version. Yep, that's the answer. Took a look at the economy systems. There's laissez-faire. It's easier to invade China. Oh, it probably is easier because you just auto-land the state. I guess we're doing the normal things. I guess we only have one thing we need to do. Oh, you know what? We're going to try and reverse sway on... maybe we actually wait and we try and reverse sway into the UK's war on China. Looks like Brazil's gonna get... Oh, no. Looks like Brazil can't mobilize because they don't know. They don't have a brain. So here we can recruit a guy, right? This for reformer. And then we can go character action and split. And then click yes. We don't know what we're agreeing to. We're just signing the fine print away. So... Where are you from, bro? I'm from Gainesville. No, I'm from the Southern California. Water tube boiler is always the first tech. You can still downgrade your mines and advanced entries to get bonus from the journal entry. It might be, but we have to update the spreadsheet. Like, everything's different in terms of the numbers. Like, water tube boiler might not give you as much. No, it looks similar. I can't tell. But yeah, I guess we're just going to be building uber tall here. Do text change local micro price equilibrium? Yes. I just don't know which ones yet. Right? I guess we could sleuth through for that. I assume they're going to be in society tech and going to be like related to trains. Let's see. Mutual funds maybe? No. Right, because it's globalization, right? Number of companies, this isn't it. Loan. Market price impact here on macroeconomics. Macroeconomics is going to be fucking insane. Modern... Number of companies. Stock exchange gives... 10%, so stock exchange is going to be one of the most important techs in the game now, I think. Oh, laissez-faire also does? Bro, do they buff laissez-faire? +1 max number of companies. Okay, so that's where our other company's coming from. Can subsidize infrastructure, trade centers, disallow downsizing. No, this doesn't give it. Well, let's see what it is for us. So we have this 85%. If we hover it, will it tell us where it's coming from? No, it will not. But yeah, it's just an enforced inefficiency universally on everyone. Is company in the beta right now? It is. we have two companies. We have Kruf, or what is the other one? Krupp, and the metal mining consortium. So I think we actually want to export iron. As well. You know what? Tariffing might be better now. Holy shit. I didn't even think of this. Because we are exporting it at the market price, right? Or we're using the market price, and then the buy orders, is the efficacy of the buy orders decreased when we're creating? Because we have to bring the price up here locally, and this local price is going to be lower for each like sell order we create by exporting, and then this is going to make iron way more expensive in the rest of the market that's not here, in order to try and pull the price up here to get this more profitable. Is foreign investments needed still? I don't even know, dude. Like, my brain is like trying to, there's so much to like try and pick up here. That is just like tough. LF gives +1 company. Yeah, LF is just, I have to imagine it's still really good, but protectionism might be really good. I'm not sure on this one. Wow, look at Britain just get Kenya. God damn it, dude. Can they start their thing? Alright, so we're gonna try and puppet these guys. And then we're gonna add some more goals. Just ban slavery, I guess. I guess we should have seen if they'll go for ban slavery for swaying the UK. Well, WTB is definitely better than the first PM. Sway with transfer subjects. Yeah, we're not going to do that. So you research bonus day 1 by downgraded PMs. Zulu backs down. We get the war goal. Hella nice, dude. We kind of want to piggyback the UK's war because we want to try and sway them, or reverse sway our way in there. Let's try and dominion these guys as well. Or actually, maybe we chill. What's our infamy at? Oh my god, my eyes are already kind of freaking getting glazed over. Hover over 85% again on the market price. Sure. Oop, we didn't want to do that, or did we? But this means also, is subsidizing going to suck really hard? Because if you're subsidizing something so that it can eat inefficiency, like, this isn't ideal. We're going to hover over 85%, and we're going to catch up with the chat. Are the fronts glitching for me? We haven't really made much of a front, because we played Sweden. At the moment you get the journal entry, you can swap them back. I think before it used to brick the journal entry, but... 2 times it tells you how it calcs. Calculated from 100% multiplied by the market access price impact. Oh, so if we hover the market price impact. Oh, okay. Yep. 2 times. So we have the base value in stock exchange. Wait, you think they also added market price adjustment to some unique buildings, like skyscrapers? Ooh, that would be hot. What's the construction method? I can't build tall because of infra, but local prices. I think the meta is going to be playing someone with railroads. Companies gives even more reason to focus on one particular thing, it looks like. Yeah, it does. There's another, but then, so you're like, but the 85% is going to negatively affect your ability to like export, right? To globalize, because if we create a bunch of market, or wait, so let's say we have a bunch of sell orders here. If we create a bunch of market buy orders by exporting, the market price will be increasing, which will pull up the price here, but with like a 15% lagging factor because of the local price efficacy here. And so it'll be harder to pull up the local price. And similarly, this... Yeah. But that's fine because we'll be producing steel. We maybe... And it looks like they just dicked the wood PM for hardwood. So I'm not 100% sure on this. We'll put the boom booms on auto expand, I think. But with hardwood, I think you definitely want a bit of more of a split now than you did before. And you definitely want all these spread out. We're going to swap to fishing trawlers and privately owned everywhere. And we are going to be auto-expanding those. I think this is kind of the way, but 10 pop up to get information. 2 times it tells you how it calcs. Are local prices affected by strategic regions or everything outside the same? It's not affected by strategic regions, it's everything outside. What's the construction meta now? I think I talked about that. Protectionism might be even worse because you need even more trade than your... because you need even more trade that you're now specialized. Yeah, but... I have to think through it again, actually, because the way I thought local prices was going to work, I thought protectionism was going to be really good, and it might not work that way. But being able to deny people certain trade routes in particular ways might be useful. I have to think through this, whether being able to deny is useful. So you can get market access to 100% with tech. I think you can get it to 90 max. Was kind of, we're at 85 right now, and the only one we spotted in here was macroeconomics giving another 5%. So with the AI being at the butt at building things that might break the game if you have to trade. Yeah, this is true. Don't you think it would make sense to make companies have their own unique building? And you can build the states that have the good based on the... introducing more buildings is going to... More different types of buildings is going to increase the number of calculations required. So I don't like that. This will sound very basic, but will hardwood being asked not make furniture factories a lot more attractive? I think it will, but they also change the PM. So, like, if the PM on furniture manufacturers is less efficient, I don't know. Like, my spreadsheet is worthless. Who am I without my spreadsheet? You could have local opposing companies adjusting prices and local market levels to stimulate certain factors. Yeah, 90% is max from what I know. Yeah, I don't know what the skyscraper is going to give though. Someone suggested the skyscraper might do something special. I think we're just in Silesia here doing our thing. But like the play pattern. It'll be interesting to see what clothing... So, like, metagame for, like, a company... So, like, Seek Empire or, like, EIC specializing in clothing might be just, like, absolutely nutter, right? Because we can't pull down the price of our silk very low. So, I'm not sure exactly how this will shake out. I think we're just going to Dominion Transvaal. And it looks like, well, I don't think we can... And then we can assign this guy, but not directly. And also, it looks like we don't have any mobile artillery. Type of thing. This 40 is probably excessive. Are companies in the beta? Yes, they are. Here's the companies that we have currently. Without the spreadsheet, we are truly lost facts. Zeppelins. I really want a Zeppelin military PM. It looks like the prices for construction are ponderated. I hope they have a version of railways that swaps some services, transportation, for increased market access. That would be interesting. Let's take a look. Because we have experimental trains now, right? We have these new PMs. This just gives infra... Oh, this gives no transport? Oh, this is just infrastructure only. Okay. But it just linear... Okay, it goes up. And then here we get wooden passenger carriages, which are going to give transportation. So why don't we just swap everything onto wooden passenger carriages? Oh, we don't have any in existence right now. They said they broke conscription, but I see, yeah, so we have no conscription at this point. Give another 5%. It was we don't know if furniture's bad or not. We don't know anything. We know nothing, Jon Snow. The reason we don't know much is because how can you... they changed a bunch of PMs. I have to do math and stuff to know what's good. Your 20-minute experience with the beta, played Wallachia, somehow became French puppet in 1838, saw Russia 1v1, lose 1-1 to Circassia. Yeah, we've seen Brazil get stomped twice now, so this is a little bit of a work in progress. Consumer goods should be built on population centers, I guess. I'm dying to see local prices in the UK. I mean, it's like 85%. Here's the local price in the home counties, and here's the balance. So they're overproducing these. So the local price is severely depressed on some of these goods, a lot of these consumer goods, which is affecting SOL positively. But like overall, it's creating inefficiency because other company or other places in the market have to overpay for this thing. My bad. We have 5% somewhere. There's 5% somewhere. Okay. Is construction sacking going to be super expensive now? Kind of. I'm not sure exactly what the metagame is. The metagame might be still you just stack everything in one place. You have to use railroads to do it. And you just pray and cross your fingers you have a place with iron mines and coal mines in the same place. Otherwise, you're going to eat 15% increased costs, basically. And so you unlock companies through tech. And we have one from tech and one from laissez-faire. But here's more companies that I'll try and scroll slowly that we have. Maybe a cargo and industrial cargo for more market access and carriages and transportation for something like. Very cool. I like the train changes. Tech is the tech for experimental trains easier to get? No, it's at the normal spot. The other one's unlocked with like steel passenger carriages. This is one that's going to be really, really good before you get to 2 billion GDP. Why is Brazil getting clapped? Alternate timeline, bro. Conscripts are not broken. They are just click the menu of the state. I thought they said they were broken. Oh, okay. They're broken to the UI, I guess. But we will continue on our merry way, hopefully. But yeah, I'm thinking we can build a lot of construction centers here. But yeah, this our Silesia price is always going to be higher than our market price. This slows things down so much. They said that it was going to be the language they used in the dev diary suggested that it was going to be better, but it's not better. It's better relative to like not doing it, but like this is just an across the board nerf. We are seeing a similar number of construction, but they said they were nerfing construction. It looks like the nerfs to construction have come in the form of, it's 4 weeks per 100, right? Or is my brain not braining? These are 8 weeks, and then these are 16 weeks normally, or they were before. But now there's a bunch of things that cost 800 construction, and this might be where the nerf comes in at. Before, it used to be, I knew everything in terms of ratio and weeks. It used to be 8 weeks for logging camps and fisheries, and 16 weeks for mines, so the ratio is the same here. And then it used to be 24 weeks for all manufacturers, but if you see now, steel is now what would be the equivalent of not 24 weeks, but 32 weeks. Same with motor industries, munition plants, shipyards, fertilizer, explosives. So I have to double check exactly what everything is, but also it used to be 8 weeks, right? Or it used to be 4 weeks to produce one of these. And here we see, or sorry, it used to be 8 weeks. Now it takes 200 construction. So it used to cost, I think, 160 construction. Now it costs, 25% more. If my math's right, which you never do math on stream, #1 streamer rule. But it seems to be the case that everything costs more construction as well on top of all this. So, which I don't have a problem with. I think it'll make the game flow better. Like, if everything costs more construction, then you will run out of resources later. Zeppelin's tech have +5 market access, price impact. Oh, baby. It's actually super useful then. Brazil losing its starting wars. Can't wait to see Luxembourg. Wow, do you see the max construction sector progress on? Yeah. So this is another one. You also get increased max progress, but yeah. I mean I have to double check, but I'm thinking this didn't used to cost 160 construction. I believe it used to cost 150 or 160, and it used to take 4 weeks to finish, and now it's going to take. It used to take 8 weeks to finish. Now it's going to take 10 weeks. I mean, it felt like we were constructing slow with Sweden, but I think that they just, like, full stop enormously nerfed the cost of everything. So, but we have max weekly construction progress modifier, so I think the weak interpretation is not really how it works. But it's 20 at base, right? But it's not. We can produce things faster in terms of weeks as we get onto the later techs, but it's still the same amount of construction. The way I understood everything was in terms of weeks, is what I'm saying. I understand that you're getting +5 max weekly construction progress, but the construction sectors are giving the same amount of construction, and so it'll still take. In order to produce 100 buildings, it'll still take more construction centers to do it in the same number of weeks, and so. This is also pretty significant as well. So everything's going to be significantly slower, both because everything's costing more construction and also because, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, like people are complaining about late game performance and running out of resources, right? If everything gets slower, you are not absolutely hitting these psychotic situations, and I guess they just have a trade agreement? Come on. Where's the blood? I want to see blood. But this is very interesting. I don't have a problem with it. It is going to make it harder to catch up as well, though. Like, every nation that has to play catch up is going to suffer from these changes. Which is, again, not necessarily a bad thing. Like, you shouldn't necessarily be able to do anything on any country just by blasting construction in outer space. I think they upped construction costs by 50. Yeah, I think it was 150 before, but I know it was 8 weeks. So many economic changes, feels like a new game. So much to think about. I agree. My head is, like, reeling. Benin is good and easy to invade for iron and coal. Man, people love Benin. I've never been that bullish on Benin, because, like, Transvaal is just so much better. But I need to take a closer look at Marina Kingdom in general, I think. Because they have really fat fishing and whaling as well. On top of, these level 20 wood stacks. But, like, might not be as OP anymore, you know? I do not feel like fighting the UK right now. Well... Actually, let's see what, if they became a subject, we're just gonna load. What did you get swayed with? You got swayed with becoming a protectorate. So is this gonna brick our war goal? I don't want this bricking our war goal. I don't want to continue if it bricks our war goal. But I kind of want to see what happens if we land. I want to see how bad the landing is for us just wrecking the UK, because I think we can wreck the UK. So we're just going to do this. I think we're gonna activate conscripts and see if they work. Because they might not work. And we kind of need them. So we might, let's just take a save and we maybe have to load this sort of thing. The thing is, if you have 100 construction points, you used to be able to build 5 buildings simultaneously. With extra 5 VIX, you could build 4 buildings, but they build faster. Yes. Yes. But it still doesn't change the, if you're trying to construct 100 buildings, the amount of construction centers you need is now higher. Great Britain declares rivalry. Big not nice. We'll put this on auto expand because we are doing the resource industries there. Big less than nice, but I'm curious to see how this war goes. We might even read, but what you could consider, why not both? Por qué no los dos? I guess we could also just put something in on UK, right? Transfer subject. Let's liberate Cape Colony and also go for war reps. So now I believe Cape Colony gets pulled into the war. They do get pulled into the war. So we probably actually didn't want to do that, but this is fine. We're going to give this guy general. I don't know how to swap general from the other one, so we're just going to recruit. But then this one we're going to split up a bunch, right? We right-click split. Yes. Split. Yes. So something like this. Oh my god. This interface feels so freaking clunky, but this is fine. But since we put a war goal on Eastern Cape, we're gonna mobilize all. Oh, we can't. To do, mobilize all armies. Alright, fair enough. And then when 3 of these guys will do landings on the UK. But since we put a war goal on Cape Colony, they got pulled in, which is, I think, how it should work, so this is nice as well. It didn't used to work that way. One thing you could do is invade foreign advisors or go academic missions or stuff to improve tech spread or something. That would be kind of neat. That's, Oh, you know what we might want to take from them, actually? Kenya. To deny their Kenya. So maybe we can get that in time, but that would actually be fantastic if we could deny them having Kenya. That'd be really good. War feels so broken, if not more so. Yeah, but the changes are good. It's just like everything just, yeah. If you want to make clothes and colonial dyes, you need exploitation over population. I'm still not even sure it works because the 15% malice is pretty. Oh, this also pulled Cape Colony in, so we could, in theory, go after it. Can we get our... No, we're not going to get our thing in time to go after Kenya. Rip the dream. Rip the dream. Dream Marino. Paparino. Do colonies have market access penalty? Everyone effectively has a 15% market access penalty. This is what local goods prices have been done. Interesting how economic changes kind of feel polished when war changes. I think the war changes are probably way harder to program, to be fair. So we were told. So where's this guy? We know where these guys are. North Germany HQ. So the 4th, the 5th, and the 1st are all in the HQ. Okay, so 4th, 5th, and 1st are who we're gonna land with. So we have to go through the interface like here now. We'll send this fleet, the first, along with, why can't we, the army's you're kidding me, you cannot navally land with a mobilized army. Demobilize. That seems super asinine. We have to wait 120 days for them to demobilize now. Oh, baby. So the first army is now demobilized, so now we can naval land with the first army. And ostensibly these just auto get in, so this will be fine. We'll add another construction sector here, but are we over the infrastructure? No, we're not. We'll add another 2 construction sectors for local. We get the lions only in Kenya. Yep. And maybe we just don't get the button. Yeah. Buttons are bad. This interface is, leaves a lot to be desired, but obviously open beta. Someone coded the wrong value. I've always disliked the way it handles changes to the military. Well, but the things haven't been... What is this? Why is there a bunch of sandbags on the front? Why is there a front here? There's no front here. There's no battle here, is there? Did our guys get there already? That's fast if they did. Also, we were trying to land this state, so... I'm not sure about all this. Not sure who's fighting who here. Did you confirm the naval landing? Did I not? Oh my god. They said in the interface that like stuff would be annoying. Or let's. Okay, I clicked confirm that time. I know I clicked confirm. Oh, there it is. There we go. So apparently right now you just auto get in. That's where their army is, I believe. British home defense is always prepared. Yeah, that's the facts. So my understanding is it just auto gets in and the rest of Navy is broken right now. Which hopefully it is that way because we are losing on these fronts. Looks like they're sending some people back towards the home counties. I assume because they got landed. Yep, they did. And we have a front. We can't mobilize while we're demobilizing. That is actually really annoying. So these armies that we demobilized can't mobilize them back up. Kenya front. What about this front? This is not a front. Okay, so this guy's coming in. The 7th Army, who we have on advance. God, we gotta put everyone on advance. Rip the dream, dude. The interface definitely... Not exactly like the worst interface ever, but I really definitely don't. I really hate that our guys have to be demobilized specifically. But it looks like we're gonna auto win some of these battles, and it looks like we're kind of already getting stuff in on Orania. The British home defense is not always prepared, contrary to popular opinion. But are we just not advancing? I see no progress thing. Are we fighting battles or nah? Do we know how to throw it back or nah? They're gonna walk through the Congo? Yeah, I mean, how else would you get there? Definitely feels like a state where you need to be on the game's Discord so you can add stuff to their to-do list. I mean, I think they're aware of a lot of these things. I'm not sure. Yeah. Actually, you have to set the advance to prior to the... You have to set it to advance prior to the naval invasion in order to have the front be empty after the invasion. In order to not have the front be empty. I believe you also need to designate strategic objection or your guys never attack. Wow. Really? Alright. Let's see if that happens. I mean, I don't see a progress bar. Okay, I guess that might be it. Wow. Interesting. This is going to be tedious. Interesting fact, if you have multiple generals in an army doing advanced defense, you get 5% attrition for each. What the fuck is that? Why would they... Well, I mean, it must just be tied to the general. I'm sure that's not intentional. That's like crazy if it's intentional, right? We have no market access in Kenya. Makes sense. Let's see how things are doing here. Our places can't deploy up. Okay. God, fabric is super expensive. Of course, fabric is expensive here. That makes sense. Because we're eating this like weird 15% penalty. Now, silk in general is pretty expensive, but this is because our places are underemployed because the silk is expensive locally, and we're at equilibrium employment here, right? So we would be able to import more silk if we had more buy orders for silk. But like, also why? Okay, so we're gonna do that for silk. Let's start with that, and then we're gonna import some of this. Why can we import negative productivity? I don't know. Let's see who we can import the most amount from. And let's do Qing and Russia. Okay. So this should reduce the market price of these things. So we see that this market price is lower. We're also going to put this on that. And so this place should be able to equilibrium employ up unless they have no labor. Oh, they have tons of labor. This isn't the problem. Oop. Don't want to sub that. Prices are so depressed. I guess we're gonna have this on hardwood production. Economies are just super kneecapped. Not necessarily a problem. So the first German army is also... Okay, so this guy's on advance, and so we can use this fleet to land the first German army now. Okay, everyone's on advance. Okay, this is fine. It's even better than a triple landing, though. The auto land. We have ascended. This is not the depths of hell, but the highest pinnacle of our exploitation. The free landing. I can't with these guys walking through Sahara. I mean, wouldn't you take a walk through the Sahara to get back to the UK? Colonies are free infra for early game construction. I don't think that's necessarily really the problem, but I guess it kind of is. It's nice seeing people moving across the map, though. Are the company's mechanic? The company's mechanic is neat. So there's like... They significantly are hurting economies with the local goods prices and with the increased construction costs. So this is like thing one. But thing two is the companies give throughput. So we are just going to build out the ass in terms of iron mines and also steel. Well, I guess the steel throughput is like less good in in the face of us being able to get throughput from this stuff. But we are going to get, like, if we take a look at the iron mines, we can see that we have 48% throughput, and we are getting a good chunk of this through the companies. And so, ooh, do they not stack? They might not stack. Oh, no, wait. 1.5x for overlapping companies. Okay. But yeah, let's make more of this. What are we doing with our lives? But it's easier than ever to land the UK. Oh, but we haven't taken any of Orania yet. Let's demobilize this 4-stack. Which is going to take 120 days, and then we can land with them. God. This is a bit of a problem. You should see it when America invades Japan. The armies just walk across the ocean. Standard. So, this UI is definitely rough. We might actually just do 0 war runs or something. I don't know what we're gonna do here. Now we have to keep playing around with the war stuff, but like, this is definitely this code is pretty hot. Let's just say that. I mean, it like kind of works. We're getting features that we want. Maybe we focus deeper on the economics here though, which is. I mean, we're very productive, yeah, but like, oh man, just so many places are just gonna have so many problems. So in theory, we want to make the engines here too. We can't make everything there though. Or can we? I mean, this is where we want to make our steel. Engines also take 33% more construction. How's the Vatican gameplay? Probably not going to do Vatican. Just sit and write letters. Reminds me of the leak. It is a little bit rough. Why don't we up the speed a little bit? Yeah, in terms of speed. You right. You right. And then let's see about getting another naval invasion. With these guys. And we could confirm. They're gonna invade Cape Colony. Looks like they don't like navally landing. Oh, maybe the AI just doesn't ever land you. They got a note on the issues defenders becoming protected from protectorating by offering protectorate stats. I heard you like protectorate, so I protectorated your protectorate. Dog. Some exhibit action. Jeez. When's the actual update expected to be released? I think it's like 3 months from now. Liberate South Africa, British war reps, so we've enforced there. Wait, what the fuck happened with our... So this just bricks our war goal, but South Africa gets released? Okay, I guess. Yeah, that was not... that was a time. There are times and there are not times, and that was... Of the times that were times, that was the time. This is a place. Guess I'll be playing Fallout New Vegas till the next beta update. That seems fair. I mean, this is definitely way rougher than 1.2 was. 1.2 was like pretty workable. But I definitely have to have to keep doing this. Okay, so we're gonna try to do laissez-faire, get that sweet +1 companies slot. Did we have a market liberal? The traditionalist wants laissez-faire? What the Wait, do these guys just base Intelligentsia like laissez-faire now? Oh, he's just a market liberal. My brain. I don't, yeah. Reading's hard. Let's see if we have a unique interest group bonuses, though, and malices. So family ties and this one, and these are all normal. Because they said there were a few unique ones. I haven't seen them yet. I think that's normal. Is it normally 15? I think it is. That's all normal. That's all normal. I think I just got to talk to the game code sleuths in regards to where the unique ones are and figure it out that way. Remember, traditionalism have minus 15% market access impact. No stock exchange, no plus 10. So China, Russia, and Japan have 60% market access in incorporated states and 50% in unincorporated. Yeah, that's going to be so rough and tedious. Maybe we'll try one of them next. A lot of people wanted China. Wanted us for research China. I have a feeling this is immediately going to cause a problem. Construction also just feels like it's taking unbearably long, but like that's the significant nerfs, right? So now the price is uber depressed, and it's more depressed than normal here specifically. So we can try and get that up. Just this weird loop here where we're just gonna build uber tall. I just actually like the way to dodge like the malice is to just build extremely tall in one place, right? Effectively. Because if you have only one state, you have no malice. I think make economy only run will be good. Wait for the first open beta update. Yeah, I think I'm going to make an economy only run. We'll see. Best way to ban slavery without a civil war? It depends on who you are, but often if you like declare, so as the USA, you can declare war on like the Hudson Company, and then the UK puts in the war goal to ban slavery, and then you do that. You're from Vietnam. I'm a fan of Victoria 3. Very nice. Bullish on early game ports. They seem pretty good. But like if trade is really bad, I don't know how much market prices affect trade. We could actually export iron, which would make sense, right? But this like trade routes, it's not that productive, but it'll increase the price of iron. But it won't increase the price of iron as much as we want in the one place we're producing iron. Damn it, dude. So we're getting 20 from Mining Consortium, and also, so we're getting 28 total from our things. So maybe we want to export specifically steel? And then, but this will be... there's like so much to think through with these like local prices. But let's say we want to export our end tier steel because we have 28, we have a ton of throughput bonuses, and this is going to pull the price up, not as much as we'd like, but perhaps as much as we deserve. Get a ton of iron and a ton of money flow. Why not expand construction? Yeah, this is kind of the solution. The reason why, but if you like actually wanted an answer to that question, it's because I'm like concentrating on other things. If it's Brazil, Brazil's got some problems. It looks like Partini even took a chunk out of them. But we haven't seen... The UK apparently is just friends with China now. Alright, let's try another war. Let's take the normal thing. Let's do the normal war. Just the normal Victoria 3 things. What are your thoughts on autocue? Is it working or is it broken like I felt? I have not felt like it's been broken, but I haven't... I think you just had a huge demand for wine. Or hugely profitable wine in your situation. Because I've seen it producing a bunch of different stuff. But I could be mistaken. So now that you've had a better look at how the economy works, do you think it would be better than it was before to be a junior partner in a customs union, or do you think it's worse now? So you will have more normalized market prices, and you will get to sell your stuff into the market a little bit better. I have to think through exactly how buy orders and sell orders are going to work, because this the price here is getting pulled up. The price of this. So let's look at the price of this iron. The price of this iron is getting. Let's look at local prices. Let's try and think through this a little bit. Actually, we have in Silesia we have a huge. I guess not the biggest surplus here. But we have a surplus of the production here, and we have a negative of here. So these will be pulling up the price here, but it will be pulling up the price in not the best way. But if you're inside of a customs union, you're not eating the inefficiency of prices getting pulled up when you're producing a lot of stuff. So if we were inside of a customs union, let's say we're in the UK's customs union, and they're eating our iron, they're eating the inefficiency of the 15% increase on the price. And this is pulling up the price in Silesia, right? And this pulling up of the price in Silesia is making our industry more profitable. I think it'll be insane. I think customs unions will be extremely strong. Yeah, I think customs union will be insane. You have 2 restarts, and you've paid attention. Brazil's lost both times. Brazil's lost twice for us. Well, with Tunis, it was minus 75 war costs. Then it might just be a bug. You could also just try exporting the wine and switching to a wine company. I mean, if you wanted to continue to play, like, let's see, what wine company? Wine and fruit for the prestige. That seems kind of middling. Great Shing backs down. Cool. Just normal things. Yeah, wine. That seems like a pretty terrible one, to be honest. We, of course, need a naval base. So, yeah. Oh, wasn't there something incorporated versus unincorporated? We're going to take a look at that. I think we're going to delete some of these, maybe. Oh, we probably deleted too many. Man, I hate that our war got bricked, though. That's really obnoxious. That the Aranya offering a protectorate bricks the war goal. Does line go like in 1.3? Like, is it the same? No, the line is more horizontal. They don't like us. I was attacking Britain. Does attacking Britain as Brazil also work to ban slavery? It might. No, I think you have to attack a British subject, actually. Sorry. My mistake. I believe generally you want to attack the subject, not the country itself. Naval base, you need a port, yeah. Oh, did I build a... I meant to build a... Thank you. Meant to build a port, as I'm sure you can infer. So here, let's try and get our reverse sway on. Oh, is the obligations just not pop up on the side? The obligations just don't pop off to the side. That's what's going on. We want them in our... Where's our outliner? Really? We just have to manually, like, find the plays based off this to the right? Okay. So we know there's a diplo play here. Let's try and reverse sway into this. What do we want? Wait, we don't have our interest yet. Okay. Wait, why don't we have our interest? My blood pressure is rising a little bit. I'm trying to test one specific thing and we can't test it out yet, which is we want to see what the reverse sways look like. Alright, looks like Kebab has swayed France with transfer Wallachia. Do we not have an interest? It says that we have our interest is activated. Why can we not? We have to be there at the start of the play? That is entirely not working the way it's supposed to, but okay. I see you. I get you. Customs unions are like the established blah 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 7.2. Played a little Norway and Russia's market, had 7.2 million in 25 years. I'd kill for the actual GDP increase percentage. Yeah, stonks. Have you ever tried to play a little more roleplay without grabbing Beijing state and stuff like that? Yes, I have. My France round is a little more RP. A little more. It's not like insanely RP, I guess. Qing is importing luxuries. Let's take a look at our market prices, actually. So we have super cheap cannons. We cannot profitably export cannons anywhere? What the hell? But we're not using any cannons. We also have no idea what the cannon PMs look like. Because everything starts not cannons. I actually don't think there's a distinction as well. I think that if I think everything will just look exactly like skirmish infantry. But let's find one that has cannons. So oh, cannons just don't do anything. Let's turn those PMs off then. There's no cannons here, Gandalf Stormcrow. We don't believe in cannons. Wow, we are making so much more from the Diplo Pact than it normally is. Oh, we have war reps from Great Britain. Fair enough. Railroads also take forever to build. Okay, so we are so far building tall in there. And we're gonna put this on auto expand here, and then the logging on also on auto expand. Gonna get the university up to level 5. Definitely want to be on steel tools. Which hopefully this gets employed up. But yeah, customs unions seem really, really strong. Will you go for Greater Germany today? Sure. If we continue playing this this particular run, we will. So let's actually see if we can change people to our customs union. Anyone? Nope. Everyone just like auto joins or whatever. But having a really large customs union actually seems really strong, because then people in your customs union are going to be eating the inefficiency of the increased price of the goods as a result of the local prices. How do you unlock cannons? You don't, apparently. You can add cannons to formation, but it seems super buggy. Yeah, we're not going to add because we have no idea what they do. Are there companies? Yeah, the companies are in Rheinmetall. Our two companies are the Metal Minting Consortium and Krupp. So we are definitely focused on the iron. Krupp. Which is giving us a lot of throughput. We are getting... How much from economies of scale? 9 from economies of scale, and we have 56 throughput. So if we did a little bit of this... I think we're going to need another railway here, though, to kind of support that. Make that work out. Any breakthroughs? On what front are you... I mean, I think we're starting to understand local prices and its effects a little bit more. Someone asked a question about being in a customs union, and like after a little bit of reflection, if everywhere that is not here has to pay more for the iron than they do here, and this is inefficiency because it's like negative market access. It would be preferable if you are not the one paying that extra. And so if you have a lot of people in your customs union and you're exporting a lot, then this makes other people have to pay the extra. And so I think this is overall preferable, and this increases the price of the iron. And so I think exporting is going to be super meta, tentatively, and that having people in the customs union. Now the problem, why don't we click this to export prioritization then, and see if we can export it. I don't think we can because we're, like, the price is relatively high. Oh, looks like we can. Fairly productively as well. So we can start dumping iron into people's markets. And then we have this massive throughput bonus, you know, that other people don't. And so this is good, but there is a huge level of slowdown from the local prices that the local prices created, and also, you know, from... I'm probably gonna make a first impressions like type video. But there's also a huge inefficiency created from, you know, everything costs more construction now too. And so, yeah. Don't customs unions suffer from market access penalties? They do. But if Austria is in my customs union, yeah, and they are eating my iron, they are increasing the price of my iron, but they are the ones eating the inefficiency. And so, but I mean, then we would be, in a lot of places, probably eating some of their goods and suffering some inefficiency, but I think you can game it in such a way that you are... it's going to be more advantageous for you than non-advantageous, but I could be mistaken as well. Cannons don't exist. Did you see that almost all modifiers on agriculture now... Really? All agricultural modifiers affect plantations? That is such a big deal, because that's going to make plantations so much better. Here, let's come and take a look at this. So this gives agriculture and plantations. See, almost all modifiers on agriculture now affect... Jinkus, could you clarify which modifiers you're talking about? Are you talking about state modifiers? Are you talking about... I'm looking at ones that already affected both positively. I think that the Egypt ones don't. The Egypt ones... Okay. Okay, they almost all apply to both. Oh my god, Shaanxi just got so much better. Except now I think you want to build rice there anyways, because the rice farms are like doubly big, right? Oh, they can't build rice. Oh, they can build vineyards. That is a big deal. First land state, yeah. That's a big deal. Fucking small brain hour though for me. Like the first two states I check are ones that I know have both already, which is Indus Valley. I knew had both, and also good soils. I knew had both. Good soils now actually does something though. If you can build vineyards over here, why can't you build vineyards in France? I guess you can in some areas. I guess I also don't know my vineyarding too well. So I think we're going to, well, I think we want the construction sectors not there. Explosives and Ruhr. Why don't we here build some construction sectors, I think. Something like this. Oh, that's gonna crush our infrastructure, actually. We're gonna maybe kick some of these construction... Well, we'll just... Yeah, we're gonna kick some of these to the bottom of the queue, actually. The ones that are going in Westphalia just have to be at the bottom of the queue. Something like this. Which ones do we not have on Iron Frame? Oh, the ones in Shanxi. Yep. I'm guessing that's gonna be like... Why is that so low on the bureaucracy? It's only 1,300? The frick? Interesting. Having more countries in the same union shares and evens the inefficiencies. I think that it boosts the efficacy of specialization. Maybe it might be the way to do it, or to articulate it. But Great Plains, USA don't affect ranches. Well, ranches are a different thing, no? Ranches are different from agriculture and plantations. I don't think there's a positive modifier for ranches. I could be mistaken about this, though. How's the performance? That's the main thing that keeps... if you're talking about 1.5, this is like... buggy user interface and like... If the game having a very nice feel is super important to you, I would not recommend this at this point in time. Finally got to check out the live stream. Do you like the new patch so far? I like it a lot, but this is like it's also super it's not like well, it's been stable. Stable's not the right word. It's definitely unfinished. Like, there's, like, missing art assets for a lot of things and, like, this type of stuff. Can you use, like, conscripts in this patch? You can, but, it's like, the button activate... There's no activate conscripts button. Instead, you have to, like, right-click the state and go activate conscripts. I'm so mad this game was running insanely slow. I reset the process... it rests to run on the processor instead of the... Processor GPU instead of the dedicated first-world problems. Rest to run? I don't know what you mean. I don't ride to live, I live to ride. I really hate that, like, they made it an inefficient PM. It being logging. Like, Oh, focused hardwood production's also better than regular hardwood production. Jesus. Oh, God. And then we're gonna need to swap some of these off. So I think Westphalia, maybe? No, wait. East Prussia. But this PM's now inefficient, unless they change the base prices, because the base prices were equivalent. It used to be an even trade across the board, and now they're just going to be inefficient till pneumatic tools. How are the warfare changes? I like the changes, but they're not like fully implemented. Might be the best way to articulate it. Diplomacy actually is just a nightmare as well. Because people can sway and offer their bodies up to Mummy. And so we started to play to Dominion Orania. And then Orania swayed the UK by offering a protectorate, which bricked our war goals. So this is actually super asinine. But on the flip side, we have reverse sways. But on the flip side, we haven't seen a single diplomatic play that we could have intervened in, even when we moved our interest to Egypt, between the Egypt and the Ottoman Empire after getting the event. And I'm beginning to suspect that while the sway system might work, it is impossible for you to join someone else's diplomatic play at this point in time, which of course is not ideal, but it is what it is. I don't know. So, yeah. I hope that kind of answers the question. But yeah, right now it seems like in order to avoid inefficiency, you actually want to stack your entire economy in one place. And this is like an impossible, like, task. And when you specialize in one place and then the other, you end up being forced to eat inefficiency. And so, seeing as we automatically get in, why don't we just send the... Oh, we clicked escape. We didn't click the enter button. So, yeah. So I think that the Great Plains had plus 20% ranches throughput. Then I'm mistaken. I don't know why your message got deleted. Did you get bopped by the... You just get randomly bopped? By some sort of automated system? I didn't delete anything. The Countries and Customs Union means more companies, which means more buildings affected by company buffs, although the AI might be too dumb to use it. This is an interesting point, so it allows further specialization, which is fantastic. This is how economies work. It's not just one homogenous thing. Like, we are specializing in iron right now. Like iron and steel. And it feels like we're specializing, but that just might be the brain inside our brain telling us a story. I'm gonna have to use the restroom pretty soon here, but... Okay, well, don't want to sub it, but what's going on here? What are we don't have enough boom booms here, which means we don't have enough boom booms everywhere. But see, here, in order to get the cheaper boom booms, the absolute cheapest inputs, we would want to build it here. And so, like, you're incentivized to actually just build all of your economy in one single state, which is eventually you're going to run into problems with labor, right? Currently, we have the boom booms being produced over here. I think we're going to continue to produce them over here, on the basis that eventually we're going to run out of labor here, unless they've heavily increased migration attraction or something like this. And so we'll just have to tolerate more expensive boom booms as inputs for our this stuff. Oh my god, I feel small brain. God damn it. We want boom booms where we have our sulfur, don't we? We want boom booms where we have our sulfur. Because what do boom booms eat? Well, let's actually see what they eat. I believe it's sulfur. Oh, it's sulfur and iron and... Well, it's not terrible here because there's iron and coal, but this is just clearly a better spot for the boom booms, right? We'll do something like this. Has this research been available for a while? We might just be slacking here. Let's go national. Well, nationalism's like already done. Just kind of read through text. Maybe we like modern sewage. Actually, let's go mechanized workshops because we're starting to build really tall in one place. What's up, homies? Did they rework military completely? Pretty extensively. Now you create armies that are composed of multiple divisions, multiple generals, and you can recomp them with like artillery and this is supposed to be cavalry, but like it's not fleshed out yet. And we have these cuirassiers, but everything's to do, like this type of stuff. So like it's in the process of the rework. Is it possible to remove the natural enemy stance from Austria? I can't form Super Germany anymore. Maybe if you bankroll them, we're going to improve relations with them. Speaking of that. If you bankroll them, you can get an obligation in theory, so I think you could Super Germany that way, but I haven't tested it. I like how Generalist complains about inefficiencies like someone from centuries ago. You know, it'd be like that sometimes. Usually a century ago. We are just getting wrecked on these laissez-faire passes, though. We automatically get that. Maybe infrastructure mechanics should be wholly replaced by transportation good. This is possible. It was the Think Sense release. You're not able to get involved in the plays. This started before you got the interest in the region. Unfortunate, but understandable. We've seen literally zero We've seen zero Diplo plays that we could potentially get involved in this entire like 2 hours we've been playing, or whatever, 3 hours or whatever it is now. You have a lot more control of it. What's up to homies? I have this stupid thing called job, but you gotta duck out for it. Yeah. Rip the dream. Pour one out. Let's see. Pour one out for Liz does. Something like this. Oop. Reinforce here. So I think we're going to incorporate, or actually let's not incorporate, and we're going to extract here because we have colonial exploitation here. So we're going to kind of extract resources here. So man, the fabric's real cheap here. Which, like, is ideal. This is what we want. I think we don't want these. I think we do want a port. So we can connect everything. You just played a bit and realized how complicated the war system become? Well, it's like, the UI is just absolutely terrible at this current moment, so... I think that maybe it's a symptom of this. Like, it's not actually complicated, but it's the appearance of complication. German national identity. We are going to have to go after Schleswig-Holstein pretty soon, I suppose. Oh, we don't want to be improving relations if we have to grab this. Now we could liberate them, or we could just transfer them, right? Regarding the AI private sector construction allocation, are you noticing a more effective queue? I wouldn't say so. It's kind of just a reasonable looking queue. But it's really hard to evaluate now with local goods prices like completely shaking everything up. All your supply chains for one good are, but not necessarily your economy. You know, if you allow foreign investment in the upcoming DLC, that might be a huge boon with the new economy. Man, I have no idea how they would implement it from like a gameplay perspective, to be honest. Looks like a bunch of people are supporting us for Germany. Who's the supporter here? Hanover? Okay. The truth hurts. I think we're going to go after the Schleswig-Holstein thing, because we're done with the war. Wait, why can't we start a play? Are we involved in a play? It doesn't look like we're involved in a play. Do we not have a Diplo interest there? That would be, yep. That would do it. I only understand now that we suffer from local penalty 2 times. First, when we export from our own state. Second, when we import it to our state. So the 0.85 times 0.85 equals 72% goods delivered from one state to the other. I think you're correct, but I have to think through if the math makes sense on that, because it's inefficient. Well, it's inefficient at that 0.85 if whoever you're importing from has a specialized economy, right? But if the economy of the Xing is all spread out, right? Let's say they have cotton plantations everywhere, then their local prices and their market prices are going to be relatively tight. Well, I guess you're still having that 85% penalty, right? But not the 85% is it's not 72% goods delivered, because if the price is it depends how big a price differential you're creating through your specialization, and the bigger the price differential, the more the penalty is effectively going to be, right? Might want to end rivalry with Austria too. Yeah, might. Sorry. That tracks. Now we need more Diplo. Netherlands. Yep. We hate you. I hate you. Any thoughts about 1.5 overall? There's so much going on. I guess my most overall basic thought would be they are slowing down the player an enormous amount. I don't want to move. I don't want to go to annex this and then have a secession movement, but I also want to annex it. The truth hurts. Maybe we just do something else. Looks like Portugal's going for Congo. Yeah, we had an interest down here, right? We have an interest here because we are colonizing here. So it seems like you just can't join diplomatic plays. So they added this reverse sway, but you just can't join plays. So 36 in backward countries. No more stacking in Russia, I think, or stack when only have local industries. What's the difference between a monarchy and an empire? The size of your stick. We are so underproducing on construction. I'm just trying to like figure what's going on. Like this, maybe. So now we stall out, and so we're gonna get a setback. Oh, is the setback just gonna nuke us? Yeah, it might just nuke us. What's the difference? The size of your stick is crazy. Yeah, son of a bizzle, dude. Can't go laissez-faire. I guess we'll try dedicated police. It's gonna make the Junkers upset. Could maybe go landed voting right now instead. We actually have a movement for this. Don't hate it. We'll do this as well. So landed voting should not take too terribly long. So this will be good. We're losing money now, which is, well, looks like we were losing money. And then we started not losing as much. I think we're gonna try and specialize more in plantations here, and we're gonna try and make some use of some of the knowledge that we had gained regarding some of this. We're gonna set this to auto produce some of this, and then knowing that, you know, do we have a building that does? Yeah, we have a ship throughput building. Cool. So we're gonna put shipyards here as well. Then I guess we really want to kick this up, and man, we really want a coastal province that can get max throughput from livestock and rye in order to focus on the things. Well, we have huge amounts of trade centers though. Didn't these used to take infrastructure early on in the game? Wild. So we'll do something like that. Yes, you're right. If you have local industries, it might be more or less. But I think about, yeah, it's not affecting the goods amount. It's affecting the like differential, the percentage differential you have to run. And so if the differential is smaller. So now I think you either want to spread everything out or uber concentrate, right? Like a spread out economy means that you will suffer this 85% less, and then you will suffer the 85% less often effect, or the The effect of the 85% is less when you're spread out, but then you lose your throughput bonuses. Whereas stacking high, and maybe it's actually you want to spread out early and then stack high late. This could also be a thing. So, 69%, nice. In Monarchy, you have Royal Navy Guard, etc. In Empire, you have Imperial Guard, etc. Yeah, different names for different things. I believe it's, like in the... Well, I know how Crusader Kings handles it, but that might not necessarily be, like, how it works, which is that it has to do with the level of the title, where there's... like, barons control baronies, dukes control duchies, kings control kingdoms, and emperors control empires. And it's like one step level, so like if there's multiple kings or whatever. On 1.5, how does it work? The price difference between goods produced in colonies, i.e. dies in Asia. It's the same. If they're produced like in Asia, I believe it's the local goods versus market price goods are the same whether it's overseas in Asia or not. So the same way that we are extracting a ton of iron here and have a depressed iron price that is local to here, we are also relative to the market, same thing goes elsewhere, except we're trying to create a lot of local demand. And so when we get to eat the cheaper prices if we actually create a bunch of local demand. But if you're trying to do this, then like you're trying to do it all, and like when you're trying to do it all, then like you have to build really tall in one place. So you have to industrialize in one place or just kind of spread everything out. And spreading out seems to like it would work a lot better for consumer goods in general, because the consumption is also spread out, and you can't we can increase consumption of iron in a single state. We can't increase consumption of textiles in a single state. So it might be that the metagame is to spread out consumer goods and to build tall on these other goods and like this type of thing. And so like I mean, like I'm really not sure how things are gonna shake out. But we have a dyes plantation over here, and this dyes, it's very, very cheap, and it's not employing up very well. And it part of it is it's receiving a huge throughput from now colonial exploitation. They changed the colonial exploitation law too. Now exploitation is much better. What it does is it gives increased plantations throughput by 20%, mines 20%, forestries 20%, rubber 20%, but minus on manufactories. And so this is going to be much better for extraction and shipping it back home and using it back home, this sort of thing. Or how you have a 1 to 2 textile level in 1,000 in country, but now cloth from one state away to the other will suffer the same penalty from local prices 2 times. Wait, what? I'm not sure what that means. Or how you have 1 to 2 textile 1,000 level in county, but now cloth from one state away to the other will suffer something like the penalty from local prices 2 times. I think it only suffers it once, unless you're talking about importing it, it's effectively suffering it twice, which I think is correct. So now, I mean, the size of all of our import routes seems to be considerably smaller, or be much worse at pulling us towards a given equilibrium. Like, if we click prioritize import, we cannot import coffee from anyone, even though it's minus 75%, which is insane. If we click focus import, we can barely import this from, like, why can't we import tea from Xing? Oh wait, it's cheap for us? Never mind, we need something that's expensive for us. We're shaking our fists. There are no buy orders for this stuff. We just have a ton of sell orders. Where's our sell orders from tea coming from? We have a ton of tea plantations? Where do we have a ton of tea? Oh, in Beijing. I take it all back. I never meant to think of it. But this makes it so, like, we have a ton of tea plantations, tea that's getting produced here. The price is so depressed. And it's like, it's uber depressed because it's depressed here, in particular because Look at this. So like we're selling. This is 10% less profitable because the local price versus the market price, and pops have to consume at the market price, but it sells at the local price, or the 85% equilibrium between local and whatever price. And so like this is going to make it so in major centers of population, you're going to want to build up like maybe these types of goods. And well, actually, I don't know. It's like. Joining just now, I think I responded. Oh wait, assuming Silesia and Rhineland are even better than before for building up as Prussia. I don't know if better than before you can even, like, the systems are just like different in terms of like building tall and this sort of thing. So yeah, an empire rules over 2 kings. This is my understanding of the distinction, according to Paradox. What's the setting to turn off stacking of the construction buildings? I'm not sure. Oh, you mean of this? Of the construction types? That's in the pregame menu. You gotta put that in. You gotta throw it up. Like a gang sign. But like, yeah, it seems like maybe all the industrial goods you want in a single place, and you want all of the non-industrial, like these types of the consumer goods, spread out considerably. So I think the canning, when we start using the canneries, meat packaging is when it's going to use meat. And so yeah, probably based on culture. I feel like they will adjust local price variance before everything is said and done. Yeah, this is probably the case. Right now it seems to... this seems pretty... Our line is not very vertical. It's not very erect, so... but this is okay. I mean, like, because I think they're slowing, like, everyone down, right? Yeah. Well, UK's cranking up, actually, relatively well. We do have to declare war. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Alright, we wanted to declare one on these guys. Transfer Schleswig-Holstein. Can we not transfer them? Or can we just conquer Schleswig? We can't just conquer. What? Oh, it's because they have positive relations? Okay. We have to free up some diplomacy or do something. So that we can damage relations with these guys. So we can do something other than liberate. In the meantime, we'll try and annex Transvaal. Hopefully it's impossible for them to, like, swap sides or whatever. Mobilize. Let's move you over to this front. Should be good. War system seems completely broken. I mean, you can tell what they're trying to do. Front lines are not moving. You have to set your guys on advance. For each of your generals, you have to put them on the advanced front order in order to move forward. Very curious to watch this now and want to watch what I missed later. 1.5 seems like it was going to be a cool update, and curious to see how squads work for the military. The military seems... I mean, I wouldn't say completely broken, but relatively broken, yeah. I think the bigger changes are, like, kind of the eco ones right now. Oh my god, market impact, market access impact really not affects the amount of goods delivered to the market, but market access do. So now local prices now only affects prices. Market access impact really not affects the amount of goods delivered to the market, but market access does. So new local prices only affects prices. That was my understanding as well. But it will cause things to... We saw stuff hitting equilibrium employment, like, when otherwise, like, never would have, which means that you can hit equilibrium employment in the very early stages of the game is rough. The cheap tea is such a classic poor farmer versus rich middleman. However, I also thought they weren't moving, but it only shows when you completely take control of the state. This as well. So we'll fight a ton of battles here, and then eventually when we get control of the state, we will full occupy the state, which prevents them from being like infinite fronts. And so this is kind of what's going on. Conquer Schleswig, liberate Holstein. I thought you only need to deal with Schleswig-Holstein. Also, if we conquer... Oh, we need to do both? Okay, yep, you're right. We'll do that. We'll make sure that we have negative relations with them as well. Which means I don't think we want to damage relations with these guys if we're going to live them, so... Bavaria wants an alliance. I think this is good for us, because I think this is going to mean that we get to do the Giga, a little bit more Giga Germany when we form Germany. Is there a setting to stop when 2 or more constructing buildings in the same province stacking up? Oh, I'm not sure. Furniture manufacturers in Berlin building show 2 buildings building in Berlin. Where Berlin's at? Oh, you wanted to show all the individual buildings instead of what is it? Let's queue up a couple buildings here. So right now there's only one building being built here. If we add an additional one, so let's add furniture manufacturers. Now it switches to this too. This improves performance. So you need both? Alright, we'll conquer and live the next war, at least. But this is making it so we're really building tall here. So we unlock canneries. But yeah, you're just eating a ton of inefficiency all over the place. And a ton of value is getting destroyed. Definitely want to be on rifles. Haven't had a native uprising though from the Zulu lands, which is good and interesting. I want to see everything, sadly. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. But I think we might, so we're not incorporating Zululand. I think we might want to incorporate Transvaal because it is a province that has both iron and coal in the same state. Let's not incorporate it for now. But it looks like they do need a railway. Oh. I'm going to put that at the back of the queue. Or I guess the back is the front. The problem is they have turmoil, and this is going to cost a lot more construction than normal. It's probably not worth it. But now we can do our war against Denmark, so we can conquer Schleswig, liberate Holstein, right? It's kind of what you guys had suggested. And then liberate subject Holstein. And then I think before this war starts, well, I think I'm gonna use the rest from after this war. Russia sides, come on. Alright, what can, oh, we can sway a lot of people, holy shit. Oh, we could transfer Rhineland, transfer subjects, obligation. Sway with war goals. Not sure if we want to sway with war goals. I think that gives up our war goals. But interesting that we could do it. Transfer subjects. Bavaria. Call ally. Don't think that'll do anything because they don't have a way to get to the front. Keen on just maybe offering them an obligation, France, here? Any difference in naval warfare? Naval warfare is like non-existent right now. The landings automatically succeed and there's no naval fights. It's broken. Transfer Mexico? When did Mexico get... Oh, I guess they must have swayed versus USA or something? That's funny. I think we're gonna release Perm if we can. That'll show them. Message redacted. Make more military when you stand a better chance against Austria. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe we'll try and make military with the other unit types. Looks like we can sway Austria with transfer subjects. It's kind of weird. We have to be careful not to mobilize everyone. Oh, that one we could actually click on, but if we mobilize everyone, we can't use people for landing. So anyone we mobilize can't be used as a landing. We finally get our secession. Alright, so we're gonna move someone down there to deal with that. I think the 4-stack might be the one to do. They're already down there anyways. I hate it when you're an overlord of Britain and Britain absolutely has no colonies and destroys your economy. Austria sides against us and gets swayed. Or they don't get swayed. Make it easier. Sway with Diplopacts? Bankroll? No thanks. Transfer Rhineland? I don't think so, but I think we're going to want to. We could sway them away with transfer subject. But now Bavaria might be useful, so let's sway France with an obligation. Do we have enough? Yeah, we have enough war goals for this. And then we're gonna, I think our 15 and our 14 stack, we're gonna mobilize and move on to this Prussia-Austria front. Here, and then so we have the 12 and the 6 for landings, but the landings automatically get in. You don't need to double land, no nothing. I think we're going to conscript some. You also apparently need a strategic objective in order to get your army to advance at all. Look at all the dudes moving. So this is neat. We get a landed republic, or landed voting. Let's try for laissez-faire again. Do we have any agitators who could maybe help us out? Nope, just a pacifist. Their help only hurts. And I guess we could make war reps. From Austria, and then also let's call in now them. And then go for war reps as well. I think that'll be all of our maneuvers. Look at all these dudes moving around, zipping around. Try the mobilization options. Alright, let's take a look. So, which one is our biggest army? This second North German army. So, we're going to take a look. Mobilization. Now, why can't we activate this? Can't be changed while we're mobilized. Okay, can't be changed while we're mobilized. I apologize. Yeah, we might have to, rearrange these and rethink some of these things. Can we rearrange these in the ledger? No. Darn. Okay. Where can we station? If France just doesn't believe in helping us out, that might put a little wrinkle in things. I think we're gonna conscript everywhere. Even here. We can't sway anyone because we don't have enough maneuvers to do anything. I mean, France has a lot of troops they could potentially move over here. I don't see anyone moving on the map though, so I think we're just gonna get wrecked here, right? Okay. Our 6th army is mobilized? Why can't they perform a landing? Well, we'll move them to a front, I guess. Is France really just not going to do anything to help us? Oh, there come the troops. A little slow to the party, boys. A little slow to the party. This is nice to see all this moving around. I like that they updated trades. Do grips auto-join groups? You know, I don't know, actually. Was this guy 40 before and now he's 44? I think that they do, if that's the case. And now our fronts look a lot better, for now, kind of. Yeah, it's so nice to see these guys moving around. I assume this is going to get cleaned up more as well. That's cool because it's going to allow us to build more construction centers in Silesia where we have the cheap iron. See, we really want to put the construction centers where we have cheap iron. Oh, looks like they're getting railed over here. But now, we cannot redo any landings because you need a demobilized army to do a landing. God, that's so asinine. I'm gonna demobilize these guys so that we can do a landing on Austria later. How do you do a naval invasion? You cry a lot. Here, I'll show you. We go to Navy, we go plan naval invasion, we click where we want to navally invade, and then we cry. You have to have, they have to be demobilized, so this is why we can't do any of this. The army has to not be mobilized for you to be able to do it, but once they are demobilized, then you can put them in. So... yeah. But we chopped up Ingria here, and now we have a bonus, or we're pushing on the other fronts, apparently, I think, ecumenically, geopolitically, spiritually. See what we're researching. Mechanized workshops, always a good one. Oop, rip the dream here. I really wish it started on that tech if it's gonna... whatever. So has it been 120 days? If it has, then we can do our naval invasion. But you have to do it through like this interface here. See, now we can get this guy in. And they apparently automatically succeed. So, at this current juncture, it's even better than the quad landing. So we're gonna get this in here. On Austria, it's just a matter of time. And Bavaria gets enforced on. Rip the dream. It's super cool to see everyone moving around though. Also makes it like easier for you to like think about making adjustments. I guess we are okay with a defensive pact on them. And we get in and immediately they assign a bunch of stuff over there. We're gonna have a slow going, but I imagine we can't get enforced on here. And I imagine we're eventually... Ooh, we don't have the war goals though. The main war goal. God, this is so stupid. We're gonna have to demobilize these guys to try and get in on Schleswig-Holstein. Filing cabinets. And then we gotta go through the interface this way. They want a defensive pact, I don't think so. We do have a bunch of excess, but I think we're gonna form the North German Fed pretty soon here, or we're getting leadership, right? Let's check our market. So if we have stuff that's really cheap, we can try and export it, I guess. God, these routes are so small. It is because they have to eat the local versus whatever price is twice. This is a bit of a thing. But enforcing on... Wait. Why are we losing so much money? Okay, whatever. Austria is gonna get wrecked soon. We do have to land the thing though. I don't think I already put this in. I'm losing my mind if I did. Also gonna demobilize this 15 stack. Needs a general though. We're gonna do that one. It will auto get in, and then hopefully we can move some guys over. Did anyone see the airplane over Croatia? Us not having France does hurt a lot. They were kind of doing most of the work here. Oh, is our 4 stack not set to advance? No, it looks like he is. What about the 19 stack, which is now maybe not a 19 stack? And I'm guessing this guy couldn't do a landing because there was no general. It looks like we're doing okay, and we're almost on to Austria, but we have to capture the whole state. So right now we're capturing all of Bohemia, and then we have to capture all of the other ones. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have landed them, because... Well, I guess they haven't pushed in on us at all, but... if there was no war goal on us for the humiliate, we would have to get something on them. Yeah, let's do that. Hell yeah, brother. So now we can try another naval invasion here, I guess. And this will auto-succeed as well. So, birds are not real. Read the change log. Seemed like the game's going to play a lot slower with all the changes. It does. Overall, it seemed like eco is going to be super way slower. Which I don't have a problem with it. Like, it's all relativistic, and it means that, like, I mean, this was kind of like the what seemed like had to be the case almost, because we'll put these on auto expand. This will make these should be relatively profitable. I don't know, man. But yeah, this is, like, there's several modifiers that, decrease efficiency, right? Like, both the construction is significantly nerfed. Like, everything takes way more construction. Everything's way slower. So the buildings you start with are significantly more significant as well. Significantly more significant? It sounds like redundant. Do companies work for you? I click on the company button and nothing shows up. They do. They're working for me. They work for me on both Sweden and Prussia. I don't know if it's somewhat contextual. The idea about suffering 2 times is based on the idea that states don't deploy 15% of goods from market to country market, but if local prices affect only prices, trade not change from 1.4. No, but it is trade. It is change because if it affects prices, the prices affect what the equilibrium trade volume is going to be. How do you navally invade? You go into you go into this tab, you click Navy, you click Plan Naval Invasion, and you click where you want to navally invade. However, very important, you can only navally invade with armies that are not mobilized. So here we can navally invade with the 6 stack because the 6 stack is not mobilized. So we are in a situation where we are actually needing to continually demobilize armies just so we can navally invade. Which is, like, kind of obnoxious. But the naval invasions automatically succeed. States will have different prices, but market must be the same. Make sure you aren't using mods. Mine were... Oh, yeah, that seems intuitive. I've been testing out subsistence farms recently. The game is actually really bugged. The code is supposed to prevent peasants from promoting under serfdom, but it doesn't work. Interesting. Frankfurt wants defense pact. No thanks. We're gonna do all that. We have good relations with everybody. Wow, they're really piling on. But we just, like, you auto get the thing, basically. We're enforced on Holstein, so we liberated Holstein. And we took that ourselves. This is going to be maybe a decent state for fish? I don't know, maybe not. Are going to incorporate that. Why did everyone... What happened here? Why is this minus 100? It should not be minus... Did everyone unassigned from the front? Everyone just randomly unassigned from the front. That's... Are they all moving? No, they're not all moving. What gives? I think we might demobilize some of our smaller guys, actually. Just so we can re-land with them. That's fair enough. Wait, why can't we... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I forgot to test the... This is supposed to give more infrastructure, right? Yeah, that's super neat how that's supposed to work. Or that's how that's gonna work now. Can you not patrol coasts? Well, a lot of messages. Can you switch companies at any time? I think you can. Yeah, it's not. There's no. I don't think there's a cooldown here. So I think you can switch at any time, but I'm certain that there will be some sort of cooldown at some point. Can you not patrol navies? Nope. But price and market is based on the amount of supply and demand of goods only, and we deploy the same amount of sell and buy orders in the market, so the price in the market stays the same. So it's based on it's based on total sell and buy orders, yes. And so, but we are selling to increase the profitability of our buildings, which are going to, there's going to be depressed price where we have a lot of output. Or is this not what you're talking about? By the way, you liberated both Schleswig and Holstein in 1.4 and was able to get the event. I don't think it's necessary to take one for yourself. Okay, we maybe should have done that instead. I'm amazed that anyone thinks this is an improvement over EU4 warfare. Never mind the bugs, just the UI. Well, I mean, the UI and the UX is, like, completely new. Like, or do you just mean Victoria in general? Not this. I don't understand how local prices affect trade in general. All must be the same from earlier. But you're trying to pull up local prices. So when we're exporting iron, we're trying to pull up the price of this iron, right? Because this is where we're producing iron. You're trying to, whenever you're exporting, you're trying to pull up prices that are, every price is local. All prices are local. So you're trying to pull up local prices when you're exporting, and you're trying to depress local prices when you're importing. And so if this is the case, right, then it affects it because you're not pulling the equilibrium as far as you otherwise would, because this price is depressed, or this or your input price is higher than you like otherwise would. Like, so for example, we can't this price is higher than we would want it to be because we are creating buy orders from it, and so it means that whatever effect you're getting from trade is you know, not as robust. The military is much better now. I can't get off it. If a building sell order 60 in one state and another building second state gets goods for 70 because local price differences, who gets 10, or is total sum of local differences? The 10 is inefficient. It's lost through inefficiency. This is what I mean when I say stuff's inefficient. So we're selling at a depressed price here for the price of the iron here. Here, if we look at like local prices, or we might be creating enough buy orders, but we have a huge positive balance. The local price is 31 and the market price is this. They are selling at the local price. Anyone else here that is creating buy orders here, there will be no inefficiency because they will buy at the local price. But if someone else in the entire market is buying it, they will be buying at the market price, and no one gets this. This is just like deadweight loss. And this is how the inefficiency is created. The second way the inefficiency has been introduced is the construction sectors are considerably nerfed. Lighting is infrastructure, genius. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Just managed to have Belgium and Venezuela protectorate just because they had a civil war. No beard, holy. Man, you're late to the party here with the no beard. It's been no beard for a while. Oh, no. How can you humiliate us? You don't control our capital. What the fuck? Oh, did you take a snippet of something of ours? You don't control any of our land. Oh, this is stupid. You don't control anything. How are you... What's the war goal here? Is the war goal for humiliate always been just... Oh, that's so stupid. That means we should not have invaded. Because we had taken a bunch of their land. We have a bunch of bonus. Also, like, all of our guys got unassigned from the front. I guess we lost Bohemia in that period of time. When we were, like, pushing on Austria. And we have an advantage here. I think I'm going to switch sides and then capitulate. To be honest. This seems buggier than all get out. And I want to form North Germany, so... And I'm a little bit less concerned with the integrity of the run overall. So, we're going to switch country and back down. How do naval invasion works? You just automatically get in. Wait, no war goals were enforced? Wait, what? Why did it say no war goals were enforced when we just clicked capitulate? It just let us out for free? We're gonna swap and have... You have the exact same problem with, like, what's going on now? So we switch countries. Say, hey... We'll grant German leadership and we'll propose this deal. And then we'll switch back to Prussia. And then we'll accept this deal. The visuals aren't there yet, but the front is supposed to move inside the state until the entire state is taken. So they have a portion of our state. Yeah, I don't feel bad about this. Oh, we don't get Bavaria, but we don't get Bremen either. If we improve relations with them, do we get them? Let's bankroll them, I guess. We become the North German Fed, and of course we will need to incorporate everything. Also reset all of the production methods. Oh my god, reset production methods is gonna suck now because the freaking... You want to bifurcate what you're doing with the wood. God damn it, dude. And wood's almost everywhere. That's gonna be a little bit rough. Rifles, no cannons. We don't do cannons here. We're gonna do that. I think it's bug when you have more than one general on your front, that they just all unassign. Yeah, you were right, but in state effect from trade will be lower, but the market price value stays the same as if we play in 1.4. So the trade amount is the same, so we always suffer 85% efficient. I had to think. Yeah, you're correct. I think I think you're correct. I think the reason for double counting it is we're operating from two perspectives simultaneously, and it can get a little confusing, right? Both the state perspective, where we're concerned about the profitability of this building, and also the market perspective. Yeah, war with Austria won all the battles. They didn't get any closer to capitulation. North Germany, well, we had to take their capital, but we were on Bohemia and we were pushing, and then all our guys unassigned, and then they took all of Bohemia back. North German Fed doesn't get Bavaria and Baden and Württemberg, but Oldenburg is on you. They didn't join because of bad relations. Oh, so we just got to raw dog them? Alright, that's fair. But Oldenburg. You mean Bremen? I assume? It's not too big a deal, though. Well, that makes sense. Did they change it because when you change the PMs, you could see the government revenue change even while paused? I'm not sure what you mean. Seeing Texas occupy all of Mexico at the beginning of the game is strange. I mean, maybe maybe this is the patch for you to get the Native American territories, run. In your opinion, the implements of local prices where transportation of goods between states is not part of the GDP in some way, but is part of some inefficiency and just lost money, is just broken. Well, I mean, it takes money to transport goods. They don't... this is why coastal places generally have more economic activity than inland places. You said Oldenburg didn't join, but I meant Bremen. Yeah. So now we just gotta raw dog him, it won't matter. We can return state him though. So this is fine with us. Somewhere down the line, we get a little bit of Germany action. But yeah, it's pulling us in two directions where we wanna spread out the economy for some reasons and then not for others. It might be the consumer goods we want to spread out, to be honest, because these will be really efficient. Like the first one, because the buy price should be way higher, right? So if we look at local prices, we see the local price of furniture, I imagine, would be kind of high. Yeah, the local price is way higher on furniture because we have so many people who need it, and so the local price should on all the consumer goods should be a little bit high, right? And so I think that, it might be the case that you want to spread out the consumer goods a little bit. Yeah. Bremen will join when we form Germany. Alright. When we form Germany. I think we need to take some dirt to do that. Gotta take some dirt from some people. We can establish some colonies, it looks like, or an additional colony to maybe try and cut off the UK. UK is going slow as hell, though. And now we can do an additional company. I think I'm going to run an ad and use the restroom. I'll be right back. And also get a drink. I'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes. If you want to get a drink or do something like this, now would be a good time. And I will be just a minute. not back in frame. Picking up what I'm putting down. Oh, what's up, Walker? I'm glad Paradox has dropped Open Beta 1.5, but apparently AI doesn't get changes yet. AI... Yeah, Brazil has consistently lost the war due to not splitting commanders. Iran opening 3 times and Paratain just wins every time. Yep. Is RTX 3060 good for this game at full graphics? This is not a me question. Hopefully someone in chat can help you. Yo, this gameplay is lit. Chair is my favorite. Let's go, Chair. Yeah, maybe what I'll do next time if I have to AFK is I'll run like some sort of video of mine, maybe from a different channel even, or something on YouTube. I gotta come up with a better, I need to use the bathroom and whatever sort of thing. Because I'm also, we're going like close to 4 hours now. Started at 8:30, so 12:30, a little over 4 hours, so I do have to, I have needs. I have human needs. So for now, the best play early game is Celestia-like, Iron and Coal State, and concentrate all there. That seems to be the case, but with a little bit of a caveat in that it's going to depend a little bit on your country too, I think, which is actually pretty nice. If you have a state that looks like this, or if you're like Russia, I think you actually might just spread out on chops, right? But this strategy doesn't work if you don't have railroads. You can't do this you can't build Omni High on Cilicia without railroads. And we have another problem here. We're gonna run out of pop eventually, and this is gonna nuke this like entirely. So is this beta gonna be frequently updated? Yes. That's the idea. 90% CPU? Alright. That's, hardware is less of is not something I'm as knowledgeable about in general. I get the impression that 1.5 is a different dev fork from 1.4. Didn't 1.4 remove icons from buildings being built? They removed it if there's more than one. If there's just a single building being built, like here in shipyards, it'll still show, but if there's multiple, it'll show this instead, which makes it more efficient. No, you're going mad. You can see the icons. It is feedback gaming. He's been lurking this entire time. A one update in 3 to 4 weeks. Oof. 3 updates to release. Dev Diary 93. Alright, thank you for the update. We do have to pick another company, though. We are overbuilt. We know that we're overbuilt a little bit on iron and, actually, let's see if we can export these things. Because we have an advantage in these things, so let's dump into other people's markets. We also know we're already dumping a little bit into markets. So, like, what is our buy orders? We have construction centers. Half of our buy orders are trade routes. I actually really like this, though, because now we're, like, it feels like we're really specialized. And other countries cannot do anything about us dumping, you know, into their market, which the multiplayer environment with companies is going to be sweet, because obviously not everyone can go iron, otherwise, like, the economy doesn't work, right? But we unlock another company. Like, we have a 36 throughput on this. We'll put it on auto expand, actually. And we have on here just a monstrous 74 throughput. But maybe stacking these is not good because you're only getting a portion of it. You see, we're getting 20% times 1.5. So we're only getting 30, well, we're getting 30%. But then we're also specialized, so maybe this is a good thing overall. It's probably good to stack and then specialize. Is there actually benefit along tooling production chain to be in the same state? Yeah, there's a huge benefit. Or more accurately, you don't have to eat, now everything you have to eat basically a malice, a 15% malice on your price in terms of the difference between local price and market price, which very often local price will trend towards plus 75 or minus 75 depending on what you're doing. And so you have to eat this massive like 50% 15% average differential between the two of these, or the average is good to be contingent upon which country you're playing. So if we were playing like Qing, it would be like 40% instead of 15, and so it's based on tech and other stuff. And so like found the most busted companies yet. The most busted companies are going to be whatever's involved in the most busted industries, I think. I think we got pretty good companies currently. We have this metal, we are overlapping on iron, so we're going to overproduce iron, and then we're going to run out of iron way slower because there's much less construction overall. And then we are getting steel mills throughput, and then we're also getting steel from here. So specifically on iron steel, we're really good. We're okay on coal and lead as well. And so, I mean, in theory, this also informs how we should specialize with techs, right? Because after we go Quinine, we should probably get dynamite earlier than normal and open hearth process earlier than normal as part of like our overall strategy. And so specialization seems to be much more of a thing. It didn't make a meaningful difference without OBS setup, but I tossed like 16 extra gigs of RAM like 8 months ago, and it made recording a lot more stable. Interesting. It makes a lot more sense with the exploitation law. 32 gigs is future-proofing. It's future-proofing these days. Anything with throughput, yeah. So now let's look at our potentials. So we know kind of where we're like overbuilt on. Like if we look at trade routes and we look at which has the biggest trade routes or units, we look at units and we kind of see what we're exporting. We definitely don't want to make fabric now or silk or this type of thing, and we definitely would prefer to make hardwood or steel. Our steel exports are not very good, but they will ramp up, right? If we just need to build more steel and get the... I think we just need to build this up to like 31. It's on auto expand though. Let's focus back on the companies. So this kind of... Well, we are focused on the companies. So let's look at bonuses and also thinking that we want the throughput bonus on our industries is kind of probably what we care most about. Hypothetically, it can help to put on an SSD. Yeah. What about ecumenically? So I think the combine of fisheries is interesting because I think that they buffed fish and whaling, but I have to readjust the entire spreadsheet. I think the bonuses from the United Forestry Conglomerate are going to be insane on early game countries. And so I love that they say profit intensifies up here. That's nice. Construction or company throughput bonus. Oh, company construction bonus. I forgot there's a construction bonus for building these things too. So while everything is more expensive, the things that you... Okay. So, Precious metal syndicate's interesting because we could maybe up minting by 10%. Is this worth? I'm not sure. But yeah, so these will produce faster. So I think we actually... Let's see if we can find a tools one, because we don't have tools right now. Our tools don't produce faster, but the forestry conglomerate I think is going to be really good in general. Multiplayer might actually have to use tariffs. I agree, because multiplayer is already at the point where tariffs are almost there. Construction bonus from companies, so yeah, so it affects. So we could do premium foods. This one is actually pretty tempting. I like the 5% birth rate. Especially like long term, that's going to be particularly good. Premium house goods also seems pretty solid, as does fine attire ink, but this would give us army offense. I'd kind of rather have something else on our tooling though. Let's see if there's another tooling one. Migration attraction is lows. So there's not another tooling one. I think we're going to go with premium foods, actually. And, I think we're going to... So we have max fisheries where we have these shipyards already. I think we're going to put these on auto expand, and also put a food industry down and put it on auto expand. And maybe spread out our food industries a little bit, but also try and export food. That's got just a ton of industries everywhere.
Alright. So now we're gonna get a throughput bonus on all of those. But now our price on this is really cheap. We're the #2 producer worldwide, so we might not be getting the bonus. Oh my god, we can't export it anywhere. Let's actually do this. So let's try and dump it into these markets. Well, this says we make money, but why can't we? We already have trade route for groceries. So we're just going to dump to everyone adjacent to us. We're also going to dump to Xing. And someone opened Japan's market. Ayo, let's go. And so let's also try and import some of the inputs as well. So that would be grain and fish largely. And then fish. So let's see how that kicks around. Why not coal iron rather than tools? We're already pretty heavy in the coal and iron. Did you have one in mind? This one? Standard minerals? The thing is as we already have coal and iron, and as we stack more of these modifiers, they have diminishing marginal returns. But then we also get to specialize more, so it might be worth it to stack. How can I check the prosperity of a company? It looks like we can see it here. Prosperity will increase while productivity is at least 25 or 1.25 to the global average. And so we don't have 100 prosperity. Oh, so this is the disadvantage for swapping around. You lose all your prosperity, basically. But here you can see some of this. You hadn't scrolled up, but yeah, I was looking at the sulfur one too. Oh, did I miss one? But I think I like the birth rate. That's a strong modifier. Bro, is that a mod or a move function? Been 5 months, haven't played. This is patch 1.5 open beta, and so any performance issues? Not especially that I've noticed. Not especially, but also like we're 12 years into the game, so that's generally not where we're having the performance issues. It is bordering on like a new. Well, like everything is so much different. Like the superficially, the game's like the same, but like the underlying mechanics seems like so substantively different that like some people are asking me, well, what's best? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like a big part of it. Oh, maybe we should have Celestia picked the other option. Why'd we have the storm in Celestia? Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna build construction centers where we have a lot of available labor. We'll do something like that. There's gonna be quite a few. This devastation is backbreaking. I wonder why Saxony's got their panties in a bunch. Regards to infrastructure. But yeah, apparently this is the only Prussia has unique companies right now, and so this one seems particularly good. This is one of the Prussia unique ones, which is giving us you know, a ton of output on steel effectively. So Prussia will be like a steel specialist in the early game. So if steel's really good, this is a huge buff to Prussia. Russia with chop chops and home good counties, massive exporting tools sounds good. Yeah. New military local pricing is pretty dramatic. It's we're gonna unpause. It's like the Stellaris change, where the Stellaris looks the same outside, but mechanically it's changed. Yeah, and also like if you're playing in a very superficial way, it shouldn't make too big a difference, right? But like, well, so here's the thing: is like, most of the time, like what you do is effective, and the line goes up, and the question is not, except our GDP is like really not. Jesus. Oh, this is, what's this? Oh, this is 48 to 49. For the most part, what you do works. Like, if you do a bunch of different things, it doesn't require you playing perfectly, and it's a matter of, like, maximizing stuff. So, like, adding the extra period each day is slowing stuff down tremendously. 7 extra ticks a week, not a fan. Is it really? I thought it was always 4. Do you think 1.5 is more fun than 1.4 for now? It depends what you mean by fun. There are certainly some things that are perhaps not that tolerable. Oh my god, the conscripts don't deconscript. Oh no, wait, no, I got a ton more units. Herpa derpa. Now why can't I mobilize this guy? It's demobilized and can't mobilize. Alright, fair enough. Can I merge some of these homoies? I can. Perfect. I'm so glad I could reorganize stuff. We might have them reorganize like everything, or like our entire military. Let's get rid of a consumption tax here. And it needs to be addressed. There's no extra tick. Yeah, that's what I thought. Russia sides with Great Qing. Rip the Dream Arena. I guess now we're happy that we have this fat stack over there. Can we sway someone? We can call in, sway with call ally. Do like that. We could just go for Russian war reps only. They call, well, no, yeah, this will be helpful because they can actually move through us now. And we can't mobilize yet because of reasons. Ooh, we are going to need way more convoys, though, to support everything. Oh, and now we care where we're producing ships. So let's actually... I know in West Prussia we have a shipyard, so now we care, and we want to have the shipyard where we have our convoys. Something like this. Let's go free trade here, baby. Is it just you, or do they intervene really aggressively? Well, I think that... I think they intervene fairly aggressively. I don't think it's you, but I think that my sample size is tremendously small. Like, I can't... I have a small sample size here with this, my guy. You okay, German dudes? Oh, yikes. This is actually, though, because, like, tremendous inefficiency, basically. Oh, looks like they don't believe in assigning to fronts before the battle starts. That's cute. Before the war starts. So we're just gonna wreck through, like, a... whatever. Now we have several that are currently unassigned, or not mobilized generals. And we did this, of course, so that we can land, because everyone knows you can only land with troops that are not mobilized. I'm just kidding, nobody knows that. We're going to confirm there, and then we're going to land another one here. I do like that you can't just randomly promote up guys to, like, zip guys through space, time and space. So, every game you've had has a great power intervene every play. Well, we haven't had them intervene every single play. So there's this. Oh my god, our guy didn't start. We didn't have a fucking general here. So that's why we gained 0 progress, and now they're gonna have guys come in. Oh, but they're Chinese boys. Oh, we do have to... I kind of hate that they won't advance unless you pick a place for them to advance into. I believe that the capital always moves to southern Anhui. Yeah, it does. How's the battlefield system? How does the battle system feel? I like the ideas behind it. I like that I can see guys moving around. I am kind of liking it. With that said, it is in a very rough state currently, and so like, yeah. How can I build more productive buildings? Switch back to 1.4. I don't know. It's because of the way the prices are being affected by everything. It's every building is effectively so you can. Unless you have an entire, like, microeconomy in one place that is, like, perfectly balanced, you're going to eat inefficiency. And so, like, we are producing a ton of iron here. This iron is getting depressed relative to our market price, so it's inefficient. It's not as productive as it otherwise would be, because there's a glut of iron here. And we're exporting iron as well, which is raising the market price of iron, which is helping to bring this price up, but it's not that effective. What we could do is we can, as we add more of these, we could add more like steel mills to up the price. But as you see, then when we up the steel mills, now we have a high concentration of, industrial goods, which raises the price of all of the consumer goods. Actually, I'm not sure why this isn't profitable. This should be profitable. Oh, but the local Silesia price is way higher than North German price. So it's raising the price of all, the consumer goods by having this big industrial economy. And what you get is eventually you just, like, want to have an entire economy in one place. But then you run out of labor. And so, like, it's almost like wanting to create a massive microeconomy in every single country. But what is interesting is Qing might actually be insane in this patch, because they have populations to do this, to be like, I'm just going to build in one place, I'm going to build it up all the way. Looks like our guys don't know how to assign to fronts. Yeah, this has also been a little bit buggy in general. We're going to try and move over to this front and push in through there. But yeah, so it's kind of, yeah. Sort of stimulating transport costs. Yeah, I think that's the idea. I don't necessarily have... I actually think it's interesting and, like, maybe good. It's definitely slowing down the player. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Got a lot of things to impose on them. We're going to add a whole bunch of construction, though, which is going to help to bring, you know, our... We already have a bunch of construction in the queue, actually. It's just, like, at the back of the queue. Let's do that, then. But with construction's going to get really cheap. But the thing is, we're going to have construction sectors everywhere. The market price of iron is going to get pulled up relative to the local price here, and so this is going to... You are getting past, like, increased productivity on, like, these steel mills by making everything else less efficient. So... Wait, wasn't local prices supposed to fix the build tall on a single province meta? Well, so I think that, I think what the metagame might be, and this is super tentative, right? Because I have to think more and do math and do spreadsheets and this sort of thing. I think it might be the case that, you want to focus your industrial stuff in places that have both coal and iron. And then you might want to focus on consumer goods in other areas, and you might want to spread out consumer goods a little bit more, because, like, but maybe not. I'm not 100% on some of these things. Could probably put this on auto expand. Let's also sack some of these unis, but I think it's complicated, and I'm not sure what the answers are. But if you're... So here's the other thing, is if you spread everything out perfectly, then it's also good. But, like, so the value you get from... so actually, in theory, like, everything being spread out would be good, because, like, the tools price here is depressed. If we built tools everywhere else, right, instead of building tall here, that could be preferable. But the problem is we're not going to get the throughput bonus from economies of scale, so... Whereas if you can fit everything into one market, then you get to eat the throughput from economies of scale. So basically, you got to get a mini economy going for all your states. You're rewarded for getting a mini economy going, yeah. This is so obnoxious. Look at this. All of our guys unassigned. When someone in the war capitulates. This is... straight up not having a good time here. I think the 6 is not mobilized. I'm gonna demobilize this guy. We're gonna demobilize this guy. Oh, no, wait. No! I'm gonna transfer this 11th army to the 9th army. Try and consolidate this a little bit. But actually this is super obnoxious because this might cause us to lose this. Well, I mean, if they don't assign to the fronts as quickly as we do, then it's just gravy, I guess. But yeah, that our guys get unassigned is kind of obnoxious. But now we got Shangzi, baby. Let's double check our company stuff. So we're getting increased construction bonuses in all these places. So we're getting increased construction bonuses on iron, lead, steel, and food industries. And we're currently trying to... So it might make sense for us to spread out all the food. This is buggy like crazy, friend. Yeah, it is. Rather than local prices, I don't have enough local adjacent capabilities to export production. So like if you are perfectly fulfilling demand such everywhere such that all local prices are identical to the market price, this means you're eating no inefficiency. So this is the argument for spreading out, by the way. But as we build taller here, we will increase the differential here even more and more and more, creating more inefficiency. Like as we build taller here specifically on the iron, we will increase the margin between the local price and the market price. And so it might mean spreading out it better, more is good. It's yeah. But it also depends where your buy orders are coming from. Because if our buy orders are coming from exports, right, then it's kind of like someone else is eating our inefficiency, I think. Maybe? And a ton of our buy orders are exports. You look at this, we're exporting iron like never before. I mean, like, I don't think I've ever exported this much iron in a game like this. And we can even export, you know, like, let's look at a market. What's cheap here? Like, lead's super cheap. We should be exporting lead because we get a construction bonus on lead and a throughput bonus on lead with our things. So let's export all this, and then let's buildings. Get everything... And we're going to put all our steel mills on auto production. All of our lead, and or maybe we didn't want all of our steel mills on auto production. It's probably okay. And then we're going to put all of our lead... Well, we kind of want all of these on auto production anyways. Fishing trawlers, yeah, baby. I kind of hate that this PM now seems like a one where you want micromanagement. I generally prefer not micromanaging it. And we're just going to auto-expand the industries that we have a specialty in and try and export and create advantage this way. Like, building railways, ports should impact local prices. I agree. This is something that they could put in. Because the equilibrium is affected here. So if we take a look, and we take a look here, it's 85% for market price. And so the greater this value, the less inefficiency you create, and you can make it so that there's like, you can get up to 5% by having surplus of construction or something like this. Has anything changed since 1.3? Everything's changed. You have Besto gravy in America? I'm not sure. I would have to ask my friend. My friend is the gravy man. What mod was that? There's no mod here. This is the public beta. If you wanted to opt in, you right-click the game, you select properties, then you like click open betas, I think. Maybe that's not the exact one. I don't think that's the exact pathway, but you right-click, oh, sure, the things and do the stuffs, if that makes sense. You right-click the name of well, looks like we can do this. Okay. You right-click in Steam, you right-click the name of the game, and then I think it's properties, and then betas, and then you find the 1.5 open beta, and that's how you opt in. Something like this. So... I think they should change local price from individual states to sectors, provinces within a country. I mean, it would be interesting. Well, so currently no extra calculation has to occur, but you would have to do more calculations if... what do they even have any war goals on us? No, they don't. So we won't swap sides and capitulate. But why are... Oh, they won't push if we just control the capital? Unless we designate a strategic... So they just occupied all the things and then... Okay, so now they'll push? Now we'll get some battles? That's stupid. That's stupid as all get out. I mean, we want to try and peel war reps off this guy, but I don't think we're going to because our armies didn't want to push. at all because we didn't designate a strategic objective. Don't think the balanced buy orders, sell orders in every state is possible. I don't think it's possible either, but I'm talking about a theoretical state of affairs, you know what I mean? Where the, yeah. But maybe you want to try approach market price maximally. Well, so if local price, this 15%, you know, this 15% influence, right? This 85%, this 15 that's coming from local price, the local price can't go over or under plus or minus 75, right? So it's gonna hit a cap, at which point, once it hits the cap, then you can't create any more inefficiency. And so that's kind of why I think building uber tall in one place and shooting it down to minus 15, minus 75 locally, then that's the floor. It can't get any lower. And then you can just export it to try and increase the market price while you're doing this. I think. What's market access influenced by? It's influenced by tech, primarily. I think we can hover the things to see the things. Good old double nested tooltip. 75's base value, we're getting plus 10 from stock exchange. Some techs give minus amounts. I think we're never enforcing here, so we'll just white piece, I guess. Unfortunate. I hate that Aranya, like, also, for those of you who just came, your war goals can get bricked, by someone getting swayed. So if you're trying to subjugate someone and then they get swayed and they offer up, their soul, I mean their body, I mean, we were dominioning Aranya, and then, they swayed UK with after themselves as a protectorate, and it just killed our thing, so this is, important to note. Spreading out could make some sense, but you also need to take into account local state modifiers. Yep. Yep. How local state modifiers and economy scales is also worth keeping in mind. There might not be one solution for all situations, which I think is fantastic. I think that's correct, and I think it's fantastic, because if I have to play different countries differently on some basis that is, you know, intelligent, I will be very happy. If I don't have to play every country exactly the same. I've been on and off the stream due to work, and I don't want to ask you questions you'd probably answer. No, feel free to go for it. There's like a ton of people coming and going on the stream. This is fine. If I don't want to answer it, I won't answer it. Also, someone in the chat can probably answer stuff too. Ad Necros says, gotta go. Good night, everyone. Good night, buddy. Just got here. Is war any better? That's a difficult question to answer. The system seems better. The system also seems horribly bugged and borderline unplayable. So it depends what you mean by better. The system would be better if it worked. It doesn't work. So this depends what you mean. Exactly. Liberate Toba. Transfer Banjar. Maybe. We don't really have much infamy kind of built up, so maybe we transfer Banjar and Pontiac. Which is 4 infamy, but I still think they're fairly likely to back down, but we accrue like a decent chunk of infamy, and this is gonna be good. Even through Vic 2, there's very micro-intensive army system. It was way better than this shit. Well, like, this shit just doesn't work. They want us to transfer our subject? I don't think so, because we can get them for free. Whoa! I was not paying attention. Wait, what happened? I'm going to take a load because I was not paying attention. And I do not want to have a rev. Local market price also gets ±5 from Zeppelin Tech and another 5 from relating to corporations. So it seems like 95 is the cap /4, right? I'm gonna let this go ahead. Okay. Oh, is it because we picked the other option there? So is this gonna give us the dreaded like Uber tick? So we get plus 10%, and then we get. So we don't want to change Civil War progress by 10%, but we can increase radicalism. That's not going to. Oh, but what do these guys want? They want cultural exclusion? Yeah, okay. No problem, guys. We don't have a problem with this. We never had a problem with that. Our guys. But the war is pretty like this is like unplayable because like it's like weird stuff. We have to demobilize guys in order to do things. We're gonna merge this with the 9th Army, trying to consolidate everything. So war went from automatic to automatic with extra steps. Yeah. But I think in theory eventually it'll be good, so. We actually have to think about which one we want to send. I guess we're going to send this 113 stack, and they should be able to enforce everything on these guys. And they'll get in instantly and instantly conquer the state, because it's broken. This game has really cool detail that you just noticed, but Uruguay used to be a part of Brazil. It was called the province of such and such, and when you puppet Uruguay, the flag changes. There's a lot of really cool, like, small local things that I like a lot. Yeah, like, our guy gets in instantly. I think he was around there, too. This is also another thing I like about this, is the fleets, like, actually have locations and shit. And so you see, here's our guy, this fleet's coming in here with the North German army, but our army and our fleet for this guy was already over here, so they managed to just full occupy this, like, pretty quick. And they move on the map and this sort of stuff. Importers suffer efficiency and buy orders buy goods more expensive. Exporters suffer inefficiency and sell cheaper. Yes. So all suffer inefficiency and only approaching market price in the state. And only approaching market price in the state lowers it. Yeah. What are my impressions on the local goods prices system? I kind of like it. It creates a ton of inefficiency. Games will be slower. Like, it will be much harder to get to, like, 10 billion GDP or whatever, if that's even possible. I'm not sure. But then you have increased efficiency on the back of, you know, so, like, what we could be doing here, like, you might be able to abuse companies, right? Because we have a construction bonus of 35% and a throughput bonus of 20% here. So we might just, like, construct a whole bunch of one thing and then swap to something else. You know, we construct a ton of whatever XYZ thing, and then we swap, and then we construct a ton more, and then we swap, and this sort of thing. So once we have a bunch of food industries, we swap off of premium foods, which this is incredibly tedious. I hope they implement, but like, so if we do this, we won't get our prosperity bonus. So this is maybe a downside, but if you have 4 companies, maybe it's worth it just to juggle one just for the construction bonus. Something like this, I don't know. Seems pretty interesting. It definitely, like, changes stuff quite a bit in a way that is pretty interesting, I think. How big is your save game folder? It's probably huge by now. I really gotta go in there and just delete a ton of them. Maybe 100% access is possible, but I did not check it all. Maybe there will be some text corporations that even extend. I feel like they wouldn't make it 100% ever, but because then they're just removing the mechanic entirely. But I could be mistaken. I'm often mistaken. The truth hurts. So we have our guy who's going to be agitating for this type of stuff. Can we get Parliamentary Republic? The Junkers hates it. But if we go dedicated police, we can kneecap some of their clout before we do this, maybe? And we'd prefer dedicated police anyways. Something like this. Oh, this is going to keep giving us radicals until when? Till we're off of monarchy and onto sunset suffrage. So we'll try and do this first. Do it a little bit of the slow way, but I think that also Austria, can we ever get them to improve? Let's improve relations. And see if we have that like permanent never ever support modifier, right? Supporters 5. So Luxembourg we can improve relations with. But they won't because they're a subject, and there's no unique modifier here, other than Austria being a GP. So maybe we can still form Giga Germany. I have to check this. 100% is possible, but I did not check all the text. Maybe there will be some that extend 100%. Extend beyond 100%? What would that even be? Is local prices working as intended, or do you see it being full of exploits? I think it's working as intended. I think it depends what you mean by exploits. So we're going to continue to... Maybe do something like that. Eventually we're going to want to build a ton of Shaanxi. They do have a bit of turmoil. The turmoil is not too bad, actually. Same here. Construction efficiency is not ideal, but we're going to take the enactment chance here. I do like that we can have this super... Well, actually... I'm gonna say we could have super depressed prices, but this is not it's not helping us. It's just not hurting us more. Depressed prices on the iron where we're building construction. Well, I guess actually maybe this is a way of actually extracting some value back, is that we get cheaper construction in areas where we are overbuilt on the iron, let's say. Something like this. There are buildings that only make explosives. Neat. Yep. So before the next major DLC in 2024, what else do they have planned? I think that this is mostly it. But this reverse sways are included in this, which is really cool. Except for wait, why is the war against Benjar now? Why is Benjar the leader of this war? That's probably not intended. Not sure why Benjar is the leader. So we'll occupy Benjar and Pontiac. Looks like they forced us out somehow. I'm not sure how they did manage that. But okay, fair enough. I'm super excited for 1.5, but no way I'm playing open beta. Thank you for your service. Yeah, I think that this will be... once the novelty wears off, there will be a decent amount of frustration, I think. When you build something, it makes sense to sort by planned cost / profit. Generally, like, looking at the potential earnings is pretty good. But I don't know if the tooltips lie. The tooltips often lie, is one of the big problems. You see, it would be really profitable in Silesia because there's a huge demand for boom booms here. Give us the boom boom company. We'll show you the boom booms. So Saxony, it says we can produce. So Saxony, I think, has a combination of both having tools and it already has iron and coal mines. And so this is why it's saying that it would be super productive there. So actually where you build stuff matters a whole lot more now than it did before. So the iron mine, like, if we're going to build steel, we should actually probably build it here because this is going to make this more profitable. I think it does. I think you are supposed to spread out more, but yeah. How's the new military? It's not very good. Or the system is good, it's poorly implemented. Which is maybe not the way you would want to hear it worded. I don't know. It's kind of a little bit difficult to answer because the system is good, but it's not. Why don't we have any of these? Okay. Fair enough. Hey, could we not enforce? Even though we're minus 100? Perfect. Fifth Fleet needs commander. Okay. Gotcha, thanks. Gonna stick to 1.4. That would be my recommendation as well. Unless you like want to try out systems and you want to see some interesting stuff and you want to think through this. I'm actually not sure what I'm going to do in terms of content. Do you heavily focus on getting landowners out early, leave it to later, or just do a gradual move? I mean, like, any sort of normative advice is super up in the air on the back of a lot of this, but I'm to answer your question, I think you kind of want to get them out early, yeah. This is an event, Shane. If services and transportation is local, then automobile and phones become better because you can throw them in China, India, Japan, or even Russia, which is not going to build a lot of those in general. Is building speed dependent on local? No. Or of construction building? Well, there is local construction efficiency, right? Oh, did they nerf that? That 8% figure seems like, I think that was a lot. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think I am here, but I believe there used to be way more state construction efficiency given by construction centers. And this was one of the main bonuses for building extremely tall in one place and building the construction sectors here. If you are no longer really getting this bonus, because we have 20 of these and we're only getting state construction, like, this is nerfed, right? If anyone in chat knows the previous values, please let me know. But that is significant. Well, we might have to order food in. I think I decided as long as there's over 100 viewers, I probably will keep streaming. So we're probably gonna need to order food soon. Otherwise, I'm gonna get really hungry. You won't like me when I'm hungry. Let's check our trade routes and see how many units are going where. Well, that's not doing anything. But, so we're just importing massive amounts of these. They're pretty productive, generating a lot of revenue. Okay. And then we're exporting several hundred steel. exporting a lot of this stuff. Not as much of this to Austria. I think we are on free trade now, no? Yeah, we are. Let's just take a look at our market, then. Maybe we want to import the wood from Russia. Is there a way to see what companies they have? It makes sense for Russia to go the wood company, right? You're now able to take decision, order food. Yeah, basically. I think iron was 1% per construction level. That sounds about right. Because I think it was like 30 something when you got on steel. But considering we are focused super focused in the mines, I think we're gonna have to go dynamite, steam donkey, open hearth as like kind of our thing. But actually no, let's go food industries. Let's go this, and then into this, and then we're making a decent amount of money. I think we're going to build the unis up here. Something like this, up to the economies of scale current EOS bonus. Then build up some more groceries. Yeah, do the flag shaker. I think we're at a little bit of an inflection point where we can definitely keep making progress here, or we can start another country and see what things look like. Let's start a poll. Continue Prussia. And we are going to, this is going to be a weighted poll. Continue Prussia has to, only has to get 40% in order for us to continue. Because I think that everyone kind of has a country in mind that they want to start, and you won't necessarily get the one you want. So I think that we're going to bias a little bit towards continuing Prussia. But okay, now we have some stuff here. Let's assign here. Did our guys just not assign here? Yeah, so the problem is Netherlands doesn't accept the peace. So now it's not getting enforced at minus 100%, which is new. And we also can't land and push them because our guy gets unassigned, which is going to make it very difficult for us to enforce anything. Well, that's stupid. That is real stupid. About food, it's interesting to note, now pops have to buy consumption goods on inflated local prices. It's more difficult to raise SOL 1.5. The secondary way. Yeah, so like, well, the spending's not depressed, but the SOL itself is depressed, but this is also going to change the consumption profile. They're still spending they're still spending on the goods, but it's not, or they're buying at local prices, and the firms that are selling that have like high economies of scale, like this firm is probably selling groceries below the market price because they're overproducing it. Yeah, so their price is lower than this other price, and this entire creation of inefficiency is making everything feel very sluggish. If we do a new country, it will probably either be Japan or China or Russia. One of these. So now we're getting it forced down, but I think eventually these guys just accept our deal, so this should be fine. Oh no, the Junkers don't like it. This paper mill is about to get so profitable. But it also means, like, oh, you have to think about, You want to build your you want to have your capital in some place with sulfur now, maybe, because you want to build paper there and build the unis there. Sounds like buying groceries IRL. Yeah, the companies always win. Almost certainly, pops use market price, not for local consumption. It's only industry that uses local prices. I don't know. I think that. I mean, I guess I don't have a way to verify this. I would think that they would buy at local prices. The fact that there is a local price for it implies that this is going on. Right? Because if we look at the consumption, we know what the consumption of clothes in Brandenburg looks like, and we know what the local price is. And I think they're consuming at that price. I mean, I could be wrong. Like here we're overproducing them, so they're a little bit cheaper, so SOL should be probably higher in Silesia. Yeah, SOL just sucks in general. Except... is there like one place with gold or something on the map that's changing this heat map? Yeah, Transvaal is insane. You know what's funny is maybe we're supposed to build the consumer goods in Transvaal because they have so much more money to spend. Like this one is just making bananas. Oh, but we're getting minus from economies of scale or from unincorporated. Oh, you get minus throughput from unincorporated state now too. Jesus. Open concrete pop-up window tab. I don't know what this concrete refers to be honest. Are you talking about construction or production? Okay. Looks like most people want a new country, but not by a big enough margin that we were kind of interested in. And so we're going to continue on this one. If you click on a labor in grocers, you will see the percent spent on consumption for a good. That percent should match market, not local. Okay. So you're saying we're going to click on a laborer here. So we clicked on a laborer here. You will see the percent spent on consumption for a good. That percentage should match the market, not the local. So 22.7 on grain and 18.5 on clothes. 22.7 and 18.5. So in theory, if we go to Silesia and we go here and we look at another labor, they're spending less on clothes. And so I think that this implies that they are producing at local price because the clothes are a lot cheaper in Silesia. Or am I missing something? How could I enact multiculturalism? You just be super handsome and good at the game, and then you will get a humanitarian. That's what you do. That is code for you just get lucky. Earnings for factories that produce pop consumption are also wildly different. Pops use local price, I think. I also think this. And that's what this clothes being more expensive here implies. This is so much to take in. Because this means, like, you build a ton of industry in Silesia, right? And then you're like, oh, I want to build my consumer goods elsewhere. But this is where the pops have all the money. And so this is where the textile mills are going to be real profitable. Except this textile mill is not more profitable despite having more throughput than the Transvaal one. Because boy are the pops rich in Transvaal. And so this is an interesting thing. Okay, so now we should be able to get peace in our time. Peace in our time? We proposed it. We're not trying to accept it now. Did they propose their capitulation? That is a buggy-ass thing if that's the way that worked out. Why do you not accept? What? We must wait until June 15th. We must wait until June 15th. Alright, well, you got me there, I guess. We're gonna wait until June 15th. I mean, we're at about 500 construction, and we, like, haven't been playing too tight, so... Although I guess on some level we might not even know what type means anymore. This like having to wait is asinine though when they're at minus 100. What the fuck? Alright, this is bugged. We're switching countries and it is, yeah, so you can find your pops under Discord under screenshots. Yeah, we're not gonna bring that up right now, but, capitulate? Alright. I mean, I think if you're trying to play for an achievement, maybe it's just super unplayable right now. Yeah, SOL is just not good at all. Oh wait, I guess it's worse elsewhere. Does God play in Speed 5? If God's omnipotent, or not omnipotent, omnipresent, then he plays, then he would be present in all times simultaneously, right? So the notion of speed is beneath him. In theory, God has the, if he's everywhere, he's every time simultaneously, right? He already sees how the game ends. I guess we're just gonna up this. Maybe not that much. So, who knows? I'm trying to think what I can put on the screen while I order pizza. Anyone has any thoughts or suggestions, feel free to let me know. To be fair, SOL was massively inflated. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a problem. Also, like, yeah. Yep. I think people, I mean, I definitely can't do the, it's definitely a lot harder to do anything, right? Like, as not one of these huge countries. Or maybe even, like, starting as France, the game is still harder, right? Because the player's significantly kneecapped, right? I think since we have bonuses on all iron, we're gonna put it all on auto expand, and same with coal, and same with lead. We do not have such a bonus with sulfur. But sulfur is also just wildly efficient, so I guess we'll just do the same with sulfur. Or, well, actually, we don't know if the PM's efficient anymore. Paradox released an interview on their channel for the aesthetic DLC. Oh, they did? So maybe, let's see if we can pull that up. I assume they don't care if I play that in the thing. You said an interview on their channel? I don't see an interview. An interview on their channel for the aesthetic DLC. I'm gonna check again. I see the it's not an interview. It's like a tab thing. I think this guy is going to be super mad no matter what, so we'll just enact census suffrage. And then we get to go directly into parliamentary, I think. And just have enormous support. Everyone's super happy. This is the way. Russia lose the war against Dagestan. Russia, yeah, you know, sometimes you just don't know what to do. This is actually the reason why this might be the American territories time. If we could just randomly spike a war win against USA because they don't assign. I think it's because they didn't assign anyone to the fronts. They just don't believe in that. They believe in laying down, laying over. So, I don't even know if consumption tax is the best thing to tax anymore. Let's just take a look. No, liquor makes way more money now. We can put the services tax back in. I think we might. Well, we'll see who's consuming what actually. Yeah, so this disaffects the lower rung pops a little bit more. So I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go for services still, even though liquor's way more efficient. Like we could do, well, we could do two luxuries. We could do liquor and luxury furniture instead. That makes so much more, or actually it's not that much more. We're just gonna do this. Oop, meant to have that. Path to liberalism. Yay. Now we get freedom of trade and freedom of thought. Video starts on Paradox Grand Interactive. Dawn of Wonder Showcase. So Paradox Interactive, or Paradox Grand Strategy, not Paradox Interactive. Video starts at 7 minutes. Oop. I think I have volume output as the thing. So, it's not under videos. But is it the Dawn of Wonder Showcase stream? I assume that's it. Video starts at 7 minutes. So let's put this on for you guys, actually. And I'm going to order food. So I do have to switch this. And then we're going to do this. And do this.
For 1.4 and Dawn of Wonder. Today we will also be dropping a hotfix for 1.4. It will be 1.4.1, and it will contain a few fixes for.
I think I have to talk every now and then.
Also, we will be reducing the infrastructure usage for the construction sectors slightly from 3 down to 2. But
people are mad about that.
I heard what you said, and it was a little bit too high. But, however, this is all about Dawn of Wonder, and today I'm joined by our very, very delightful art director, Carl, and I think I made him smile too much by calling him very delightful.
Yeah, that's the first. Thank you. I'm Carl. I'm the studio art director of PDS and Victoria 3. not to be confused with Max, the actual art director, just so we're clear on that. Max does the actual physical labor. Yeah, who is Pelly?
Yeah, but who am I? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Oh.
let's introduce Pelly. Yes, let's go first. Pelly, who are you?
Me? I'm Pelly. Hello, I'm
I saw the
community
start of
manager
this.
for Victoria 3, and you've probably seen me pretty much everywhere. Mostly on Discord.
I spend a lot of time on Discord, but I never really post. On account of the community maybe not having art as their main subject, I do not make electronic music. I listen to it, but like I said, I am the studio art director,
Oh no.
which means I head the art department, and I make sure that everything runs smoothly. So Max, our resident art director for the project, Victoria 3, he is the day-to-day art director of what you see, and I am pretty much his boss, and everyone else is there.
Alright, so apparently the pizza place doesn't do delivery this early. This is tragic. Alright. So we're gonna jump back in the game. Oop, we're gonna jump back in the game, I said. Oh, did I accidentally close the stream? No way, no shot I accidentally closed the stream. Did I accidentally close the stream? No, it says I'm live. I just accidentally closed the chat, maybe? Or what? Oh my god. It's live? Okay. Rip the dream. It's not walking time. It's time for Generalist just to be hungry for... They don't deliver for like another 2 hours. So, if we're still going to 2 hours, then I'll order pizza then. But... if you feel that you should go on a walk... This revs over the percentage to do the rev things. I think we probably win that rev though. Yeah, stream is live. Okay, I was worried. Now it just shows my thing, like it doesn't show like a live preview anymore for me. It just shows the picture, but it says live, so I guess. Hey, our SOL kicked up above 10. Let's go, baby. All this groceries. I mean, we are producing probably a pretty good amount of groceries now. Are we getting the bonus yet? Why is our productivity so low? We have no prosperity. No, what is going on? We can export liquor. Do we just overbuild that shit? Talk to me. So what's going on here? So we can decrease the price of sugar as well. We can look to try and decrease. Oh, maybe because we increased the price of iron. I thought we were doing so good before. But yeah, walk time is always good. If you feel the need to stretch your legs, I encourage you to do so, even if it means not watching the stream. So let's import sugar to try and get these prices down, I guess. Yeah, our pops are
the decreased efficiency means less money spent through the economy, which means consumer goods aren't as expensive. This is the pain. Marketplace of the world. I think we want buy, right? I actually don't even know what we want. Do you have tariffs set? No, we're on free trade, so there's no tariffs at all. Unless I missed the memo. We can't do anything. So the productivity is climbing here. Oh, maybe we shouldn't click that option. I think we're just having to rev here, and we're just gonna have to deal with the consequences of that. And this just enables parliamentary. Sounds like justice to me. They'll be super mad at Regicide, but whatever. That's a them problem, right? 1.5 was less rough than you thought it was going to be, but they're changing a ton of... so that's good. So, yeah. I guess if people wanted to watch that... Well, no, if people want to watch the interview, they can... about 1.4, they can go over there. I think that's the better solution. I was going to say I can put it on if people want to watch it, but I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to do that. Could do rights of assembly. Don't hate it right now, because then we could go guaranteed libs. And the Junkers and the Evangelical Church will, of course, rev. I guess maybe just let their clout decay, so they don't rev. Springtime of the people. Wow, all North German pops become more loyal? Probably gonna do that one. Oh, I guess it nuked a ton of radicals. So this is good. But can we make a good reform? No, we can't. Organized crime? You're telling me. The government? It's way cooler. It's way cooler and I want to play it, but it has some issues. Yeah, it has huge issues. I guess the industry ban law is no longer a meme in 1.5. If industry is efficient, why not ban it? The truth hurts. It hurts so much. Let's start trying to get bigger customs union. Or actually, we need better declare interests, right? And so we're gonna need more boats. I guess we just want light ships only. I can't tell the difference between a light ship and a capital ship, what it does. But, so this means we have to find where we are producing warships. Where are we producing warships? Because that's where we, in theory, want to make the Navy. So where are we producing warships? Shipyards, yes. Are we not producing any warships? Are man of wars... Am I just super lost? There's barely any... Alright, we're gonna put one in Pomerania, and then we're gonna recruit ships out of Pomerania, and I'm just not gonna worry about this. We'll add some amount of ships. Probably better in combat. That's what I think, but probably worse at raiding convoys and protecting the convoys, but better at like landing, this sort of thing. What are your thoughts on Japan or other small countries with the local price goods change? There's so many moving parts. It's really hard to like give like, oh, this is what my evaluation is on anything. We just have so much negative. I think we gotta get rid of some of our edicts. The decrees are probably not worth it. We're not building tall anymore really well, so we're gonna get rid of those in Brandenburg. Which actually, maybe we now can do tax the liquor. Have our cake and eat it too. Yeah. We're of course making way too much money. Yeah, I mean maybe our economy is just like in the slumps because we're not building enough construction. This sort of thing. Does anyone notice the AI getting worse in 1.4? In current game, they're bankrupt. I haven't played enough 1.4 to make this eval, to be honest. Relatively small sample size. I'm gonna try and improve relations. Instead of bankroll, bankroll's actually probably a little bit better. Why don't we just bankroll just Chile? Bob, how far are you from coming into our customs union? 84. Not adjacent, it's a big one. Be a lot nicer if you were. I'm just so terrified to go after, like, Bahrain. Because of, like, what's happened the last 2 times we tried to do it. If you build artillery or cav, you just get regular infantry. I think it's the same with the boats. Yeah, that would be my guess. Ooh, Italy can form now without these states, it looks like. That's new. Or that's a reversion to a previous situation. So I think we're going to try and bomb a ton of fish. Like, we're going to build a ton of fish. We're going to overbuild fish. Oh my god, we've already built all the fish, basically. Well, I was thinking we do this because we're trying to make the grocers more profitable, but apparently it's already kind of been done a little bit. So I don't think we're getting the bonus. Yeah, the arms industries are really big suck right now because they're inefficient, or they're much less efficient with only one output, and if you don't consume cannons, then, which we don't, then you know. You know, we could go to homesteading here, maybe. I don't think I like that. I think I do like rights of assembly. We're kind of waiting to see them get kneecapped a little bit. I think can we get rid of you, Mr. Royalists? Certainly we can roll better than a loyalist. We roll a reformer now. reformers like property of women, compulsory primary school. I'm pretty sure we rev, and I'm pretty sure we can't stop the rev if we do that, so. Do poor laws. Don't hate poor laws. What's our unemployment? Our unemployment's huge, man. Where are all these unemployed? Oh, they're probably all in China. Yeah, okay, that tracks. And they can't migrate away from China yet. Is unifications in the cards for this run? I think so. We would, ooh, I can click play on this. And then it goes to the live. Sorry, there's like, or whatever. Forming Italy doesn't give the player anything substantive, though. You get 15 more prestige and a new flag. Well, it unifies all this stuff. I believe it's a lower infamy, like, pathway, if I'm not mistaken. Our pops are disgustingly underproducing or underconsuming that. This stuff's so cheap. Why is it so cheap, man? Can try and export this. And the lead. Just, it feels like prices of everything are actually just getting depressed as everyone is eating inefficiency. Right, it's like this, it's the late game equilibrium employment stall. I feel like we're hitting it earlier. Like we're hitting it now. What's consuming a lot of glass? Urban centers, foods, and industries. Yeah, so. Let's find. Let's see if we have any place. Well, actually, where do we have our lead? We have our lead in Silesia, Brunswick, and Rhineland. So let's see. Brunswick and Rhineland. Do either of these have food industries? No. Let's make a glassworks here and a food industries. And just put them both on auto expand. Brunswick, let's maybe do the same. Because the idea is the food industry uses the glassworks, as does any sort of urban center, and so. And the glassworks uses the other one, the lead. But once you gobble up the miners, it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I think usually you have the miners as subjects is the thing, and then it facilitates this, like, next step. But our GDP has not been too mobile overall. Like, the game feels so much slower. Like, the bonuses we're getting here aren't offsetting. I mean, maybe we're just supposed to blast way more construction? Why can't we... Oop. That's interesting that it requires us to be on that. So that says it's less efficient, but this probably... Let's see if we can dump steel now into people's markets. Yeah, steel's real cheap, right? How is this not productive, man? It's because we're dumping it into their market price and they have something, they're using it at local price or something? I don't know. Or maybe the trade route level is bugged. Pops consume a lot of glass, so I have a common sense to spread it out a lot. Yeah. I mean, maybe we just need to try and do like way more coal and these other ones, especially because we have bonuses for coal. Except this place is barely profitable, man. Free Conservative Party. We have movement to enact homesteading. We got a loud car outside. Everything's coming up the right way. So. What does this look like? Looks like things are pretty productive here. That's because we have this driving up local prices of all this. It all makes sense. Now it's not incorporated though, right? So that means our manufacturing there is going to be absolute but our resource industries are going to be, oh, we're getting extra throughput. We're getting 20% throughput from colonial exploitation. They want us to pass secret police? I don't think so. We could take you out of here, armed forces. Get out of here. I think when we swap this guy over to something else, or exile him. We can't. Rip the dream. Now we have this stupid petite bourgeoisie stuck with us. We could go total separation and probably want to do it, but the plan was going this, no? This was the plan. It really radicalizes the crap out of these people. Ooh, no migration controls. Kind of in the market for that. I think we actually proc the event if we do that. Who's invading Russia? Russia's just been having constant problems. We can check. It looks like they're done, but it looks like, who do they have a truce with? It's either, what is this? That looks like some variant of the USA, right? Yeah. And then, yeah, it looks like the USA invaded. Classic. Or Circassia clipped them again. Okay, but, oh man. Is infrastructure just not getting solved? Do we have a bunch of infra problems or something? I guess we got a little bit. Are we paying a lot in subsidies? We are paying quite a bit in subsidies on the railways. So our railways are probably pretty cheap now. And in theory, we would want to activate their PMs in areas that actually have railways. So instead of starting... This is already, like, stuff's already, like, changing in terms of metagame. Instead of starting with these ones, we're actually going to start with these other ones. Which should shoot down our subsidy. Yeah, our subsidy's collapsing now. How does local pricing feature work? I'm having difficulty understanding it. Well, so there's constantly a local price for everything. If we take a look here, we will see that we get to see the local price of stuff and the market price of stuff. The way that the price that is getting paid at the local level works is it will take the local price, which is determined by the local buy and sell order, and it will use a certain percentage of that based on text and this sort of thing. Our current equilibrium one is 85%. And so it will average, or not average, it'll do the market price times 0.85 plus the local price times 0.85 or 0.15, so that it's a total of 100%, but it's like weighting. And so this creates inefficiency. It's basically like forced not having full market access. And so it would be preferable to have everything operate as close to market price as possible, but this is not the case. And so this creates an enormous amount of inefficiency overall, which is overall slowing down the economy. Like, our GDP has not been moving very well. Now, we haven't been, like, we've been more exploring than, like, necessarily min-maxing, but, like, we are not, this definitely feels a lot slower in terms of metagame. And so, here, we're going to probably expand that quite a bit. And so, like, because, so, the steel mills here are having trouble employing up because the local price is so low. But if we take a look at, like, the steel good, you know, our local prices of it in other areas, it's, like, nearly twice as expensive. Part of this is also we need railways down here, so, like, there's some problems. I think it's unproductive because I don't have convoys. The trade route? Maybe. Or it's certainly not bigger. It's going to decrease the size. I think we have a lot of stuff in West Prussia, so we'll just up this quite a bit. This place has low infrastructure, something like this, and we'll get everything. We'll try and, part of stuff not being very profitable is also we just kind of weren't keeping the queue going. It seems a little bit harder to keep the queue going, though, overall. We're going to actually try and make sure we're getting economies of scale where we have our corporation bonuses. So here we're going to get this up to 31. 31. Something like this. That probably won't be profitable in that range. Something like this. Hopefully we can cover all that. Trading is impossible. 15% difference of local and good prices on both sides, so 30% total difference. I was talking about this with someone else, and it doesn't seem that it's like this 30% difference, but only the 15% difference, basically. So, because the market price you're trading is based on total buy and sell orders in your market, not local buy and sell orders, and so the market price, you're only paying it once on the, like, incoming side. How are you still streaming? You were live in the morning when you were headed to work. Yeah. Well, yeah, I said I'd probably keep going as long as I'm over 100 viewers, and so I haven't eaten yet. I tried to order food about 30 minutes ago, and then I can't order. They don't do delivery for like another 2 hours. So in 2 hours, I will try. Just popped in. Is the 1.5 update good? It seems pretty good. So actually, no. The changes seem good. They seem very poorly implemented. It's definitely super rough, and it's like it's an open beta problem, right? Also, we have armies that are randomly getting made that don't have any units in them, so we'll have to collapse them into... I can't click confirm because the whatever, some automated thing made the 13th and 14th armies, and we're not using them, so we'd like to try and maybe do something about that. Like, we haven't been playing very optimal in terms of our infamy level and this type of thing, though. And now we have a native uprising, so we're kind of missing out. I live in Orange County. I don't want to specify the city right now. In Southern California. It's like halfway between San Diego and LA. I'm super hungry though. I think that people are starting to get off work too, because the stream numbers are actually going up instead of down. But yeah, we're exploring a lot of the changes. The biggest changes, like, so they're fixing and working on the military a lot, but the economic changes are actually just so massive that this is like mainly, like, mentally speaking, what I'm focused on. Maybe we just add more of these? God, I don't even know. Like, but it seems like everything's very stagnant and stuff is stagnating out. SOL is really low. Money's not spinning through the economy very fast because every time it, like, you're just eating this, like, 15% inefficiency, like, it's like forced 15% market access everywhere, or 85% market access everywhere, which is just, like, on some level, it's, like, kind of like an insane type of thing. We'll keep this guy in. Food doesn't deliver at this time in Orange County. The specific, like, ordering from their website, they don't deliver. I could, like, Uber Eats. But I'm not used to doing it, and I don't want to figure it out. Like, normally I actually just pick up, because I don't want to pay, like, $10 for delivery, because I think it's stupid. Is the normal thing. But, they would deliver if I used Uber Eats, or something like this. But then it would be more expensive as well. Did they remove protectorates in 1.5? I can't seem to find the protectorate button. I think it's now a diplomatic demand. Maybe? Oh, maybe they removed it. Except for you can offer become protectorate, so it just might not be available in the interface because it might be considered a diplomatic demand. I'm playing the game in my own some time, but I can't upgrade the infantry to line. Does anyone know how to solve? If you go in here and you look at an individual army, you can upgrade here. I don't know if you've tried this. There was another spot in the interface where we saw like an ability to upgrade it, but I'm not sure exactly where. You got gun production? Yeah, guns but not cannons. Another California L. $10 for delivery is theft. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't want to pay 20 to 30% of the cost of the order on delivery fees. So looks like we're about to cut the UK off from colonizing. So we'll do some of this action here. Actually, we should have waited until we actually cut them off. That was actually really not bright on our part. Damn. What are we even researching? Dynamite. Yeah, because we're focused on what we're doing. Banjar is in default. They will more likely accept to capitulate or peace. Interesting. The main issue is feeling far in as 52 is Japan is building tools sucks because building one factory only helps the state it's in. So I'm trying to get coal, which is a pain. Yeah, because you're stuck with the like a 0.6 instead of 0.85, right? For your multiplier. That's kind of like wild, man. And we're about to just produce way more of this, like all this stuff, but like so if the AI was better, maybe this would also be better. Because the thing is like now the game is incentivizing with the companies being the trade-off for like all this stagnation causing. You need someone else to be able to accept your goods, but the problem is we can't. Well, let's see what we can export before we talk some smack. But you know, we can export stuff pretty well, but we have been having some serious trouble exporting stuff. So now let's export coal, and let's see what we can do with iron. We can export to the Qing and Russia, even though Russia's not profitable. Not sure what that's about. Can't export this, can't export this. Can we export steel? Can't export any steel. We're actually already exporting steel to as many people as we can. But so this is the thing, is we can't, the steel's relatively cheap, I think. And we can't bring it up in places because of reasons. Or this place is employing up, but like, look at the steel, it's so cheap. This place is not profitable. Maybe we go, no, water tube boiler's not going to fix the problem. We can't make this place profitable. Except by maybe building more tools. So maybe it's more, maybe you have to intentionally not export tools or something, right? So we're not exporting tools right now. We're instead eating the tools to create efficiency, but they made local prices exactly as if you had 85% market access everywhere. The local state prices were in the game too. They were different from global when you had low market access. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, I guess I could actually set up my pizza order. It's also like a mom and pop pizza place, and I think they do their own delivery, and they're like kind of anti-corporate sentiment, if I recall correctly. So that might inform some reasons regarding delivery or not delivery or this sort of thing. But if local good prices are generally depressed, isn't that good for local industries? No, they're generally the opposite of whatever you want them to be. It's not that they're just generally depressed. So, for example, local prices for silk are inflated because we are consuming silk here. There's more buy orders than sell orders here on the local price, which means we would actually prefer the price of the good to be down if we have more buy orders than sell orders, right? Because then we're splitting money into the economy better. But because there's more buy orders than sell orders, the price is up. For everything that we are producing more of it locally, then we have more sell orders than buy orders. We would prefer it's more expensive, but it is always going to be cheaper. So it is basically always just creating an inefficiency in one way or the other. And like, look at our GDP, like, over the course of 4 years. I mean, I don't think I'm necessarily playing like the tightest, but I also think that this is really flat for like what we're like used to dealing with. I mean, I would have to maybe try as China and something like this. Essentially a productivity malus for building tall then. It's a productivity malus across the board. It's not just for building tall. In theory, if you built perfectly balanced everything in your market so that all the prices would equal, it would be the same, except for all your trade routes would create inefficiency as well. I guess maybe not if you're exporting the N-tier goods, but N-tier goods also get used as inputs. I'd have to think through that, but yeah, I mean, some of the systems just gotta try and think through. We're having a really hard time hitting 100 prosperity though on the premium foods, so maybe we ditch this. We lost our prosperity on the metal, so we lost steel. Oh my god, we're losing our prosperity because we can't get these things profitable enough because we built too many of them. Maybe this one will be good. And I mean, while we have it, we will produce the fish and the whales faster, so why don't we... Well, we're kind of almost maxed out on fish, so we'll max them out while we have this in, and then see what we could do. We do have this little big war, this big little war, the little war. May war. But yeah, I mean, it seems that... I mean, is everyone stagnating out? I think is kind of a little bit of a question too. We can open the ledger through this now. Great Britain has just been absolutely fucking doing tremendous in terms of GDP, but everyone else looks really stagnant. So I'm not sure if Great Britain has their own unique company or something. Or if just having a really big customs union is hugely advantageous. Let's get a trade agreement with Austria here and Italy. This should increase the size of our routes. Our trade routes. And I think, like, we're... So let's look at iron mines. We're importing... Where are we importing iron from? Who's... What? How do we have plus from iron? Oh, Sweden's importing from someone? Okay. Interesting. But I just wanted to check, like, the ratio of the buy orders. I guess we're not as export focused anymore. Let's check it for this. Exporting like a quarter of these. Exporting like 20%. We were still sending out a decent chunk of these things, but that's a beatable, the proletariat revolt. I mean, everyone's SOL is probably pretty shit. So, you see, the only place with decent SOL is the place where we inflated up the number of unis we have. Pretty high. We're actually, kind of the home counties has decent SOL, but, or just places with gold. Or actually, really, that's the real answer. What's your opinion on the war? I like the main idea, but it's like just like non-functional right now. So, I mean, we're doing this war, but like a lot of the stuff is weird. How are they importing while they're in your market? You can run trade routes if you're part of someone's market. It's not really what we want. Oh, is this unbugged? Okay, they're offering us a sway. Austrian proletariat revolt. They're offering us an obligation, and so if they win, I think we'll be able to pull them into the customs union. The problem is this is a real fat thing. So we could ask for an obligation though here. And they'll say yes. Tremendous. So now we're going to get to form Giga Germany off the back of this. Screw the proletariat. Is Artie working? For me, it's just war with more clicking. Yeah, the artillery I don't think it does anything at this point. I think it's just the same stuff. Kind of also have a decent amount of fronts here, and was under the impression that this would eliminate fronts, but okay. Well, actually, this is not too many fronts, and there is an eliminated front here. See, so this front that's between Russia and us and these guys, it's a singular front here. What's their capital here? Is it Central Hungary? No? Oh, I'm just like my pops, starved. But everyone's moving around and we're getting guys on fronts and things are getting good. But now that we have an obligation, we should be able to form Germany, right? They're part of subjects. How have you decayed into major? Nope, you're still major. Get the obligation, then form Super Germany? Yeah. Russia joining in Austria's side while losing to Circassia? Yeah, you know. Is this the second time they've lost to Circassia? I think this is the second time. Can't just click on them and zoom into capital? Yeah, but this... Oh, the zoom button looks different. But in order to... Yeah, we have to designate the strategic objective in order to actually push, which is kind of obnoxious. Went to class, came back while the stream is still going strong. Any quick highlights of your gameplay of the beta? I mean, I think the biggest highlight is the way that local prices works just depresses the hell out of the economy, and we already feel like we're stagnating at 100 million GDP. And like, look at our SOL; it's just been really low, and the shape of our GDP line. Admittedly, this is only a 5-year line, but this is like, it feels real tough. And like, okay, we're making money now, but we've spent quite a bit of time losing money as well. So I don't know if we're gonna, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Like everything seems way more stagnant, which of course is going to positively affect late game performance, right? Because if stuff can't build and stuff's not profitable. Also, I think that you're going to actually have to like look at earnings in places, but like. And see, well, where's the thing that earns a lot, and build accordingly. Okay, my brain is freaking. So I don't think that, maybe we disband this one and we get a new company. I think we want the freaking other one. I think we want this. Bonus. Especially now we're actually producing some of these. The productivity is actually pretty positive. But now it drops off. What the hell? It dropped off because the throughput? Did the throughput tank the price? Is this what's going on? I'm going to spread some of these around because I'm expecting the level 1 ones to be really profitable because there should be really high demand, right? So... and export the living crap out of things doesn't work? Not really. Because we're actually having a hard time exporting to other firms or other countries. Because when we export, we only affect their market price, not their local price. So it's kind of like their reduced market access as well is negatively affecting our ability to export large portions to the economy. So, yeah. Steam Donkey should be real good, though. Especially on the coal. Says it really helps out profits a lot, but now we'll need to think about what tech we want. But we're like dialed in on this stuff. I guess this can increase. Steam trains might help out. This will allow us to increase demand for steel. Reinforced concrete could also kind of help in that regard, but we could also, yeah, let's go for steel frame buildings here. This will really improve demand for steel. This looks cursed. The military, or what? Well, someone's redacting all their things. Had some crashes. So we're building every type of factory in each province become the local price. Overcome the local price, not entirely, but like it could kind of band-aid it to some degree. They added PMs for trains between literally the first train and electric railways. No matter everything else, this update is worth it. Train nerd. Well, this looks cursed. Is this on the way? Active play limit still a thing? The active play limit, yeah. It is still a thing. Also, like, the UI for how you have to... What the hell? Why can't we use any of these navies? They're already deployed to that front, but we want to navally invade. Oh my god. So we have to deploy them to a different C node. I guess. Okay, so hopefully that handles that. Feels to me that from what you're saying, the econ meta has an onus on generating demand from your own products rather than supplying resource industries. Sounds like what you're saying, the econ meta has an onus on generating your own demand. Generating your own demand locally is preferable because you don't have to eat the malice. And then rather than supplying resource industries, rather than... I don't know what you mean by the second part, rather than supplying resource industries. Or I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, I could infer a couple different things. But I don't want to... 69, nice. We could bankroll them and maybe try and get them in the customs union over time. How expensive would this be? We can pull Austria into the customs union. But with the obligation, we can form Germany once we finish this war, I think. I think that's how this works. This guy's radical. We'll just cover up the story. It's fine. The radicals are on board with everything we're doing right now, so... kind of want to keep them like that. Switzerland gets enforced on. Now wait, why aren't we enforcing on Kyuku? Oh my god, I freaking forgot. This is so... We have to designate stuff strategic objectives to actually push it. This is so silly. But this made it so Great Britain actually, because this war is like this, Great Britain hasn't been able to colonize here at all. Because you can't colonize a place that's actively involved in place, so that actually benefits us. That's kind of funny. I didn't even think of that as an exploit, but now we fully cut off Great Britain from like this area. The like Congo ingress. That's interesting. Alright, so we gotta stand some guy down in order to actually make an invasion. We're gonna demobilize that guy so that we can naval evade down the line. We're gonna see what can we do on the colonies. Nope, we're not gonna do any of this because we want to cut people off from fronts. Invite them to the union. The customs union? Don't I want them... I don't think I want them in the customs union though, right? Or if they're in the customs union, do they automatically support me? I thought I used the obligation to pull them into supporting us in the war. We're gonna save here then, because I'm not sure exactly how that works. And invite them to the customs union. Why not do it for the lulz? Alright, fair enough. I respect the lulz. Welcome to the union, my friends. We get rights of assembly. So now we go guaranteed libs. The thought, the word, the ideal. I think we're gonna take the uni throughput. They still might lose this war, which actually would be like the opposite of big nice. Yes, it increases the chance they support you, but I thought we could guarantee their support with an obligation. But maybe I'm not understanding this correctly. I might have to stretch my legs soon. I can feel like the blood pooling up in my quads. They hurt. Actually just gonna stand up. Oh. This has to be like an ideal optimized view of Generalist face, right? should get blood flowing a little bit. So it looks like Austria is clapping the revolt, right? Based on this. And are we losing to Banjar, I guess? Oh, we lost to Banjar. Or our naval invasion did not work how we wanted it to. This is probably actually what happened. So we're gonna demobilize. God. We gotta come in through. This, by the way, just like kind of sucks. Oh, is this guy coming in? Oh, whoops. Our bad. We finally got him. Oh, but now they're just gonna push from the other side. Oh my god. There's no way for us to win this. Right? Because they just push from the other side because our guys don't actually get there. Wow, that's stupid as hell. Unless... Wait, why didn't they push here? Alright, we're just gonna move these guys over here then. They're already deployed to this front? Okay, fair. United States wants a trade agreement, also fine. Austrian war ended. Okay, perfect. So these guys support us. Who doesn't? Luxembourg? I don't think Luxembourg ever will. Wait, who are they a subject of? Subject to the UK? They're in a personal union with the UK. I've seen it all. So we're trying to win this Banjar war, right? I think we need to land 2 navies, one on the Rev, one on the other thing simultaneously, which kind of sucks. In order to properly push. I also think this is, in a sense, a good thing because it bricked the UK. No, these guys got to get out of Java. That's right. So we just got to assign you somewhere else. This is so much clicking to do a naval invasion. So now the fleets have to leave because they have to not already be where they're going, because then they wouldn't be able to go there. So now we can plan a naval invasion with the 2-stack, except our guys haven't demobilized because you can't land with a mobilized army. Immediately go for Germany tab? Really? I have to do it immediately? I mean, we're saved, but... Oh, I guess that works. Yay, Giga Germany, still possible. Maybe they don't support you later. Yeah, fair enough. Whoa, we're gonna have to do PMs. We're gonna have to do PMs. PMs. But like some of the efficiency you're getting from like this craftsman sewing gets like annihilated when you can't produce the silk yourself. So it's going to be interesting to see if, like, countries like the EIC, like, you just specialize in clothes and you do a clothes company, which I think this part is cool, too, but, oops, I don't think we meant to... Yeah, we're going to leave however the labor PMs are situated, we're going to leave them where they are. Always reinforced. Oops, steamships. Why can we produce steamships already? Oh, but it's not steel hulls? Alright, fair enough. Rifles. Definitely want market squares. Let's do independent artists. Cool. Austria has a ton of unis. Holy hell, I don't think I've ever seen... What, the AI? Look at what the AI did. Look at this. I don't think I've seen them do this type of thing before. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen the AI spam the crap out of unis that hard. Oh, you know what? It's like, it's separate countries. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, this also makes it where you want to put railroads in places where you have, I mean, yeah, this forced inefficiency is, they implied that, like, it was going to accelerate the economy, and the economy was going to slow down by decreased construction, but instead we have construction nerf and this other thing. Skill issue, yeah, click form. Maybe they don't support you, build a few admins. Is a company a mod or a new mechanic? It's a new mechanic coming with 1.5. This is, I do not play with mods. I do not play with Sam. I am a Sam. We're gonna keep this the way it is. Nice that you, integrate them all incorporated and stuff. So let's see where we have the most labor. And we have a ton in Bohemia, but no... Which this will stimmy the market prices, but this will stimmy things up pretty good. So I guess we're gonna get to 1K construction pretty soon here. I mean, okay, let's see how our companies are doing. They're super not prosperous. God, this sucks. Because we want to expand them out, but then if we expand them out, we lose the bonuses. But then we have bonuses to construction, to building them. God, you know what I think the strat is? I think the strat's to, like, disband this company. Be like, okay, guys, we want to build clothes now. Which this is like a very, very tedious, like, thing. But, like, be like, hey, we want to get clothes now. And now we have this clothes one. Let's push some economies of scale. Now, they don't have the most earnings, but economies of scale are good. Well, actually, we'll have a decent amount here. So why don't we do this? And then, like, where do we have the most earnings? And it's going to be where we don't have any of these yet, but we have decent economies, which is fair. Do something like this. And then, because we're on the clothing thing, and then... Yeah. Instead of, and we just juggle them around as needed. But it seems like it's pretty hard to maintain your bonuses, even if you're just cranking out, like, a ton of the thing. I mean, maybe you actually just need to manipulate your economy in order to do it. But, like, when you manipulate your economy, the autoqueue fixes it. They fix it. Have you tried upping minimum wages to see if this has any effect? I mean, I guess if we're at equilibrium employment... Actually, you know what, you're right. If we're at equilibrium employment, like, if Pops can't employ up because it's equilibrium, then it might be the case that we actually want to actively... decrease taxes way earlier in the game. Which will stimulate expenses. The problem is all consumption is also happening at like... every bit of consumption that happens. It happens in a you're losing efficiency in the consumption as well. Right? Because they have to look at Circassia just clapping the shit out of Russia. It begins again. How do you get that little bit of Qing? 2 states? We conquered it. Pretty good. Electric factories in Dalmatia because the input. Yeah. But the fact that we can do this is less useful than normal, or than it was before. But yeah, we'll definitely want to put electricity here. I think we're gonna go steel frame, and then maybe electricity is next, actually, because or towards electricity. God, we don't like rotary valve that much. Yep, we gotta try and land 2 of these simultaneously, don't we? Seriously, they're all mobilized? What the frick, man? Thought we clicked demobilize on a lot of these. This guy's not mobilized. Why can we not use him for a landing? This is just like next level tedious. You know what? Probably gonna just swap sides and back down and capitulate here, actually. Oh, we meant to switch to the revolt. Oh no, we lost. Terrible. Do you do multiplayer games? Sometimes. I think the Discord is in the link below, but generally we do like competitive 3v3v3 multiplayer, this type of thing. Hacksaw? Yeah, basically. You caught me. You caught me. Doing the naughty. You did it. Let's look at global GDP now. Well, what? Okay, so Great Britain's kind of stalled out a little bit. Is our graph better? We don't have a graph. Tragic. I wonder if the AI, I mean, I assume the AI is using companies, but I wonder if they're getting good use out of them or what. Feels like we're kind of suffering here. We just can't get the prosperity on our things up. And I'm not sure what we're supposed to do about it. We also have this huge fleet, and I don't know why we can't land with these guys, or could not land with these guys. Could we maybe merge? Could we not merge navies? That's gonna be tedious if we can't merge navies. Oh, we can't merge these unless they have units in them. Oh, well, we can merge these with the 14th, which have no units. Nope. We can't. Just kidding. Didn't mean it. Oh, okay, we gotta click skirmish infantry. Got it. So we can merge things onto the 14th and 13th and then merge the 14th and 13th. So let's merge this 15th onto the 14th, onto the 13th. And then click the button. By using the same switch nation, can we unite the whole world under one country? Yeah, we could. That would be incredibly tedious and like unfun, but we could do it. I'd rather not have to do it. Could also try and get more provinces from them. Could also... What if we build clothes over here? With our... Oh, we don't have... Like, here's what we want, cotton and silk. But, like, one of these is cotton, silk, and, we could, like, if we took Xiaozhou, right? We could build a ton of clothes here in Xiaozhou, and they would be really profitable, right? But then we would have to incorporate Xiaozhou, because we'd be getting a negative modifier, because we get a negative throughput modifier. So, like, here we have a negative throughput modifier. It's pretty significant from not being incorporated and colonial exploitation. But then we have plus from trade unions. But the gold fields get a ton from colonial exploitation, so we kind of are okay with this, I think. Wow, there's gold in here? Wait, no, there was gold in here before. Where's our gold mine? Oh well. Doesn't matter. Let's take a look at the technology tab. So we are going to steel frame. Get ironclad nat spread? Real? What about gantry cranes? Are we nat spreading anything? Not in... Oh, okay, we're nat spreading triage. Actually, maybe that means we want to not research this stuff as much. Maybe do gantry cranes next. Something like this. Now, we were supposed to merge... Okay, merges have started happening. The 13th is now merged. So let's merge the 6th and the 13th. Just start merging a whole bunch of these. Let's merge the 14th and the 8th. And we're losing a bunch of money. Wow, this is so expensive. Alright, let's see if we can... I thought we had a bunch of import routes for this. Are import routes getting nuked? Maybe that's why we're stagnating out so much. No, some of them are still around. What's going to be interesting is, like, if you can go agrarian, especially at multiplayer, it's probably something that's possible. And we can try and export steel. Maybe we don't even want to export iron, maybe we only want to export steel. We need to get our iron more profitable, but there's just no way to do it. Other than exporting it. I mean, let's see how things shake out here with this. Alright, we get an uprising. Cool. We, of course, have to put down a designate. This is the strategic objective, otherwise our guys won't push. We'll move 2 guys, because it's force of habit. But we can station guys wherever we want. Looks like Circassia is still clapping the shit out of Russia. So, definitely not the most stable of stables. Something like this. Just checking to make sure I'm like still alive. Okay, we have a bunch of authority. Maybe we want higher home affairs. Russian economy before Industrial Revolution, basically. Getting clapped. Although, I guess it's Russian military. What do we need for new clauses? Really strong one. Oh, we don't have total step. And, oh, no multiculturalism. Man, new clauses is so good. Alright, so this might be able to kind of save us a little bit. Alright, we're not gonna throw it all on all at once. We're gonna do it here first, though. Shaanxi. Oh, this is gonna make glass real expensive. Are we having labor problems here? Yeah, we probably are. Shoot. Yep, this is where the problems begin, I think. When you, I don't know what that is. Alsace-Lorraine? When do I get it? Is that what that is? Alsace-Lorraine? Here? Well, it didn't start a Diplo play. I can't start one now because I'm involved in the middle of a thing. Maybe 2 levels of this institution. But once we finish this, we could check. Because normally there's supposed to be a giant play, right? You can only go agrarian on USA, Russia, and Brazil, not... I mean, I don't even think... It depends what you mean by you can go. But I don't even think you can go that on them. Oh, maybe we need pan-nationalism before we can do this one? I'm not sure. Definitely are gigged up. But, like, agrarianism might be a little bit better now. Like, for example, I was thinking, like, Sikh Empire, I was thinking when you stack, like, this throughput bonus with the other throughput bonuses, like, you could build clothes super high and super cheap and maybe export them to everyone. I wish they added a button to turn on and off boilers to increase employment and decrease it when need for it be for an entire state. I agree, kind of. I wish you could set up a heuristic, like an if-then, a set of like if-then processes, because it's a little more nuanced than if I need labor, please turn this on, I think. Where do we have? We have a ton of radicals in Ponsen, Lombardy, and Anhalt. Ah, this place can't employ up. Was this really just Shortageville? We built some industry in Anhalt. Yeah, we just build too many of these and then they're unprofitable. God damn it, dude. Nothing's profitable anymore. Like, even this place can't deploy up even though glass is expensive. Because the economy's too depressed that the consumption goods can't be driven up. I think our goods... We're at a minus 300k deficit while at a 150 million GDP. And we have minus prices, really significant minus prices on all of our luxuries, and then kind of a lot of our other stuff. I mean, what if can we export this stuff? Are we just playing dumb? We can export some of it. Okay, I guess we should have been running these routes. I think export might just be uber meta, like way better than import. Because, like, you'd prefer to have all your prices be high than all your prices be cheap. I mean, you'd much prefer all your prices to be middling, but is gonna allow stuff to employ up. You should have got the biggest army. We have a really big army. I'm not sure we need to got the biggest army, though. Oh, we don't necessarily want to do this. Actually, we would get the return state CB on UK, but I don't think it's too important. No, it's not. We have like 1k construction, this, and then... Wait, why are we getting so much more bureaucracy? What the frick? I don't think we built that many. Did the auto queue, when we swap nations, did the auto queue just absolutely wreck us with that? Maybe. Kinda don't want to delete them. We're at total separation right now. That seems fine. Circassia is doing Circassia things. I think this is the... Is this the 4th time? I think we're also not seeing very many diplomatic plays up here, which I think is a bug. Oh no, wait. Oh, we lost like all of our okay, what the frick? Okay, we could create a lot more better the trade routes once stuff kind of calms down a bit. Now here's the problem is, okay, we're gonna save because we want to take Bahrain and we just want to take the state, but we are pretty confident that someone's gonna get swayed, and then we're gonna cry because that person's gonna get swayed offering a subjugation. Did you incorporate all the former states? They changed it so that when you do the unifications, if they were already incorporated, you like they start out incorporating. Next time you should join the Russian minor side. We're having trouble finding situations where like this is the case where we can do this. Alright, we had a bunch of interests activated. So let's try and make some more money for our businesses. That's not really a thing. And these are a little productive. And it's gonna give us trade volume with these guys to maybe pull them into the market. Really would like to export the steel, but can't. I don't think we want to export the tools because this will eat into the other things that we are trying to get our bonuses off of. Not sure why the trade routes are sometimes unprofitable, but large size prediction. Maybe that's just a bug. Oh, that's right. We can also export groceries and liquor. So we were kind of focusing on that. Where's the groceries? Nope, apparently not. Can we import fish, though? Can from the Italians. And now we can improve relations with Brazil, Peru. Can't customs union anyone. Let's try bankrolling also Peru, Bolivia, long term. Something like this. War reps 100% chance. I'm not sure what the 100% is referring to. Would you recommend the game now, or should it wait for a few more patches? I would. If you are interested in learning and playing with interesting game systems, then I would recommend this now. If you actually want a stable game experience and you like the run not being psychotic, I would not recommend it. I'd play 1.4. Trade routes are bad because convoy deficit, but we're not in a convoy deficit. We don't have a extra trade route competitiveness from increased routes though, but naval invasions are absolutely like if I had to pick like a play pattern I did not want to use, this would be high up there. I think we might unify the 18th and the 19th. Actually, let's do this in the 3rd. All the skirmish infantry. Trade routes are bad because convoy deficit, I guess. Okay, you already said that. Significant export route for iron is cancelled. People not accepting the iron anymore. The Italians are. I guess trade agreements are probably going to be pretty important. We'll get one with Argentina. Which will help to be able to pull them into the customs union later, I think. How close are you to joining? Their market's not adjacent is the big one. So if we get one person down there, we can get all of them. So maybe we're supposed to go after Uruguay or Piratini. These guys have a population of very small, so maybe this is the next war. Have they patched AI doing anchorages? They allegedly patched it in 1.4, but when a bunch of people posted to Reddit that it was not fixed, basically, and they posted screenshots that indicated that very much so, no, it was not fixed. So this is kind of the current state of affairs. Yeah. So we're gonna swap up to this on everything. I thought we were on skirmish on everything. Let's do citrus orchards. Is this gonna be good on everything? Steam donkey, okay. We don't have the PMs for that yet. Now we have a ton of construction that's unused. What are we gonna spend it on? So let's take a look at our companies. Oh, we have a ton of prosperity here, and so we're getting minus radicals from standard living decreases. So maybe we want to cancel the metal mining consortium, and instead we're going to build up something else. We could do the United Forestry Conglomerate. premium foods one is maybe good. I think we're going to establish this, and then we're going to look to max out some furniture manufacturers or get them to 31. Not a lot of labor. Let's see where there will be a lot of earnings. Rhineland, Baden, Westphalia, North Rhine. Yeah, it's so interesting because the earnings now is divergent from like pushing the economies of scale, but the economies of scale are still going to be really good if you're really close. So I think that yeah, these are not very profitable, but the first building, the first one of these is really profitable, especially with the consumption goods. Let's take a look at glass, because now we're producing glass faster as well, and so let's take a look at earnings. Silesia. This is because this is one of the places that's using the other building method. So I guess we're gonna put some down in Brandenburg as well. Another in Silesia, Westphalia. But this is like encouraging us to spread out more. Maybe this is our mistake. Maybe we should have been spreading out more aggressively. Just because the building's going to be way more profitable if it's spread out. Right? Something like this. Damn, live is still up? Yeah, dog. For now. I said I was going to, as long as I have over 100 viewers, I'm going to probably keep going. But the viewers are kicking off a little bit, which is fine. Because I'm actually really hungry. So you have to raise relations after the first leadership play. I got offered a sway for an obligation, but now since you can reverse sway, you know, with in 1.5 with Giga Germany, you just really need Austria involved in a play, and then you can reverse sway for an obligation and use that obligation to. I used it to pull them into the customs union. I also was trying to improve relations with them just kind of normally after the leadership play, and so this is kind of how that shook out. Russia signs a peace agreement with Circassia, the great Circassian mighty military power. I mean, our GDP is kind of coming on and up. I just don't know. I think that we added some stuff to Brandenburg in the queue, so we're gonna just add some right now. Add some to Istria. I think Dalmatia, we're gonna start adding a bunch of extra infrastructure to Dalmatia in preparation for the electric railways, and so this is going to create demand for various things. In order to get this kind of up and going, we maybe build one motor industry as well, and kick it on auto expand. Actually, several, because the electric industries are going to use this. And then what did we just got a tech. We got gantry cranes, and so now I think maybe we go electrical. Except, are we not spreading? We're not spreading a lot. We're not spreading civilizing mission. I think we go electricity here. But. Now we can do the swap Peru. Which is going to actually involve more stuff than normal, I think. But steam trawlers are going to be really good. These on auto expand. It looks like we have a couple that can maybe support. And then we're going to put these on secular for all of them, secular for all these. But we need to start producing steel hulls and steam ships. Then I think we can upgrade industrial port. But now, now I think we have to upgrade these by hand. These are all frigates. I see. We just need to delete all these. We can't swap the frigates into something else. God, that's so stupid. So you have to, yeah. What do we do here? We can only upgrade the capital ships. Oh, but the military PMs and the other ones, oh, we didn't even need ironclads, or we just only needed gantry cranes. We could just keep the military PMs, the military ones on the other stuff. Because they're split goods now. Let's do that as well. So we'll do that. Holy boy, we're losing a lot of money. Now we have a lot of extra convoys, which will increase our trade route competitiveness and hopefully some trade route size a little bit. It's not the size that counts, the way you use it. But this will also help the engines. Let's take a look. Definitely gonna need a lot more glass. But now, let's see where the glass is going to be profitable. It's not even that profitable. Such a kneecapping, to be honest. So yeah, I think we spread everything out now, more or less. It's kind of how things are going to be working. Also why we couldn't use these navies, because they don't have a commander. I hate that we have to put all these guys on advanced front, like, manually. They all start out as defensive front. Joe, which companies maybe you should update them? Right now we're using companies to just kind of use the We've had actually a pretty hard time maintaining the prosperity on these buildings, but we managed to nip the prosperity on the fine this. And now we have it on the furniture and this, but we're mainly using these for the construction bonus more than anything else, so we can construct these buildings really faster and just cycling out and kind of producing a wave of all the things that we are interested in, and then swapping, and then a wave. We can have 5, not right now. In order to get more, we need to unlock. We need to unlock them here and here. Max companies, max companies. Not sure if it's going to be tied to this tech or another tech or something like this, but this is how things are currently. But I should what? At tech? Push them as aggressively as possible? Well, it's a question of how good they are, but like also we're starting to pull ahead a little bit here in terms of GDP. Well, everyone else is really stalling out here, actually. Just the entire world is really stagnant. Which is going to make like resources way less important if this is like a common affair. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we're going to next go malaria prevention, though, because we want to do ahead of time stuff more than anything. So we can benefit from tech spread, I think. I don't think those guys are demarginalized yet, are they? Oh, they basically just barely are. Son of a bizzle. Son of a bizzle. Wait, did we really not land Bahrain? God. There we go. That should handle that. The convoy succession was because without convoy, your surplus was small, and trade routes would steal convoys if you used a big efficient routes. And 1% surplus in convoys means not enough. Yeah, I mean, now we're actually, like, at a deficit. But we just swapped up to the other thing. But yeah, maybe this is also, like, going to be part of the metagame. We've got to take a closer look at, I mean, really everything, but... I can look where is going to have the least negative earnings and put them down there. Cool. Because it does matter, because the places that are producing ships... I mean, the local goods prices really do make where you build stuff matter a lot. Man, there's the shame. Orania is just the shame of us. Because they just asked the UK for a protectorate status, and even though we won the war, we couldn't enforce on them. That's cool. Super cool. I think we're gonna get most of all of this down here. I mean, I'm trying to think what we can do to test. Because it definitely feels like we're kind of getting at a point where we're maybe not uncovering as many new ideas in regards to the patch, and I want to try and mainly focus on new ideas, right? So maybe we do swap this around. We're also starting to finish a lot of these things that are getting built, but we are starting to get prosperity in this. We're locked in on the prosperity in this. Not that we really care about the petite bourgeoisie approval, though, but the throughput on both glass and furniture is pretty good. I'm gonna nuke this. I'm gonna up taxes here. We're also, like, deficit spending out of our fucking minds right now. And, like, we're not stimmying up very... Like, look at this. Like, it's just gross, man. GDP is so flat. Like relative to what you can do on 1.3, 1.4. Because for every re-injection, man, yeah. Gonna look to push up the EOS on these because they are, like, relatively profitable. I don't know. We're gonna eventually want steel frame buildings anyways. Are you paying a lot in subs? Yeah, kind of a lot. The problem is like when we put in a railroad somewhere else, we're not pushing up the price of the railroads as much as we'd like. Damn. I wish we could disband some of these, just like entirely. Like there's a disband all button. Because how are we supposed to do this? Okay, so we just have to disband this like this. And shift and control click don't work. I'm just gonna decrease the size of some of these armies a little bit. that should clean things up. Electricity is a local good, so you can't... Oh, that's right. We can't build all the power plants in one place anymore. That is right. But the fact that we're going to have cheaper electricity here means that producing electric motors here might make sense. But you are right. You are super right. Oh. Just nothing is profitable, though. This is such a big slowdown. I mean, maybe they could increase the value from 85. I don't even know if I think it's bad. It just, like, it feels like I'm messing up horribly. Like, when I don't think I'm making enormous mistakes, just in terms of how the game is responding to, like, what I'm doing. Push up EOS. Economies of scale also benefits a lot more as you get to higher levels. So, like, as you get to higher levels, it should offset the decreased or the messed up prices from the other thing. Decreased. Let's see if we can pull anyone in the market. Maybe get them consuming our goods. We cannot. Alas, poor York. I knew him well, Horatio. Well, it's starting to get close to the point where we can order pizza, but maybe we just hold out, because viewers have been steadily dropping as well. I mean, I have increasingly, like, less to talk about that I haven't already mentioned, or, like, pointed out, or, like, discovered, or, like, this type of thing. I suppose let's take a little bit of a poll and see if what people if people want to look back through the patch notes. And kind of armed with about 8 hours of play at this point, do we want to take a look back at the patch notes? The beta's been so far, it's been interesting. It seems they've massively slowed down the economy. Is kind of the biggest conclusion to draw, and the army changes, while nice, like in terms of how they are supposed to work, the system is ungodly clunky right now, and it's just like it's not in a position. It's not a thing. But I think 8 hours later here, the chances that we have like the same people here is perhaps low, and so we can go back through the changelog. It seems like you guys do want to go back through the changelog, and so we can talk through it, especially armed with you know, a little bit more of the new ideas that we have kind of accrued through, again, kind of playing for actually closer to 9 hours now. And so let's go back through the changelog and kind of talk about this. I'll probably make a video kind of talking about this too, but okay. The day is finally here. I noticed a distinct lack of Happy Thursday, you know, but they want us to go back and look at things. There are a number of known issues with the initial release. This might heavily impact your gameplay that you should be aware of. I will echo here for your convenience, but you can consult the living document. So just to be clear, we've been noticing a whole bunch of these naval invasions have a very unintuitive UX flow that is very easy to exploit. You auto hit the Navy landing in, but you have to have a demobilized army. The Navy has to not already be in the region. There's a bunch of other stuff. Commander orders are kind of weird. You do need to have your guys clicking advanced, and you need to have a strategic objective that you want to attack and this sort of stuff. So they won't advance unless you have at least one with an advanced order, and they actually have to have something that they want to take, it seems to be the case. And all naval orders other than naval invasions are useless, and that naval invasions you only need one ship to do, so you just kind of build Navy for at least in the currently what's going on, you're just building it for increased interest for the most part. morale, this is just more issues. Morale loss doesn't work. Garrisoned in the formations will now display concept for mobilized army. We've seen a lot of guys just unassign. So this type of stuff. Reading an army in an HQ does not close the map interaction for army creation, which gives the impression no army was created. Okay. But this is just kind of a whole lot of problems. And so we'll kind of jump back to that. So changelog open beta, and we're talking about features now, and this is more kind of what's important rather than like the military is all being messed up, and so we'll talk through this. Military formations can now be created. That's kind of, we've been seeing a little bit of that. It contain up to 4 commanders and any number of units. Military formations determine the location of your military forces. Military is now local, while commander orders continue to determine their behavior at that location. Companies, which we have taken quite a big look at now. Each country now has a number of company slots, which increase from technology and laws. A company has a number of associated building types and improves the throughput of and the construction speed of those building types in the country. So this is the positive boost to your economy, which also encourages you to be more specialized. Unfortunately, the AI seems to be relatively stagnating out, and so like it's if the AI was able to keep pace with you, right, you could export and specialize, but kind of as we're noticing it here, this is less what we're able to do. And so, you know, like if we're coming back in here, like we have these 3 companies, and we had other companies before, but we could not manage to get the prices high enough by exporting the market prices to offset our specialization and the inefficiency we were like kind of eating. Like, so for example, in Silesia, where we have a ton of iron mines, we have cheaper iron, and so we can't export or it's cheaper than the market price, and we could not raise the market price enough to drag this price up such that we can make this building super profitable. Actually, we're encouraging resources here, so this is perhaps a poor example, but we couldn't do it with the groceries. And so, let's jump back into the browser. There's a number of basic companies available to all countries, and there are some unique ones. Apparently, there are only unique ones for Prussia right now, and this is who we were playing. And the unique one actually seems very, very strong. The degree to which a market can influence the price in a state is now capped by market access price impact modifier, or MAPIM. This means local good production and consumption will now always matter when determining the price in a given state, creating an opportunity for local synergies in supply chains. This is certainly one way to word it, that it's creating an opportunity for synergies. It is in effect relative to kind of 1.4, creating inefficiency when you do not do this, because stuff will... you will have to, if you are producing a lot of iron in one place, it will have to sell at a depressed price relative to what the rest of the market has to eat it at. And you could avoid that by creating buy orders in that place, which will buy at that depressed price, which will create, which will avoid the inefficiency. But currently, the economies feel just super stagnant here, just like in a way that. Yeah, I mean, we're ecoing up, but it's really slow. But maybe this is what's good. Okay. It is now possible for a participant in diplomatic play to support either side in exchange for desired sway. We did notice this. It seems a little bit buggy. You could also be swayed. If you are swayed to give like protectorate or whatever, it breaks any sort of subjugation war goal. And so this is a little bit annoying, but this is kind of where things are. Start diplomatic play has been changed into make diplomatic demand. This allows one country to demand a single war goal from another, which if rejected will start a diplomatic play for that war goal. It is possible to bypass the demand phase and start diplomatic play, useful if you want to have multiple demands. And so this is interesting, but you just make a demand and someone can back down instantaneously, which might be nice. Overall, if you have an enormous military, because maybe this lets you just bully people down a little bit and take one state at a time, like this type of thing. I'm not sure. I assume people never back down if you're annexing them, but maybe they sometimes instantly back down if you know, you're doing something else. Mobilization options configure how much extra goods you want your armies to consume. Are we at peace right now in the game? Let's see if we can maybe jump in and take a look at this. This is not something we explored. So are we at peace? Because you have to be at peace. So just kind of looking into this, what we have is this mobilization thing. So we can have them eat extra supplies. We can turn this on if we wanted for increased morale. Forced march, which will give them mobilization speed and travel formation speed, but more morale loss. And so the extra supplies is probably good. It only affects during mobilization. We have rail transport, which increases rail mobilization speed and formation travel speed. So this is nice. And then first aid, which maybe we would want to turn on all of these. And now you can see it's going to cost quite a bit more when we are fully mobilized. If we go here, mobilization, the total cost is like nothing. And then if we do extra supplies and like, let's say first aid, it's going to cost quite a bit more. And there's going to be more of these coming out, and I believe that some of them are unlocked with PMs and this sort of thing. Like if we look at the old UI, now this is all there is, right? And so everything is getting moved over to this this spot. I think if maybe we can even see like more of these. So yeah, modern nursing should unlock the other thing, but it doesn't look like it yet. So it's still pretty bare bones. Looks like this unlocks, yeah, so the automatic machine guns, in theory, maybe they actually do unlock something, but the UI is not supporting that they unlock machine guns. But if you get machine guns unlocked, in theory, on your mobilization, you would be able to turn on machine guns over here. And you can mix and match stuff and turn on, like, multiple stuff. So I'm wondering if you could probably turn on both infiltrators and machine guns now instead of it being, like, an either-or type of thing. So that's that. Occupation is now gained or removed from a state instead of provinces as a result of successful battle, and then the front will not move until the whole state's been occupied. This actually has been super nice because now there's not some weird random front splitting all over the place. Added call ally sway, which can be used to call the ally, so the ally doesn't automatically join. And I assume that the sway offers no additional acceptance score, but doesn't promise anything to the ally. The sway offers no additional acceptance score, but also doesn't promise anything to the ally. So I'm guessing it's easier for the ally to refuse, something like this. Combat units can now be one of multiple types, which belong to a different group, i.e. infantry, cavalry, light cavalry, this sort of thing. This seems currently not operational, but will be in the future. Services, electricity, and transportation are now local goods, are fully based on local production and consumption, and whose market price plays no role at all. This makes a lot of sense. Now you can't ship electricity across the world. And, oh, transportation is now a local good, too. My brain didn't even brain that. Wait, if transportation is a local good, then how is the mobilization purchasing it? I guess wherever you produce your barracks is, in order to use rail transport, you have to have rails present there. But this is why some of our places were running a shortage, because the transportation. So you can't turn on railways in your plantations unless you actively build railways in a place. Okay. It's now possible to decline a sway offer, calling it an obligation. Perfect. Added become subject sway, which allows you to become country of the subject. And there's more sways available, and you can reverse sway, as mentioned before. Transfer subject. Transfer state, which is actually pretty nice, allows you to give one of your states and offer a country state to you in exchange for a diplo place. So, for example, we could have maybe tried to defend China against Great Britain in exchange for Beijing, which I can't imagine they would want to do, but maybe they would want to wee-woo. Can I get a wee-woo in chat? But just one, because the ambulance is leaving. Added a diplomatic play. Added diplomatic play, which allows you to offer certain diplomatic pacts, such as trade agreements or Diplopact sway, which allows you to do customs union, bankrolling, all this sort of thing. This is nice. They're really adding a lot of features in regards to sway and reverse sway, but right now it feels super, super clunky, in particular because you can try and subjugate someone and then they offer a subjugation to someone else, which is what we got with Orania when we were in-game. Just kind of coming back to it really quick to just discuss it. We went after Orania to dominion them. And then they are now, you notice, they're not our dominion, they're a protectorate of the UK. They swayed UK to their side by offering a protectorate, and even though we won the war, them changing to be a protectorate bricked our war goals. So, like, Obviously, this is not the best fleshed out, but this is kind of how it's going. They are offering the province of Weiwu. Yeah, perfect. This is the this is the way. This is the Wu. Battles are now detached from fronts. They don't necessarily happen in the front anymore. Will not be destroyed when the front also gets destroyed. Also, if a front is merged, all of their battles are transferred to the other front. Okay. Unique approval activated trades for intergroups in several countries. We did not see any of these countries in kind of our inspection, and we will have to consult the game files readers oracles regarding which countries these are. But apparently there are unique IG bonuses in some spots, and this is a bit interesting. Player can now force the subject country to start enactment of a different law other than theirs, something like this. Early functionality to be improved later. We didn't see this. We didn't make use of it or anything like that. And armies can be demobilized during wars, leading them to return to the closest HQ and gradually reducing their mobilization. And unfortunately, in order to do a naval landing, they have to be demobilized. So right now the UI is such that you are like having to demobilize and land and like this type of stuff. I would not recommend doing an achievement run on here and expect to, in order to preserve your sanity, to perhaps have to switch sides and capitulate to your side or this sort of thing. But okay, improvements. Instead of having a front be defined by an adjacent pair of enemy theaters, now it's divided. Each side has their own set of theaters. On each side, each theater must be adjacent to at least one enemy theater, and if others were on the same side, each theater that has to be adjacent to an allied theater as well. That seems poorly worded. I've been going a long time now, though, but we saw the fronts were able to be elongated in between multiple countries, and the fact that whole states are taken at the same time has meant I haven't seen a single front split that bricked anything. I've just seen unit on assignments that have bricked something. Local markets seem way too complicated to keep track of. I feel like they should affect colonial empires, but for states within the borders of Germany, it seems like too much micromanagement. It seems like a little bit. You can build according to profitability of buildings, and like maybe this is the way you like have to do it now. So if we like come back in here, it might just be that you have to like really use this as your means for understanding where you need to build. And it's much less, so like currently the metagame is like you really just push economies of scale, but here we have Silesia is the most built up province in our entire country, and we see that the earnings here is really high, and that's because there's a lot of overall demand for furniture manufacturers, so this place gets to be really profitable because the prices are much higher than our if we look at local prices of it. I'm guessing Silesia will have one of the highest prices. Nope, just kidding, not wholly highest, but it is relatively high here, as we have to scroll quite a lot down to hit the next one. But like before, it was just you just push economies of scale, and now you don't necessarily do that. I mean, in fact, I think you don't. But if you are pushing economies of scale, then exporting becomes better relative to not pushing economies of scale, and vice versa. So if you are going to specialize, if you are going to specialize in a single province, then exporting seems to become better. And if you're not, then, or if you're not going to export very aggressively a good, then perhaps you want to spread it out. Although, like, when you specialize in one good, it increases the demand for all the consumption goods in that given area. So, like, so yeah. 113 viewers, let's go. Yeah, basically. We've been popping off all today. Although this is actually, I think we peaked at like 220 or 250 or something like this. Or actually, what was the peak right here? Peak's right. Peak was pretty early in. Looks like a little over, low 200s was kind of the peak. But definitely people wanting to hear kind of about this 1.5. Added new experimental trains PM to railways and rebalanced the existing PMs. This is, yeah, you start on a different PM and then you unlock new ones. Added new vineyards building. We haven't taken a look at, like, we have to redo all the spreadsheets and stuff, which is going to be a bit of a task. I'm not sure if I'm going to set that aside kind of for next week or like try and get it done kind of in the near future. We'll see. Shipyards are now two separate buildings, so this is big, nice. you also are like wanting to put your shipyards where you are putting your docks and where you are putting like your fish and like this type of thing. And so this it might be the case that spreading out your shipyards is better than pushing economies of scale. And so this starts to become like more of the question is spreading stuff out better than pushing economies of scale? And it's actually contingent, and it's contingent upon or let's jump back into the game here. Like the level of tech you have, let's take a look at the modifiers. So let's look local prices, and we're gonna look at meat, and we're gonna talk about this. So this market access price impact modifier, or MAPIM, that's like way too long to like say everyone. So let's call it MAPIM. So the MAPIM here is 85%. It is affected by techs, so for example stock exchange, and the more you have of this, the higher this value is, the better specialization becomes, because you're getting throughput, and the less of it has, the more spreading out is going to be good. And so well, let's just take a little save here in Germany, and then let's take a look and swap over to China, because China is going to have a worse one of these modifiers. So China is going to be more incentivized to spread out all of their economies as well, and also the more spread out you are, the worse exporting is going to be, and the more condensed you are, the better exporting is going to be, or trade in general, I believe. And so like the way that this is working, like in terms of various factors, seems pretty good. But like if we take a look here, theirs is 70%. Okay, so they don't have a negative modifier. I thought someone said they had a negative modifier, but it's 70%. But this is going to make it so that the prices are going to fluctuate a lot more, and you're going to be a lot more sensitive to local prices, and so you're going to spread things out quite a bit, I think. But okay, let's jump back into the browser and do the things. I have to click so many buttons. Adding a war goal against a neutral enemy subject now also forces them to become part of a subject, which is great. I think that this is overall good. It doesn't seem to be capturing new fronts created when a province is colonizing. Started a war with Mexico in 36, France joined, but the fronts make holes in your backline that you can't close. The battles end in a draw stacking thing. 10 stock exchange. So when you research a stock exchange, it gives you +10 on reducing what is effectively an enforced lack of market access on all of your provinces, which this is how local goods prices work. It's just an enforced lack of market access, effectively speaking. And so when you get stock exchange, it decreases the ratio. So at 15%, which is what we were operating with stock exchange in Germany, at 15%, what ends up happening is 85% of the price is informed by the market price, and 15% of the price is informed by the local price, which will often trend to be either plus or minus 75. 10 stock exchange in China right now. All right, let's take a look at what you mean. Show me what you mean. So we're going to come and look here, and if we look here, we're not getting any from stock exchange. We're getting 70 from base, right? Or wait, God, please, tooltip, please. Oh, we are getting +10 from stock exchange. Sorry, but we are getting minus 15% from traditionalism. Did we just click on the capital? Does the capital make a difference? So traditionalism is particularly bad, but we do have stock exchange here now. They don't start out with stock exchange, but stock exchange is just going to become like Uber tier 1 tech. And this is trending towards 70. Traditionalism, okay, traditionalism and stock exchange, base value is 75. Okay, I stand it corrected. I take it all back. You got me. But so this is going to make it so that you are gonna I think this is the heuristic. You're gonna want to specialize more as that number gets higher and higher, and you're going to want to spread out more as that number gets lower, and as you specialize, importing and exporting gets better, and then or at least exporting gets better. I have to think about it, but I assume importing and exporting. And so this is going to be, this makes sense to me. Wait, isn't this a really big live stream? Shouldn't you be on Japan just to make sure people watch, basically? Let's actually just swap to Japan now. People, Victoria 3 players only want one thing, and it's fucking Japan. Let's see, let's jump into just swap over to Japan. Mission accomplished. Time to change the title of the stream. Japan. We play Japan and Japan only. Let's see what their bonus is. They're at 70%. I'm assuming they're going to have the same modifiers as China, where they are going to have researched stock exchange, but they are going to still suffer from traditionalism. So traditionalism is really bad. Traditionalism is even worse from before, like way worse than before. And so this is a significant kick to the nuts, you know, to unrecognize these like smaller unrecognized powers. And so, yeah. Mostly yeah, but also yeah. And so this is going to be kind of bad for them. You can station HQ, so you can station troops wherever you want, which is going to help for protecting against landings once landings that work. Whoa, Japan, sick. Chat just erupts in approval as he swaps to Japan for half a second. Still live? Yep, still live. Still cranking up. I said I would stay live for as long as we had over 100 viewers, and we trended like in the 90s, but I want to get through this, and now we have like 20 more viewers. Maybe we should just keep going through the changelog over and over. Removed explosives from chemical plants. Now they're their own building, which is great. Livestock ranches now produce meat and fertilizer as a base production method. Fabric as a secondary production method. Fair enough. It is now, well, actually, oh, if this is base, meat and fertilizer is base, and fabric is secondary, then you can't do the thing where you would use the worst PM intentionally, but the whole point of that was to make the chem plants profitable, which is now not a problem because they're distinct from the boom booms. It is now possible to liberate a country, diplomatic play, the country to be liberated being picked from I didn't even know what this meant. Radical pops are now more drawn to opposition groups and loyalists to government interest groups. I think this is a good change. It'll be interesting to see how this affects things. Petitions now can only be made for laws that can that are potentially able to be supported by a political movement. This is interesting that they have to be able to be supported by a political movement, which implies that you either need a lot of radicalism or agitators. Changelog, greater than 1.5 gameplay at LOL for viewership. Stay motivated, devs. Yeah, basically. I mean, I think that it's just because I've been going 8 hours since I went through this already, and it just kind of looks like other gameplay now, except with like a worse UI and this type of thing. Streetlights now produce infra. Yay! Meat packing, formerly vacuum canning, now consumes meat and fish instead of just meat. Fantastic. Traditionalism gives this minus 15% state market access impact. This is what we were talking about. We didn't know what this meant before. Now we know this is like a really big deal. Stock exchange gives 10% state market access in price impact. Stock exchange might just be the best tech in the game now. Like actually. So this is kind of interesting. I remember when I was on my 11-year-old computer playing Victoria 3 and absolutely dying. Yeah. The truth hurts. How do you navally invade in 1.5? I'll show you. So it's actually incredibly tedious, but we'll show you. So you got to come in here into the military lens. You got to go Navy. You got to click Plan Naval Invasion, and the Navy you're invading with has to not be located in this region. So you can relocate the Navy if you just like deploy to C node, just to deploy them to a different node. And they can only land with an army that is not mobilized. So if you mobilize the army, you have to demobilize it or transfer it to another demobilized army before you can land. The UX is like just incredibly like obnoxious in this regard, but that's kind of like where we're at with that. Yeah. German-Italian unification. Can it now inherit incorporation status? We got to see that today so far. Increase the number of states required to form Germany from 20 to 23, which means Prussia needs to either take a state from France or Austria in addition to the various minor countries. Makes sense. Illegitimate governments may now enact laws that have support from a political movement rather than being blocked. This is good because it prevents you from getting completely blocked out. Removed diplomatic actions to become demand subject and ask for independence. These are now done through diplomatic demands instead. Someone was asking earlier about protectorates. I assume enforcing a protectorate is in here now because it's not in the normal lens. But it's also not in the other lens, so maybe it's in. Maybe there's still a way to protectorate people, or it might just be bugged and not allowed right now. So the mobilization requirements is to push the relanding strats. That could be the case. I think it's just bugged. I think it's just that it's bugged, and it just doesn't. They need to have it have a certain status, is my guess. Ranching is now a full separate building from agriculture, just like plantations. Revised modifiers and state traits that affect agriculture throughput also affect ranching and plantations where appropriate. This is a huge one. Before, you used to just get a bunch of agriculture modifiers everywhere, and now almost all the state modifiers that give, or I think all the state modifiers that give agriculture also give plantations. Ranching is now a fully separate building group from agriculture, just like plantations. I thought that was the case before, and I don't think there's any place with ranching modifiers, so there's that. How do you think Brazil will fare in the new patch? Poorly. I think anyone who doesn't start with railroads or starts fairly behind will suffer a lot, and I believe, let's jump in and actually just swap over to Brazil and we can talk about it. I'm taking kind of all questions right now, as well if anyone has a question, but we'll just jump back in as we're kind of doing this. We have homesteading movement here in Japan. Watch us swap off from Japan and then, well, AI, I know how AI's Brazil is going to do, which is really poorly. But if we swap to Brazil, I'm pretty sure they start with traditionalism. Oh, maybe they started with agrarianism? I think they start with traditionalism. If they start with traditionalism really big sucks now. But have been fun watching the AI just get stomped because they don't know how to win as Brazil. I think that also the infrastructure malices in various places are going to hurt. The lack of railroads is going to hurt quite a bit, I think. And so, yeah. Can you send a link to the page? I maybe could. Here, let's jump back in here for a second. So you guys can't see what I've been searching. Mainly because I'm searching for a local pizza place in my area, and I don't want to dox, like, where the closest pizza place to me is. So there's where it is. No, we swapped off Japan. All the viewership died. Oh no. Previously, or let's jump back into the other thing. We're in here now. Let's go in here. Let's... previously, most of India modifiers were agricultural rather than plantations. Yes, and there was just like two states. It was just like Sindh and Delhi that really got a ton of plantation, and so those were insane. And now it's just like the whole thing is really nuts. So they start with agrarianism. They start with agrarianism. Okay, well then that should help out considerably. Traditionalism really big sucks. Still, the infrastructure modifiers. Actually, you know what? All New World countries are going to have to spread out their economies. Like and it's not even close. How many gigs of RAM do I have? 16. Because yeah, I think spreading out your economy, the bigger the mapip is, or what was it called? The bigger the modifier. What is it called? State market access price impact modifier. So it is mapip. Mapim. The bigger the mapim, right? Market access impact modifier. The bigger the mapim, the more you can specialize and build tall, and the smaller the mapim, as a percent, the more you have to build wide. And so this is already forcing you to build wide in a scenario where building wide is it's encouraging you to build wide, but already as a result of migration and the way labor works in New World countries, you already want to build wide, so you're like kind of almost really extra forced to build wide in Brazil. I mean, maybe you could try and go agrarian as Brazil. Maybe it doesn't suck like super hard. I mean, I think it probably does, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah. So where were we? I think we were in balance somewhere. No, we weren't yet there. Okay. We're just here. Added wine for certain state wine potentials. We were at, where were we? Holy shit. I know we did the German one, so let's kind of remove diplomatic plays. Ranching. Okay, this is where we were. Number of maximum commanders per country is now removed. Woo! Limit 4 per formation. I don't know how many, if there's a max number of formations, but this is going to be big nice. So it means the military, there's no like upper limit anymore. Remove vineyards, added wine. The maximum potential imports and exports of trade routes in a market is now multiplied by the buy-sell diff at max factor defined, so that imported, exported goods with no local consumption production aren't always stuck around at base price. Okay, so this is just, it makes things work as a result of splitting up the things. Rush companies for infrastructure bonus will be meta for some nations. Yeah, well, so like the companies for the wood chopping ones. So I'm guessing with Brazil, you go the wood chopping company first. This would be my intuition. But they have maybe you can go agrarian now. I'm very confident you could go agrarian in multiplayer with the companies, and especially the overall economic slowdown. Because if everyone is producing the iron, right, then you will get to be very profitable and they will be fighting for the scraps. But I don't know how it's going to be in these other modes. Deploy to front, map interaction for army panel. Combat units now disbanded from the formation page. Can they? Oh, just singular units drawn down. Like, it's this system feels just very opaque and not good. What update did they made which had the constructing buildings stack up? I don't know what you mean by constructing buildings stack up, but construction sectors stacking them all in one place gives like way less construction efficiency now, so it's not this aspect of building tall is also not as strong. You're missing the play says he missed the entire stream, feels bad. Dude, we're only halfway through. We just got started. Damn colonial exploitation nerf. Colonial exploitation's gotten buffed. Now lowers manufacturing by 10%, but boosts throughput on mining, plantations, and rubber by 20%. Actually, maybe it's gotten nerfed because it's also an additional minus 10%, I think, manufacturing in unincorporated states. But this also means the AutoQ won't want to build there, so it'll actually look proper if you are trying to specialize and use like kind of extraction. I think it'll be better. Also, I'm joking about keeping going because I said as long as we're above 100 viewers, we're going to keep going, but we're kind of threading the needle a little bit here, so we're gonna at least get through this, but then we'll see what the people want. The people want one thing, and it's a Japan run. Japan speed run after this. Dongola and Blue Nile now have Nile River State trait, which importantly is going to also give plantation throughput, which it didn't before. The giving of plantation throughput wherever there's agricultural throughput is actually just an enormous buff to a ton of countries. Example 2 furniture buildings are in. It now says that 2 buildings in Berlin are constructing. That's part of 1.4 as well. I assume they changed colonial exploitation or removed the +1 on Forbidden City. I don't think so. Let's take a look though. I didn't even check it in game. We of course did take it, so let's swap back to the motherland, or the fatherland as it were. And take a look here. Boop. No. No. Minus 10% throughput. Time to incorporate Beijing every single run. Before you used to get positive throughput, now you lose throughput from the unincorporated Vallis, and so I guess it's time to incorporate it every single run. Do you ever do RP runs other than Midrax runs? Kind of. The France run was a little RP, if you wanted to check that one out. At the beginning of 1.3, exploitation doesn't affect Forbidden City. Yeah, I think that change is fantastic. When do we want to watch the zero construction speed one pacifist isolationist Japan run? And instead of like I just turn it on a laptop and just wee woo, I just turn it on my laptop and just like garden in the background. I'm just like, I'm a simple Japan farmer, just pacifist, do nothing. It's over. It's all over. Where's 1.4 on the forum features? There was a recent thing for it. Someone else can link it. I don't have it open right now. Remove Sahara from Dongola. All the dongs. resexualize several agitator laws to fit better with their position as popular figures. Okay. Is it an exploitation effect? Yeah. All right. So balance. Here's I am become spreadsheet, destroyer of worlds. We're gonna have to redo the spreadsheet as a consequence of this, but we're just gonna kind of take a look. Numerous state traits that add infrastructure penalties for difficult terrain have been changed to either be present only in states where the majority of terrain are clearly divided by that terrain. So now almost all the mining modifiers do not give minus infrastructure, which is really big nice. Like Ural, Perm, they don't give minus state construction efficiency or the other stuff. Some straight traits that had infrastructure penalties that were not deemed suitable for any state have been changed, or either of those traits have been removed. Readjust to POPs needs so that POPs are less likely to buy basic goods when better goods are available. So I assume this is kind of an extension of 1.4. Like they'll buy groceries and like regular clothes over, you know, grain and fabric. Rice farms now have double employment and production, which is big nice. Rice farms coming in kind of clutch. Adjusted, which I think this is a band-aid. I think arable stuff just needs a rework, but this is kind of a separate thing. Adjusted the values of secondary PMs on textile mills, furniture manufacturers, and glassworks and chemical plants so that they're usually profitable. This was not our experience because our POPs are consuming nothing right now because there's so much inefficiency. Like, so the math of this might work, but the inefficiency that's created by the enforced like market thing, the MAPIP or whatever the frick it's called, is making it so that nothing's it just eats into profits so much that people aren't spending a lot on consumption goods in general. Still on the game screen? Am I really? Oh, okay. My bad. Apologies, everyone. Apologies. My bad. Much apologies. Little excite. They removed the negative modifiers in Piedmont. I think so. I'm not going to check because once I'm in the game screen, I'll never escape. Unincorporated states now have minus 10% state access price impact. Minus 10% state access price impact. So it just kills the prices. Is this what this is saying? We're gonna take a look, Ski. We're gonna go in game, and we'll check the Sardinia thing for you. So we're gonna jump in game, and so first of all, we're gonna check: is there a minus price here? So actually in Shangzi, so local prices, price. It's in the German market. And it's got a... Oh, it is it's negative. Wow. Unincorporated areas suffer from, like, this, the fact that we can't get the tooltip to stick, actually. Oh my god, I'm gonna shoot something. Well, we know it's 85 elsewhere, and it must be the minus 10 from that. But, so let's just take a look at, Sardinia. Let's just take a look at Piedmont. Oh, they only get plus infrastructure now. So good yard, right? So yes, they have fixed it. Lower the cost to build shipyards. This makes sense considering they split the PMs. I'm assuming they're kind of relatively same level, but now they are effectively giving more urbanization or something. Standardized trains, formerly steam engine, PM is now unlocked by steel railway cars. So now you have a less efficient PM. Electric trains now give higher infrastructure, but also have higher costs. Diesel trains, same thing. Infrastructure has been wee-woo. Wow, some people are dying tonight. Infrastructure has been lowered for steam trains, electric trains, and diesel trains. Balanced Prussia's, France's, and Great Britain's, USA starting buildings, production methods, trade routes, etc., so that they are immediately unprofitable after state changes. Lowered the amount of alcohol in that subsistence farmings produce. Okay, anchorages now produce only 20 convoys. Reduced urbanization from heavy industry to cut down on excessive service production. Okay, sure. Reduce overall effective service production. Sure, fair enough. Arts Academy, which this is another kind of more hidden cause of stagnation as well. We were seeing that services in general were not we're not providing as much from the tax rate, but I think this is because we got stuck at 10 SOL for like the longest time, which is not normal. Arts academies, well, I guess nothing's normal anymore. Arts academies now employ 5K workforce, increased the amount of fabric livestock ranches can produce. Wow, this is nice, especially because a lot of places don't have cotton production. So maybe this is an example of something where like someone's like, oh, what should we build? It's like, dude, I don't know anymore. It depends on the things and the numbers and this sort of thing. USA and Perm are also don't have this infrastructure malice, which like a lot of these were dumb, and so I'm glad they've changed it. Why have they not added a tooltip stick key? I don't know what you're asking. I'm thinking that something would just summon more weewoos. Weewoo. Open the food industries, China state to see the throughput. Oh, it's not just the depressed market price. It's also we're getting, or the increased local price. It's also getting decreased throughput because it's not incorporated. There is minus 10% for so there's two like non-incorporated balances. Why don't we just we're just gonna jump back in game for a sec to kind of take a look at that. But we're eating malices on two fronts here. You know, we're eating the malice of throughput here on the minus 10%, right? Because it's unincorporated. But despite all this is actually one of the more profitable spots, because the local price of this stuff is so high because we have so many pops demanding the goods and this sort of thing. But this stuff is completely unprofitable because we don't have a single railroad here. So this means you actually have to micromanage pretty aggressively, right? Because we can't just turn on the railroads everywhere. We have to do something like this. God, that's obnoxious, isn't it? Isn't it? That is pretty obnoxious. And the same with this. Can't do that. That's a no-no because railroads are now local. So that managing that PM is actually just going to be a massive headache in general. So yeah, massive headache in general. Let's see, where were we? Okay, I think we were here. Let's catch up on chat. Why have they not added a tooltip stick key? Oh, they might have. My command of the interface might be suboptimal. Did you edit your message? Maybe I'm 100 people watching, dead. Yeah, dude, we kind of popping off. But also, I said I would continue going until we're under 100, and we've kind of been hovering around 100 for a little bit now. Goodbye, O1. You'll be missed. Craftsman Sewing. So we did not take a close look at any of these, but I'm probably going to take a closer look at these now because I kind of want to think. General, I'm worth at least 5 viewers, so you have to keep streaming. Oh no, we might keep streaming. Now we're at an inflection point where if we keep streaming, we have to order food, and if we aren't going to keep streaming, I would not want to order food. So like now there's an additional consideration. I don't think we're going to I'm going to randomly spike a whole bunch of extra viewers from people getting off work on the West Coast though. Micro heavy with the railroads, so you get minus 10% throughput even with the exploitation. So exploitation now no longer applies. It only applies to logging, mines, and rubber, and plantations. So it's applying to different things now. So you get a positive modifier on those. That's actually plus 20% instead of plus 10, and a minus modifier on manufacturing, which makes it so that you are leaning extractive. And so I think it actually creates a play pattern that overall is positive once you have a really high MAPIP, which is like the market interface price adjustment thing, or whatever, market adjustment price indicator, or whatever it's called, because I think that you will want to become increasingly specialized as the MAPIP comes up, and increasingly wide as the MAPIP is low, because the negative effects of having low market access, which is effectively how the MAPIP works, is exacerbated the more you specialize. But the more you specialize, you get throughput bonuses. So something like this. Does the culture exploit still work? Dude, I have no idea. Yours are like economies of scale, so you need to add the throughput bonus to us. But what's the cap at 50? Craftsman sewing methods, luxury output is luxury output is increased from 20 to 30. And craftsman sewing production method for clothes changed from -20 to -30. So this is actually making it more profitable because luxury clothes have a higher base price. Craftsman sewing for textile mill silk is increased. Okay, so this is just this is a buff, it looks like. And this is elastics production, textile mills. This looks like a buff as well. I'm just going to need to take a look at these PMs, the new PMs, and when I make a new spreadsheet, I think. Because this is elastics production method for textile mills. Clothes output changed from -35 to -70. Elastics production method for luxury clothes increased, so we're getting more of these. But now the silk is increased from 10 to 30, which is a pretty big increase. And the elastics increased. So this is not proportional, so I don't know if this is better. We would have to compare it in the prices. But it looks like they're making most of these adjustments. But now we have, so these are all for luxury goods, supposedly to make it more profitable. But we saw the luxury goods were like overly cheap in our like kind of experiment. And here we have the chem plants, isolation, and then we have the which are now, where are the boom booms? Okay, so this is just separating this out. This is all just the fertilizer production. And then we have muskets, change a little, rifles, repeaters. This looks like they're just straight getting buffed. Muskets buffed. Rifles buffed. Repeaters buffed. So this is pretty big. These industries generally weren't very profitable before, so we're seeing them get buffed. 75, plus 25% output on bolt action rifles. And then cannons are going from -10 to -15. Oh, so cannons are going to eat more of these. Cannons are going to eat more of these. More of these. Okay, so are cannons fully eating... So it looks like cannons won't fully eat this, but now, effectively, cannons are getting more expensive in terms of how many of guns you're using, but also guns are getting cheaper simultaneously, which I think is good if you want to micromanage exactly how many cannons you have. So something like this. I read it as trying to put more of a bottleneck on the input goods, silk, rubber, rather than trying to buff the luxury goods themselves. Yeah, looking at the non-linear increase in the price of silk and this type of stuff, this does look like this might be it. Is it better for a GDP run to go women's suffrage or not? It's better early on, but then when you're at equilibrium employment, it's worse. Which I hope answers your question. If it doesn't answer your question, let me know. And I can explain it more in depth. Actually, let's just kind of explain it more in depth. So eventually you reach equilibrium unemployment, and we're not talking about 1.5 specifically, just kind of in general. Eventually you reach equilibrium unemployment where your firms cannot be profitable enough, and we were seeing this here in 1.5 quite a bit. Your firms cannot be profitable enough to fully employ. And so what happens then is you end up having a pretty solid amount of unemployment. And so the increased worker participation is not useful if you are going to be at equilibrium unemployment, because the fact that you have more available workers isn't helping. However, something that would help is very, 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 very slightly is dependence income. Maybe you want to be on, I assume you want to be on legal guardianship, but moving away from workforce participation would be preferable. Because if you just wanted to max GDP, so, just getting rid of the workforce ratio would be preferable. But I think what's going to make a bigger effect is getting off of child labor and increasing dependence income as well, something like this. But the reason being is because a little tiny bit of money is created out of nothing from, like if you look at POPs, you'll see that they are producing money with dependence income. So you see dependence income is 1K for these guys, and their weekly income is like 4 to 5K. This is actually a huge ratio because our freaking SOL is so depressed overall. But this is normally a much smaller ratio, and so you're buffing this and getting this free money out of nowhere will allow this dependence income or more income to spin in the economy, which is preferable very, very, very slightly. Very slightly. It's so slight. But early on, as you're ramping up, you would rather have the increased labor, unless you're China specifically. I mean, like, not women's rights giving at a better birth rate. It's not about the birth rate, it's about the workforce participation. You'd actually want to lower it at a certain point. Do the thug shaker? Dude, I don't know what the thug shaker is. Wee woo. Alright, added recoil mechanics to arms industries. Hardwood, I was kind of sad to see hardwood nerfed so hard, and nerfed in such a way that you actually want to have places either specialize in hardwood or specialize in softwood, which leads to heavier micromanagement, which isn't necessarily, like, all bad, but, like, it means that you're, like, maybe you want to specialize in furniture, so you build the furniture here, this sort of thing. Yeah. Added focused hardwood production method for logging camps. This is the new method. So there's now 3 methods. Although I think once you're on pneumatic tools, it might be such that it's always efficient to swap, just in terms of outputs. Balanced glassworks and chem plants so that later production methods are not profitable at a base level. Lowered input goods for coal and engines for railways, sure. Lowered transportation output for base railway production methods, that seems fair. Now you're going to need to build railways wherever you want to swap up the labor-saving PMs. So, like, it's going to be very tedious. Passenger carriage PMs for trains no longer reduce infrastructure when activated. Cool. Increased logging potential in Amazon's Congo and Siberia. That seems fine. Manufacturing, it also seems good. Manufacturing, government, and military buildings now have lowered throughput in unincorporated states. Military buildings, no more space marines. Manufacturing, government, and military buildings now have lowered throughput in unincorporated states. You hear that? No more space marines. Gave very intensive agriculture. Gave Greece starting interest in Italy. I heard that you can do the rump shaker. I thought you want the thug shaker. Take your arms up and shake it. Do it for the thug shaker. That's some thug ass right there. That's a big ass boy. All right. AI is now. I mean, so far it seems mildly psychotic. They're much more likely to offer support in diplomatic play if they're already leaning that side, and they're more likely to sway an undecided country in a diplomatic play. Yeah, we saw people swayed almost every single time, and they're more likely to actively sway countries that are already committed participants to the opposite side, switch sides, so they're more likely to do a bunch of this sway stuff. They place more value on holding obligations on diplomatically relevant, powerful countries, even if they're wary towards them. They no longer automatically added as backers for allies. Predictions. Hold up. This is maybe really good. Predictions for which a country will lean towards supporting which diplomatic play should now always be accurate. Thank God, dude. Now you won't just randomly have the prediction spike you, like, this person's likely to join on your side, and then they join the enemy side, and takes the relations impact of the initial war goal into account, though leaning towards a side is still not a guarantee of actually supporting that side. Thank you. This is like one system that's just horribly opaque for the new player. No more thug shaker. Yeah, if I might be willing to oblige if I knew exactly what that meant. I think you're just like reading me song lyrics, my guy. AI is now generally less willing to trigger revolutions when enacting laws unless they are doing so to avoid another revolution. Okay. AI is now willing to enactment, something about anchorages. Supposedly they fixed it. We'll see. AI is less likely to use restrictive import tariffs on goods which they do not have a substantial unused potential for in their own country. AIs will be less likely to use export tariffs on goods which have an substantial unused potential. Okay. AI is now less keen to get involved in diplo plays where they have truce with the enemy, either primary participant. This is nice. AI should be better at setting up trade routes to import their country or export. AI should now be better at importing key industrial goods like rubber if they don't have those in their market. That's nice. AI now prioritizes universities more. Yeah, we saw this. We saw a ton of unis from the AI. Fixed an issue where the AI was calculating its gold reserve in income surplus, targets incorrectly for some types of spending. AI-grade power is much more keen on launching and joining cut-down to size Diplo plays against pariah countries. Fantastic. I mean, I think everyone should just join against you if you, like, get super big. Added AI strategic weights for AI, how much AI desires to have a country or subject or become a country's subject. Fixed inconsistent triggers, blah, 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 fixed an issue. Okay. That's why I was asking about ports actually being fixed, because it's in the patch notes again. Saw this in a part fix and second half of 1.5. Yeah, did not seem to be working in 1.4. We have improved performance, allegedly. There's, I don't know, the interface is like god-awful in a lot of spots with the army formations and stuff. But we're not going to read through all this. We're not going to read through the art. Modding is outside my purview. Bug fixes. Not too many bug fixes. And firing and hiring loop fix. Trade route competitiveness was not correctly calculated. Trade would sometimes be wrong. Fix some issues with maneuver costs for war goals. Mostly, etc. Future plans, so let's read through this. A future update. Visuals for your armies moving across the roads on railways on the maps, not important to me. Improved frontline graphics, not important to me. Return of conscripts for naval warfare mechanics, which were disabled on the initial release. Improved orders with more options for more specific commanders. Historical companies that let you leverage your country's unique specialties. This will be super big nice. Especially, yeah, this is just going to be tremendously nice. I'm really looking forward to the different companies forcing different specialization, although specialization is at odds with the market access, like the map hip or whatever it's called, whatever we're deciding to call it. I think it's map hip. More mobilization options and revamped interface. The mobilization options look tremendous and look super interesting. Hopefully we'll see a lot more on text and improved everything for it. Formation organization mechanic, which enables you to adjust mobilization options for your mobilized formation at a temporary penalty. Improved to military formation customization, unit experience, etc., mostly etc., and loads of bugs fixes, and of course suggest discords. Next dive diary will be just ahead of update 1, which is planned for September 14th. And that's it. I see that we are quite a bit under 100 now, which is good because I'm quite tired. So we'll just answer most of the remaining questions and then play an ad and then end the stream. So they will not stop the pariah plays, probably not. The Thug Shaker is the adult video featuring men. It's from an adult video featuring men. Alright, fair enough. So I do not think I could do the Thug Shaker on stream. They should delete infamy. No, that's why I was asking about ports actually being fixed. Yep, we already read that. The performance patch notes are funny. Are they really? It's like only 2 notes. Improving overall journey entry update performance by 33%. Improved performance of Garibaldi event trigger by not iterating all over characters in the world. Oh. Journal entry increased by 33%. 1% increase in overall performance. I heard the top devs made a purple minion Thug Shaker. Can we hear it all again? Oh my god, no. Junku says good. When next stream? I don't know. Well, so here's the thing. And perhaps we could discuss this just a little bit. And we'll jump back in game for taking a look at this. But as it stands right now, I'm not sure if I should be making content on 1.4 or 1.5, to be honest. This seems really, really rough. And, like, we're swapping countries, like, the runs don't feel like real runs, and, like, okay, so, like, what are we supposed to do here? I mean, I guess we formed Germany here, but, like, okay, this is kind of whatever. You know, the economy is like, I still don't know how exactly I feel about it. I'm not sure if we're actually even going to start a run in this situation, because, like, okay, do we want to play with the problems on 1.5? Well, I don't think we want to play 1.4, so it's actually a choice between just tutorials and just 1.4, but, like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to make tutorials for, 1.5 or 1.4. And so, like, I think I have to do polls here, but, like, why don't we just do a preliminary poll? Let's see, start a poll. Oh, wait, we gotta end this poll, just so I can kind of, like, get an idea. And then I guess I'll bop you guys with it. Well, there's not much point in running ads now, everyone's gone. But content... And generally speaking, do we want more content on 1.5 or 1.4? Or well, let's just add another option here. So, I'm not sure. Could we play as the Uyghurs next time and just, try to form Turkestan? I've actually been practicing that run, but it's been significantly nerfed. So... I really don't know. They literally did a loop for every commander in game every time a Garibaldi event triggered. I wonder how many other inefficiencies there are. You need 32 gigs to run fast. Will you be giving any feedback to the devs on the beta? Maybe. I don't know. I actually don't know the place I'm supposed to give them feedback other than the Discord. Inventor Painter Prime Fire says I agree. 1.5 because 1.4 will get outdated soon or eventually. Yeah. Reevaluate economic ideas for new systems, local price companies. 1.5 is the future. Yeah, that's probably correct. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could give some feedback to the devs. I have to think about what I think the main takeaways were. You know, I have to digest what was now... How long have we been going? We started at like 8:30. It's almost 5:30, so that's 9 hours. Discord is the place. I heard the next DLC will be an army update. No, the next DLC is going to be the Diplo update. The next patch, 1.5, is the army update, but it's free. It's not going to be... It'll be the Hoey military system. That'd be nice. That's kind of what everyone wants. So... Yeah, I don't know about starting runs, though. Like, I don't know, this feels, like, a bit scuffed as, like... Maybe it's not scuffed, but, like... it feels so bad only having 1K construction of 1.6 billion GDP 30 years into the game as Prussia. Like, I feel like I've played really poorly here. But I also think, like, everything's stagnant. Like, and slow moving, and like also identifying which techs are really good. You're gonna have to redo all that, right? And like, to what extent do you want to specialize is actually now an interesting question. Like, because when you specialize, you have to eat the local price penalty. The more you specialize, the more you're eating this thing, and the more you spread stuff out, the less you eat this thing. But the more you specialize, the better. Importing and exporting are going to be, and also the more you're going to get economies of scale and this sort of thing. And so your pound for pound is good. What's PFP? Military update right now. Well, it's not live. We're in public beta here. And so, you know, I don't know. I think this has been pretty productive, though. But also, if my streams, like, hit 100 views, like, really consistently, which they have for the 1.4 drop and the 1.5 drop, and I'm not saying I expect that, like, maybe I should switch to doing more streaming. I don't really know. I think people want kind of a more succinct description of what's going on here. And so I'm going to try and do that for market price, I think, or, like, what the main takeaways are, very preliminary. Probably try and do that tomorrow, then. No war econ games focused on customs union. War is a bit broken right now, and the AI feels like it got crazier somehow. You know, it's wild that like the econ focus. You're doing the econ focus in an environment where it's supposed to be the war update, but pretty much have to relearn everything. Yeah, I got to redo the spreadsheets. I'm not looking forward to redoing the spreadsheets, especially because I might redo the spreadsheets when someone updates the values on the wiki. To be honest. Because my brain was not braiding properly. I've also been playing for 9 hours, so there's that. And trying to understand systems that I don't, how exactly the system works, which I don't understand. They have slowed down the economy so much. They've also slowed down the economy very significantly with the construction nerfs. Because now everything costs more construction by like quite a bit, but then it's offset to some degree by the companies. Right, but what I think you're supposed to do is you're supposed to spin through the companies and like whatever you're currently building, you use that company and then you swap off that company and then switch to the other thing and like this sort of thing, and like that is tedious. Or you just specialize and keep on your thing. But as we saw, we stopped being able to specialize. Like we were able to specialize relatively early on iron mines, but then we couldn't anymore, and so then we were in like a bad spot in regards to the like companies and this type of thing. Next DLC is supposed to be diplomacy, political. We're gonna add much more in spheres of influence. Yeah, I think the diplomacy is probably the most unhinged thing, and I think after that the game will actually be like I won't stop. I think we'll get to stop having this is the game good or not discussion on Reddit that everyone loves. When I first got the game, you played for 14 hours. Yeah, I played for like a week straight, basically. You should really pass on your opinions to the devs. They will value their input. My input? Maybe. I'm not even sure what my opinion is. I mean, I think that 100% they've slowed down the game. I don't know if that's the reason. Yeah, but I'm not people, Sebastian. I don't count. But like this throughput bonus, which is also tied to prestige. I mean, they're really making it much harder not to play. You know, the European countries. Like they're really slowing them down and kneecapping them significantly, which like isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just like, is this the effect you wanted to produce? The companies are limited. Ouch. What do you mean that they're limited? Ouch. The core gameplay has gotten more fun with local markets. I think it's probably gotten more fun. If it's just really tedious, then it's not more fun. But I don't mind the nerfs, but switching companies probably should be harder or have a progressive bonus. So there is a progressive bonus. When you have 100 prosperity, you get this bonus that activates. But what we're noticing is we're very often not able to maintain the prosperity as we overbuild the industry. And then we have to swap off of it. I mean, we're hovering steady with 135 prosperity here, so we're getting some of these bonuses. But I think what you will do is you will want to keep several permanent bonuses, and then one will just cycle through as you use it to just build up. Because 35% construction bonus is huge, dude. Especially because now this bonus is harder to get. I think they nerfed it by like 60%. If we come into Silesia, we could take a look. But I think it used to be 2.5 times. I believe this used to give considerably more. We're on steel frame and we only have 14% state construction efficiency. I used to think this used to be significantly larger, although this is an indirect buff to the road maintenance decree if it still gives 10% state construction efficiency, which it does. So there's this. The devs use a purple minion. Yep, facts. Even slowing down East India Company India. I mean, East India Company India is not as backward. They start with railroads. I think it slows them down. I think that they got some significant buffs in a lot of spots. Like, for example, the fact that they are getting... the fact that these are now giving plantations throughput when they didn't before is pretty significant. You know, especially because, like, if we think about the EIC and, like, what companies they can use, and we think about... Okay, well, we want to make opium, cotton, and dyes. Is there any company that gives opium, cotton, and dyes? Well, there's this dyes and silk one, which gives church approval. Well, that's meh. There's colony growth speed, so you could colonize really fast with them. Terribly Grim just got here. What's new military like? It is rough around the edges. The UI is like really unfun to use. The UI is like really like it is so I think the system and changes are really great, but the UI is spectacularly unfun. Notably, like the mobilization, like we didn't mess around too much with these, but that you can mix and match exactly what you want is nice, and you can choose how much artillery and cavalry you want is also nice. But right now, the artillery and cavalry aren't implemented, and so it's like really rough around the edges. But like and like to do a naval landing, you have to have your army be mobilized, and you have to plan a naval invasion and then do it. And then like it just overall like it just like the user interface of the gameplay is just like really uber scuffed, but the systems are looking like they're gonna be good. Why does Florida have like 24 trees when Georgia has 17 trees? Really? I have no idea. It could be based on precipitation. They could have just plugged and played a participation thing. Oh no, the viewers are going back up to 100. Please stop. I said I wouldn't stop streaming if we have over 100. I want to stop streaming soon. Don't do it. But like, so you could get silken dyes, and then you could swap to this one. Because you actually don't really care about this +1 approval that much. This is like by far the worst like bonus, but you're just building it up so that you could just crank out, you know, silk dyes and cotton at +40% speed or whatever, just all over the place. And then you also run, you know, a ton of clothing, and you just dump clothing into other people's markets. And then the UK will help to, they will have so much consumption, it'll help buoy it up. You know, and you get to specialize in you get to build some places like pretty fast. Georgia's right here. Yeah, Georgia's still 20. That's pretty high. Local markets screen needs to show how price compared to the percent, how price percent compares. That would be nice. Yeah, because this is just showing nominal versus nominal. But you can infer this based on the balance. Right, so if you have, so here, for example, we're producing way more. Like if you have a huge production positive thing, like if this is really big, this to some extent is implying a percentage, right? And if we scroll down here, we'll see that there's a huge glut or need for wood, which is causing the wood price to be high, really high locally. Welcome back, Les. Military is just so slow. Yeah, Florida needs to be an 8. Ugh. When she is an 8, but she's Florida. So yeah, the forestry conglomerate seems really strong as far as some of these go. So does the steel mill's building throughput. The birth rate seems really good as well. But army offense, I don't know how good I think this is, but this might be really good. I think having the tools be produced faster is really good. I think at the phase of the game where it really care about it, it's not that great. I thought this was dyes plantations. This is the synth plants. Minus supplies consumption. How many goods it takes to maintain a military unit. I don't think that'll be that great. Migration attraction is, I think it's funny this is on this. Power plants building throughput. It's probably not that great, but you have to, all power needs to be like locally produced. And so this is, yeah, probably how things work. If you know about battles, demoralization does not work right now. Yeah, steel would be really, which means battles last longer than they should. Steel input would be really good when you have steel frame buildings. Yeah, one thing that's like negative about these massive production chains, though, like steel, tools, iron, coal, motors, like they all kind of have to be together, and so they focus you to build tall in one state, which you don't want to do if you're oh my god, we actually are going up in viewers. You don't want to do if you're a local my brain, please. If your modifier, if your mapip, that's it. We're gonna call it mapip now. If your mapip is like a really low number, which 85% I don't think is low, but if it's a low number, this actually means it's really hard to industrialize because the types of supply chains you have are much more conducive towards building tall, and so like you're gonna suffer a significant penalty from this. And so it's like another like interesting and nuanced way that they're kind of discouraging backward countries from industrializing. You need sleep, bro. I need food. Is like calories is what I need more than anything. I have ingested like less than 250 calories today because I had protein powder in the morning and that was it. I should have gotten like a snack when I went to get a thing, but I think that I don't think. I mean, we have 100 viewers. Again. Okay, so we're gonna keep going, I guess. Quick say something about Japan, you'll break 100. Yeah, we're gonna switch to Japan. We're actually going to have Japan conquer Germany. 100 viewers. I mean, are people really getting off? Alright, who just got... Let's do a poll. Who just got here? Let's do a poll. Who just got here? I switched to Giga Germany. Was that actually it? Just hovering over Giga Germany instead of the discussion? That actually probably was it. I mean, we can play a little bit more. And we kind of, for the people who've been here in the last 30 minutes, we just talked about like kind of all the ideas that are kind of how things are going. Yeah, it basically is an infinite stream. I mean, eventually I'm just going to get too tired. I'm probably, well... If I want to order food, we're going to unpause and have a little bit of a go. And I think... So... Colony growth speed is an interesting one to try and go for. But it's probably not that good. I think the unique ones for us here in Germany actually just look really good. You know, the railway building throughput seems insane, and then increasing the construction speed of all these buildings and the throughput also just seems nutter. Like, the Krupp seems really good. 24-hour stream, yeah, basically. I mean, but, like, oh man, we're, like, hemorrhaging money so hard. Like, we are trying so hard to keep the construction going. And the auto queue doesn't build anything right now. So normally we could just let the private construction take over, but the private construction is really not... Nothing's really profitable enough to let the private construction kick up. Because everything's just super stagnant here. Yeah, like, this does not feel that good relative to, like, what we're doing before. You're bankrupt, bro? Yeah, I know. But it looks like we're the viewers shopped out when we saw how bankrupt we are. Like that colony 1 is good because they'll make the tropical industrial goods super cheap and give you superpower on the industry. Yeah, but none of these are inputs. These are all, or I guess the sugar's an input, right? But other than that, they're all stuff you consume. But we might switch to that once we get, like, more colonies out and going. But, like, oh, man. Why do we have so much rubber plantations that are getting built by, I guess, the auto queue? We are not, look, we have stuff on auto construct, but nothing wants to be built. We have stuff on auto expand, but nothing wants to be built because nothing's profitable. To be fair, a lot of stuff's not profitable because there's currently like no demand for steel, right? So this is gonna spiral down, and we're gonna death spiral if we don't spend more money. But like, we want our investment pool is like 2.7 million. We wanted to build some stuff, my guys. All right, so I think maybe. So let's come in here, and so we currently have this company for glass and for furniture. So we're gonna take a look at glass and furniture, and now again we have to evaluate differently. We have to evaluate based on earnings, primarily. And not on not on the basis of trying to max out throughput. God, that's so wild, dude. The game's changed so much in terms of like what's optimal then. And so now we've increased the demand for steel by quite a lot, so this should re-stimulate the economy back up, and we should see that this building will no longer fire down. So we can't stop constructing because we're trying to inject stimulus, but we are trying it like really hard to inject stimulus, right? Because the economy is like on the verge of collapse. We even have the loan interest rate, my guys. And like, we're still having problems. Now, maybe we can import some stuff like grain and fabric. Dyes. Not super profitable, but like, we could spend some of our convoys. Our convoys are getting used on other things, though. Jesus. We're just struggle busting it up here, actually. Super struggle. I mean, we can annex some of these guys. Brunei actually has gold, right? Yeah, so I think we do want to annex the people with the gold. So let's annex Brunei. And they're uncertain, but regulatory bodies. Just add an overlay at the top that shows 2 million income on Japan and watch the viewers sort, basically. I thought it was all doubles and rise and stuff. The more you know it's not a mod, it's the 1.5 beta. Oof, the line go up in the 1.5 beta. It does not. It is just pain here. Just pain and suffering. And like, so I guess a lot of you have just arrived. This is, there's a ton of, 1.5 has changed things a lot, and it just really depresses the economy overall, which, by the way, will fix late game performance, because if you can't build anything, then there's nothing to lag the game. So this is the way. I believe you have 100 views in each 5 time belts, so when people in Europe go to sleep, you get people in from Asia. I don't think I have that much an Asian audience, and people from America. Waste your workers for more demand. Regulatory bodies. The likes are also doing good. Are they really? I don't think I can see the likes where I'm at. Oh, there's like 145. This is pretty good. We see a trade agreement coming in from Chile. I also think that specializing is going to get bigger, or customs unions get better the bigger the more specialized you are as well. But I think we're gonna ditch I think we're gonna ditch this one. We're gonna disband that one, I think. So now here's the tedious way you need to navally invade. Boop boop. Confirm. Alright, and it says an amount of days. So now let's nuke this one. And let's pick up a new company. And okay, well, what do we want to do? Let's actually take a look down here. We have a decent amount of tea. Oh, let's stop. We gotta turn all this shit off here. Because it's all transportation is local. Is that maybe this is what's actually just nuking the economy at this current juncture exactly. Now, we still have this problem here, so we are going to need to build... Oh, we have some railways here. Okay. Fair enough. Do we have any in Shaanxi, where we, again, have some of this stuff? No, we do not. But I don't think... Are we... Oh, we're not on these rail transportations, so why don't we build some of that in Shaanxi? And then we're also going to need to think about, hey, we're going to having a new one of these. I think we want to try and get clothing cheap. So let's get some dyes up in this bizzle. So let's pick a company that gives us dyes. So it's this one. Okay, cool. Now we will be able to make dyes at a really accelerated thing. And so we're just going to max out the dyes here. And then we're going to add a bunch of railways to hopefully be able to afford the rail transportation on all these. And then increase dyes throughput. So we're also, maybe we can specialize here in dyes, but here's got nothing produced so far. So we can specialize in dyes here as well, but we're just going to max it out. We're going to do one less than maxed out, put it on auto expand. and also put a railway down so that maybe we can get this working. And then silk was the other thing we could build out of here, but we can't build silk out of any of these places, so we're not going to do that, obviously. Well, can we build silk in one of these? I don't think so. Just vineyards. We can build silk here, but this will fire people. It'll fire a lot of people. We're gonna build up to the EOS and fire the people away. Okay, so is the economy recovering from us swapping back? No. Is the economy really screwed? Yes. I want to go home. Literally an unironically play a Japan game for 24 hours. I thought about doing Uyghur Standard to conquer China for like a 12-hour stream. I believe in-stream opt into the update. Wait, there's an update? Hold up. I don't see anything about an update. How do I play 1.5? Do I set it on the launcher? So what you do is you go into the game, you right-click on properties, you go into betas, and then you click like a scroll-down thing and opt in to the 1.5. Oh, okay, we just have to delete construction here. Which kind of sucks, but we'll try not to negatively affect local prices too much, but this is going to negatively affect local prices because a lot of stuff is also just like profitable on this like local basis. But there's no way we can support this anymore, which by the way is going to nuke a whole ton of our industries, so God, that okay. No, I was going to say God, that like helped instantly, but it didn't help at all. We just defaulted at the exact moment. Oh, Jesus. The pain. Maybe we just bankrupt ourselves? I think that can't be the... I mean, we're supposed to maybe rev and then bankrupt. A big part of this is also we aren't on consumption taxes, and we are... Oh, we're still bolstering the industrialists? Let's get off that yard. That's not doing anything for us now. So let's tax liquor, because it's one of the more profitable ones. Let's tax porcelain, and let's decrease government spending a little bit. And then maybe we can resume construction. Let's let it take like one more. Alright. And maybe we can build through this. Yeah. Maybe we can do this. Sorry, my cat stepped on my keyboard. The truth hurts. This truth hurts. Big rip. Hey, was forming Super Germany difficult? No, because I was able to reverse sway Austria and get an obligation. And then it was pretty easy after that. But this play pattern, so like after we finish all these dye plantations, right? We're just gonna, yeah, like we have all these. And now we have a ton of dyes in our market, right? Did we finish all the dyes? Oh, we got some silk left producing in Beijing. Let's throw it at the front of the queue. But once all this finishes, then we'll swap corporations again. God, this is actually, if this is the way you're supposed to play, this is actually a little bit tedious. Did we not? Oh, this is a separate thing. This is, ours was Annex Brunei, and then this is a different thing. Okay, it looks like the economy actually did take a pretty big kick up when we got rid of the railroads that were being negative. And we've forced on Brunei, which is good for us. Oh, we don't know if we want to incorporate this yet. Okay, we do actually have to be careful because we can't use railroads here because we don't have railroads here. But they have a port already, cool. And we'll put a railroad down here so we can eventually get on the railroads there. But those gold mines should help out a little bit. Why are we making so much money now? Holy shit. Or is it just because of the dyes plantations? Does it really get double taxed then? So hold up, let's take a look. So we created this price, right? So have we just tremendously boosted the profitability of our this stuff? No, it's not fully employed. Well, it's trying to employ. It's doing its best. But this is like the downside of trying to specialize in one area. Is we ran out of labor here. Obviously, a lot of pops are getting fired here. Let's see our unemployment figures. Yeah. Isn't taxing services the go-to? Yes, but it's worse now than it was before. I still think it's the go-to, yeah, though. Okay, so now we've finished all of our silk stuff, so we're going to disband this, which of course is going to decrease the throughput on all that. But now we can establish the throughput, or establish the cotton ones, right? And now we're just going to build a ton of cotton. And let's also throw down some railways in this areas. And this will be good. Why are convoys flip-flopping? It's trying to adjust. It's adjusting up and down. It's spending a bunch of extra convoys and then decreasing them. This is kind of normal. One thing not talked about too much, 1.3 and 1.4 really touched the art of the game nicely. As in the arts academies. We immediately have a Bordian secession right after taking this, so that's big nice. How we drew it up. It looks like the view count has decreased though, and it's steadily been under 100. So I think we're going to conclude this absolute marathon of a stream here. Germany, we might stream more of this Germany run specifically, so I'm going to save it Germany 1.5. To everyone who came out and stayed for a while, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run an ad, use the bathroom, and then come back and answer any questions that have accumulated, and then I'll run another ad and then conclude the stream. Something like this. Is 1.5 playable? Roughly. If you're more interested in systems, then... Actually, I'm just going to answer questions and then run an ad and then end the stream. If you're just going to... the systems are interesting, and if you primarily care about systems, then it's cool. the user interface blows, and if you primarily care about the user experience feeling smooth, then no, it's not playable. But there's some interesting stuff going on, especially like I think the entire way economies work, I think, is really, really, really strongly affected by this local price phenomenon. And I still need to think about it more. You know, been thinking about it a lot on stream here. And I think that I have some preliminary ideas of how things will work and this sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's playable. It's interesting. Darn, Ebony Masks, you just hopped on. I apologize. I've been going like close to 10 hours now, though. So I'm kind of at the end of my capacity. I've done like a 15-hour stream before, but it's like really brutal. TGM, I'm going to be streaming more at some other time. Not later tonight, I don't think. Is there a situation where not researching anything can be useful besides the first week of the game to see what nat spread is? Yes, this is probably always optimal. It's just tedious to... because so if something's not spreading, then that means you can research something else. In terms of the metagame, stock exchange is now probably like the best tech in the game. Probably. I mean, it was already really good, but this market access price impact, the MAPI, this is what we care about now. We care about MAPI. We get MAPI there. We get MAPI there. Someone said there was some on the Zeppelins, but I think that's a lie. Oh, we get MAPI there. Zeppelins are now tremendous. And we get MAPI... We get MAPI from not being on interventionalism. Or, sorry, traditionalism. Gives a negative MAPI. So this is the thing. Big Chungus says, great stream. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Big Chungus. Feel free to take a break, man. Yeah, this is the end of this stream. So we're gonna run an ad, and then we'll be off. See you all later. Bye bye. All those with ad blocker or Prime, welcome back. You get to see Mexico. Oh no, that's Italy. Italy is railing France right now, so that's a thing. But yeah, so the AI is also actually just unhinged. Watching Brazil lose this war twice. Wait, is that the native territories breaking them? Is that, or no, is that Texas, the Lone Star State? Yeah, Texas and Mexico are taking a big chunk out of there. So, anyways, goodbye, everyone.